they got lost or flew away. Waiting around is a waste. It's touting that this is no bad waste. Loving is good as it's high. Love so lonely. I gave a second chance to get back. And now what you feel is still bad. All the way it makes me feel. I hope this romantic all my night. Surrounded by couples hold tight. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I'd find another that could hold me. Now I'm crying in my room, so scared they don't know. But still I wanted more. I gave a second chance to get back. And now what you feel is still bad. All the way it makes me feel the love is in a man. Cupid is so tall. I look by his eyebrows every day. I guess I got lost or flew away. Waiting around is a waste. It's touting that this is no bad waste. Loving is good as it's high. Love so lonely. I gave a second chance to get back. And now what you feel is still bad. All the way it makes me feel. I hope this romantic all my night. Surrounded by couples hold tight. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I'd find another that could hold me. Now I'm crying in my room, so scared they don't know. But still I wanted more. I gave a second chance to get back. And now what you feel is still bad. All the way it makes me feel the love is in a man. Cupid is so tall. I look by his eyebrows every day. I guess I got lost or flew away. Waiting around is a waste. It's touting that this is no bad waste. Loving is good as it's high. Love so lonely. I gave a second chance to get back. And now what you feel is still bad. All the way it makes me feel. I hope this romantic all my night. Surrounded by couples hold tight. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I'd find another that could hold me. Now I'm crying in my room, so. Hello, everybody. Thank you guys so much for coming on in. I really appreciate each and every one of you guys. You guys are all very, very cool. Very, very amazing. Hope you guys had a wonderful week. I do apologize for being gone for a little while. I had a headache on Tuesday and on Wednesday, and then on Thursday. I really don't remember. Dude, this week has been a blur because I've also had to deal with some family stuff. So between like all that and like life just getting all caught up out, I had to take a little bit of a break. Hello, Miwa. Thank you for the head pats and hello. How are you? Hope you guys are all doing great. Today we're gonna be playing some Peak with Zuff, and I'm not entirely sure who else. I know that it's going to be a decently sized collab because he had me install a mod pack for this. So I see that my model's lagging a little bit. That's not good. Hopefully that clears up. If that doesn't clear up, we can go ahead and switch on over. What's up, Lunar? Thank you guys, or thank you so much for coming on, and how you doing?
Dude, I might have to switch over to the 2D model. Um, yeah, let's go ahead and just switch on over to the 2D model. I see that my model's lagging quite a bit already. Just do that. I think it's the mod pack that's killing my stuff. Oh, hold on, my whole computer's just black screen. Give me one second, a little bit of technical difficulties. I do apologize. Un momento, por favor. I hope this is gonna work. Oh, there we go. I'm sorry to hear that, Miwa. If you want to use the venting channel, I can definitely check out what's going on after stream, and we can try to help you out, man. But yes, that is always an option to go into the venting channel on my server. And yeah, dude, it felt like my computer was gonna die. It was ready to give up on me right there, dude. It was ready for that. Okay. Sorry, I was just taking a quick little drink of water. Okay. Well, the option is there, Miwa. I'm gonna actually join. Actually, let me do this real fast. I'm going to set up the game capture. If the game capture shows up in here. That's not good. There it is. For some reason, I kept seeing Elden Ring. It's my OBS was like, hey, you should be playing Night Rain, not Peak. I'm like, okay, I'll go play some Night Rain. If you tell me to, I will. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We got a collab today. Alright. I have no idea when we're supposed to be doing this, so I'm just gonna join Zuff's server. There's so many people in there. A lot of them are muted or deafened, so I'm just gonna join. So, wish me luck, guys. Hello? Hello? Next. Yeah, bro, the really cool Nex.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think.
Oh my god, I was muted this whole time.
Yeah,
I'm
you were
such a
muted. Hi,
dummy,
guys.
bro. Hi.
Okay, so for who's streaming, right?
I'm streaming
Yeah,
now.
and Fumiko is like, oh, is it now? And it's not here.
Wait,
She's not even
actually?
home. Yeah.
W Snow. W.
Okay, so I'm gonna share chat to like Nex and Seal and who else is and like Jinxie. Just yeah, you said you were like you're like I don't want to stream with you.
Wait, who?
Hi, Sally. Oh, I should probably mute in the Discord. Next is still getting. Next is getting.
No,
in
I'm ready. I just need an invite.
Well, I don't want to invite you no more.
Wow.
I'm just joking, Next.
Wow.
You're not even up here.
What do you mean
You're
I'm
not even up here.
What do you mean?
You're not up here.
What do you mean I'm not up here?
Wow, it doesn't. I can't. I fuck me. Wait, what if I just? What if
I'm on Peak.
Is you using the modded?
Yeah.
Did you open it as modded?
Yes.
Okay. Oh. Oh no, it's falling apart now. Okay, wait. So wait. Don't laugh at that. No, you're supposed to be like, no, Zufrix, it's gonna be better. Okay.
It's not even letting me join you through Steam, my brother.
Second one. Yippee. Where's Next? Bro, Next, it says you're not even online, bro. Oh, now, okay. Okay, now can I invite you to play the game? Maybe?
I hope so.
Maybe?
I hope so.
Send message?
Is it not letting you invite me?
Next, I hate you, Next.
I know, I can tell. That's why you invited
What are
me.
you doing? Close your game and open it again.
Fine, Zufrix. Suffer sucks.
Okay. Okay.
Also, can
Wait,
you invite me
let
to
me-
the shared chat so that way I can close my browser?
Close these nuts. Got him. Got him.
You're so funny. Oh my god.
Thanks, man.
Got the whole crowd laughing, bro.
I'm so hungry. I'm so
Eat your
hungry.
skin.
I don't know about that one. I sent the share chat thing to CEO, and I shared it to.
Did I join?
Did you join?
I don't
You
know.
did join. I sent
Okay.
you a thingy.
Because my
Knocked
Twitch is
you
still
up.
bugged. It says that I have to close my browser and reopen it. So as long as I'm in it.
Okay, now it says you're on peak. Now it says you're on peak.
I need
I-
a re-invite because trying to tab over to Discord to turn on
I
the
got you. I got you,
then-
sister. Don't worry about it.
Also, hi, Eliza.
What?
Hi bestie.
Hi.
Sally, this is like you don't know any of these people. You're like a foreigner. 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 Foreigner.
Weirdos.
Can you invite me now? Zuffer sucks.
It's time to make friends again. You can't come up here, by the way, because you're a girl.
Zuffer sucks.
You're
Can you invite
girl.
me?
You're a girl. Yeah.
Invitations.
No, nor Sally, nor her. No, I didn't mean to pick you up.
Invitation.
I got you. I
Is
got
that
you
free?
guys. Where's the thing? Oh, down here. It's down here.
W host, by the way.
Dude, you be host, by the way. Okay, I sent you an invite. Ash.
Can you send me like 15 more?
Yeah, I got you, buddy. Don't worry about it. Me, you explodable. Okay, should I introduce everybody to everybody? Is
Yes.
that okay? When's next? Okay, now I can mute and then thing or whatever.
I'm stuck in the wall. Oh, hold on. I'm on a black screen. There we go.
Okay. Is everyone see or did you join this share chat thing?
Oh shit, is it actually? Hold on. Thank you for letting me know, Kitty. Let me fix that.
Maybe not.
Hold on. I gotta do that real fast.
I'm gonna.
Do not beat me. I'm
Thank
friends.
Yeah, I do not collab enough to remember that. I'm gonna be so real with you, Kitty. Let me fix that.
What would you do if I shatter into a million pieces? Would you pick up the pieces and mend me? Like maybe some glue?
Oops. Oh shoot. I just. Hold on. Wrong one.
Yeah, then I cut you, boy. You better put me back together.
Oh god, I forgot you
I'm
look
a
like.
wonderful gem.
I
Uh.
forgot Next looks like that, guys. Sully, listen,
Yeah?
guys,
Wait, Next just looks like that naturally?
you look at him. Go look at him. Go look at him. He looks awful.
Ooh, let me see. I'm gonna point and laugh.
He looks awful.
Hang on. I'm just fixing this real fast.
Point at him. Point at him.
Point.
Point at him.
Point.
Wait, ugly.
Point.
Ugly loser.
Are you a medic? Are you a medic?
Okay, how do I start shooting?
I have a compound fracture in my leg. Can you fix me?
Huh?
Hi, Next.
Hello. Hello.
I'm pointing at you.
I know. I see you.
Them words might be too big for me to understand, by the way, just in case you wonder.
Sorry if you broke into a million pieces.
Okay,
make a
I
mess.
need-
He has a boo boo. Oh no.
I don't know if you're muted, but I can't hear you, sweetie.
Hi, kid. Oh shoot, I lagged. Hi, Kidby.
Yeah?
Hello.
Then we have.
Hello.
Hello.
I gotta turn it way up. What?
let me grab-
Let's see. Oh, I'm having to turn up everybody's volume so I can hear them.
Hi, Kidby.
You turn everyone's volume up and
Wait,
then
I
it'll be the
gotta
same
get-
situation because they'll all be the same.
I gotta tree him. All right. Who has the boo boo?
Turn Celian's off down.
Who has the boo boo? Was it Sayo?
Sally's so loud. Super loud.
Am I?
No, I got gloves on
Probably
because
my
I'm
mic.
like a germaphobe.
You're
and
good.
Stuff,
See,
Wait, I don't know what microphone this
Hear me when I got in.
Okay, it's using the right one. Perfect. Beautiful,
you know?
beautiful.
How many fingers I got?
Oh.
You got 4 too.
What are you, Mr. Fantastic?
I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, you are pretty fantastic, bro.
Whatever.
They told me like I'd be like eventually in the starting 4, but
Uh-huh.
like right now I'm like cleaning dishes and stuff.
Oh, really?
Eventually. Yeah.
I bet you're doing an amazing job, bro.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
You're doing wonderful. I believe in you.
I needed this. I needed this.
I know, right? Here you go. I pat your shoulder for you. You've got this, buddy. You've got this.
Who's your
Yep.
favorite horse girl?
What are you guys talking about? Oh my Musa, they're pretty derby. Hi guys.
So many horse girls? Oh my god.
My favorite is Mayuro Top Gun. What about you? What about you?
Agnes Tachyon. Agnes Tachyon.
Oh, I like her. She's super crazy. She's pretty good. Too.
Yeah.
I also like
Right
gold,
shower,
gold
right
shit.
shower.
I need to play the horse gambling game. I need to sell my house in order to afford all the horse girls, bro.
Well, actually, if you open the game early, you get a lot of rewards.
Actually, I don't care, nerd.
Alright.
Alright, pal. Yeah, exactly. Sully gets
This is
it.
your IQ. Look at my fingers. This is your IQ.
He literally looks like me. He literally looks like me.
I had
Who?
this fit on before you
Who?
conceptualized
Who?
the idea of
Sully, come
having
down here.
fit on.
Sully, come down here. Sully, come down
Why?
here. He literally
Meow.
he stole.
Hi, Kibby.
Look at him.
I did not steal your whole flow. I got black eyes.
Crazy.
Hello.
If you can't tell, I've
crazy.
never played,
Please
so
don't.
I don't have the eyes though, but
It's
I
okay.
have nothing.
It's okay. I'll carry you, mother.
You're like
Oh,
better.
okay.
no, I'm real.
Yeah, bro. As long as you have your thighs around my neck, it'll be fine.
Where you going?
Sure
Fake?
you want that?
Prove
Where you
yourself.
going?
Yes.
I'm above all of you.
Okay.
I know how.
Catastrophic typo snow. That's crazy.
He looks like it's gonna pay off.
Hi, Snow. How you doing? Move.
Dude.
Are we doing a VTuber introduction? Wow,
Okay, yeah,
saucy.
come here, guys. Everyone.
Are we? Are we?
Saucy.
Don't say that.
Push him off.
Yeah, good morning, guys, from America.
Get him out.
Real Nowadays.
Get him out.
Ah,
Get him out.
oh, get me up there.
We don't want you here.
Fumiko isn't here, should we?
Yeah. Did you give her the mod pack? She's asking what mods.
Yo, I fucking do.
You did?
Okay, wait, let me. I probably did. I'm probably a liar.
Yeah. You probably didn't. You're an L
Do
hose.
not push me off the. That's it. I'm going dead.
Sit down, okay?
Vulnerable! Push him off!
Push him. Get him. Get him. Yeah.
Oh,
Freaking God. We are not reaching
Wait.
peak.
No, we're not. We're gonna certainly try our best, though. It's gonna go great.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna send her the Thunderstore code and. hope-
Guys, I don't really feel that well.
He's
You're
played
right.
these games before, I think. He's played these games before.
Thunderstore code
I see a
for
I
mod.
saw
Gaga. Oh,
What is that?
Hey, Mike, get a
What?
question from that.
I can't get up.
You guys help me out. Alright.
I'm sorry.
Was that pretty cool?
Why are you side-eyeing me?
Excuse
Was that
me?
pretty cool?
Excuse
No,
me?
I'm just wondering why you're side-eyeing me.
Oh, that wasn't cool.
You're next.
I mean, you were
Okay.
scary. You
So-
look
Am I scary now?
Oh shit,
Thanks,
I
man.
had them up. Damn it.
Next, you gotta catch
You
me.
look like you need to be on a list.
Okay.
I'm beautiful, bro. I'm beautiful.
Fumiko.
Oh, man.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. I gotta go see how beautiful I am still. Oh, yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, yeah.
I think a trip to the Philippines
I've
can
seen
only
the
be a nice
Philippines.
endeavor.
I am gorgeous. Yeah,
I've seen the Philippines.
And we can all oil our faces together.
I don't know about
I
that.
can.
Don't say true. True.
Are you ready to oil your face in the Philippines, guys? This is
Oh
the
yeah,
trip.
you know me.
We've-
I'm ready.
Yeah, yippee. Put some gasoline on our faces.
Goo goo gaga.
Is gas and oil the
Gaga.
same? No.
Goo goo
No.
goo goo gaga.
Force.
No.
What are you guys?
I can speak it. Don't worry.
And yes, hold on. Let me go away from them real fast. Yeah, we have a mod in where we can have more than 4 people. I don't know how many this goes up to, but yeah, we have a mod in to have more than 4 players. But yes. No, Shayo!
Yeah, apparently my
I
bar
think my
is so
femur
full.
broken.
No, this can't be true, my friend. No. No.
Go to my following tab and just open
Oh wait,
everyone.
next, watch this, right?
What's up? What's up?
The computer powered
Wait, I want to do that.
Yeah. Let's see.
Did I do it?
Not including my.
Wait, how'd you?
So you gotta ragdoll, and then you gotta just keep jumping on it.
Ah.
Kenjana, ding 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 ding.
6, 7,
Bum, 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 bum. Ba-na-na, bum, 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 bum.
probably.
That is so peak.
That's pretty good.
That was so peak. Hold on.
How much RAM?
Bam, 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 down, down. Bam, 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 down, down. Ba-na-na, ba-na-na, down.
Let's go.
Task
And then
manager.
I may be quite late. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Okay, she might
Down.
in a minute.
That's not.
You know how like you guys.
Bam, bam, bam. Ba-na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na.
I mean, it says my CPU's running anywhere from 80 to 90%, so it's not terrible.
Oh my god, Snow's ready? Hold on. I will go tell Zafri sucks.
You guys stream like super. You guys
Oh shoot, that just launched me. Zafrix!
I mean, I do more with the shopping.
Jav.
Fumiko says she's ready to join.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Come on, L host. Invite her, bro.
Yeah,
Stop
get her in
calling me
here.
L host.
L host.
Guys,
L host.
guys, please.
L host.
Please, guys.
L host.
Please,
L host.
please. I don't need this. Guys, when I
You're not
chose
getting
you
any
guys,
emotional
it was 'cause I
support.
thought you guys were nice to me.
What?
Why would we be nice to you?
Okay.
Since when? What?
We're such nice besties to him.
The rule.
I look at Dude, cheers the
Survival of the fittest.
No, get away. I don't know.
Hello.
I don't know.
Can you hear me next?
Yes, I hear you. Hello.
Another pink one. Oh, I must just...
Hello.
I can't. I'm gonna be special.
Hello.
Hey, you see what she's doing? She's yelling out. You should change your color too.
No, I'm not changing my
Copycat.
color.
Yep.
I've always been blue.
I've always
Yeah,
been
but
black and white, but there's no black,
Choose the darkest color. Hold on.
which is blue. And if you look at the word, dude,
Oh my god, you look like a nerd.
What about purple?
Sorry.
I don't want to be.
When you laugh at this nerd.
I don't want to be purple.
But yeah,
Stop.
take
What are my badges
Okay.
look like? How many things do
Okay.
I have on my
We're the
side?
nice.
We got
1.
Tell me what you think.
what?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Oh, Vic.
6.
Don't
Can
push
we
me
count
out.
more than 5? We only have like. Oh wait, no, we have 8 fingers.
I was supposed to invite this other,
Huh?
Wait, how do we count again?
but they were like,
I mean, I can only count
there's
up
too
to
many
like.
people,
four.
and they have.
I can only count to maybe 3. 1, apple,
Okay, okay.
ashpot, airplane.
Is
The girls
3,
can work
and there's a. There might be another number
Okay.
after 3.
Okay.
Wait, really?
So
Can you teach me? I want to know.
that I was.
So you see how there's like 1 finger.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah, I got 1 finger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 finger, right? Yeah, but like
Yeah.
I'm putting 2 fingers together like that. That means 2 of
He
them,
did, so
right?
face.
And then
Until first
Or,
purpose,
no,
right?
I remember that.
overloaded your
Or they
brain.
were like, there were too many small
Too much information.
and
I'm blue. If I was green, I would die.
I appreciate you staying up so late.
I was a gangster.
They were like, there's too many. There would be too many people there because everyone has like.
Ow!
Sprite animation is what it's called, to make a simple tail flick for whatever tail I'm using. So I basically have to draw it like 4 to 11 times depending on what I'm using. So if I turn it into a sprite animation and then add the rotation of the halo I'm using today, it makes the appearance that it is a moving object without being a, obviously, live 2D model. I know that was a lot of words, but I'm gonna try to have moving tail. That's the summary.
Ash W here.
Oh,
Get on your knees for me.
I've been streaming like every day art streams, okay?
Bow, 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 bow.
okay. Yeah, Sayo just taught me the controls earlier today.
Mash W.
Yeah, like.
Look at me. Look at my spider.
Point.
Look at this. I'm a spider.
Let's see, what is it? R, shrug, crossed arm, dance. There we go.
You just fucking did a wrestling move on top of me. Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna go check on them and see what's taken.
Wait, how many people are even gonna be in this collab?
I have no idea.
Theo is over there pondering, bro. He's.
Because Coffee's been asking for shared
Next,
chat.
come over here. Next, come over here. Look at Theo.
Where is he?
Coffee.
He's just pondering away.
I'm gonna go say hello.
Why?
Is that coffee a license?
Why
to
like
buy?
that cereal is not considered?
Hi V, how are you? Welcome on in. Thank you so much for jumping on by. This is already chaos. We haven't even started and it's already chaotic, bro.
Why'd you spread open? Get off.
You just got shoved off.
You jumped and spread on it. Get away from me, Free.
You're doing throats on it. Throats?
I'm trying to
What?
horror farm over here, and you're like, you're ruining the vibe.
We should.
No!
That wasn't me, by the way.
No! Thank you!
We should all stand over here like cool guys and ponder.
Yes.
Ponder.
Left alone
Mm.
with my thoughts, you know.
Alright, sounds good. Thank you so much for coming on in, V. I appreciate you. Have fun.
Sophie.
Thank you.
Have fun, V. I appreciate you. You're amazing.
What are we waiting on?
Let me.
I mean, if
hold
we're all
on,
here, we
guys.
can start with introductions.
Stop
right?
attacking me! I can't handle this.
Hello.
I'm not attacking you. I'm simply asking a question.
It's been long.
All right.
Back up.
This.
I'm making
good.
friends. I'm
Alright,
making
I'm
new
gonna
friends
start the
next
thing.
time.
We already are
We're
friends.
introducing ourselves. Were we not
Right,
introducing
that's what I
ourselves?
was. Okay,
Come
everyone
on.
stand
Apparently
in a-
not.
stand-
Come on,
stand
boo.
in a
Come on.
around-
Boo, El Hose.
Cool one.
Around
Okay, fine,
you?
come in front.
Like coming
Come
in
in front
like
of the
this,
mirror.
like coming in with the freaking
No,
walker-later, like,
everyone-
hey, what's up?
Okay,
Hey, what's good, cuh?
What you doing?
What you doing later, shorty?
Everyone stand over here. Hey, pay attention.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Wait,
Wait, I'm
Everyone
coming. Oh, yeah.
Jingle
What's up?
jingles. Jingle
Stand
jingles.
over here. And I'm gonna do like a WWE thing for you guys, and you have to do like a cool pose on the thing. You are?
On you?
I was not listening to a word he said.
Introducing us all through. Okay.
Whenever you're ready, whoever is ready.
Not me.
Not me. I'm too scared to
Alright.
go first. Elisa, you go first.
like a
Line,
walk
her name is Eliza, and she's part of Bloody Academy.
Woo!
Ow.
Now say something. Say hi. Say hi to them. Okay, next person. Go.
Go on in here.
Their
Ross.
name-
Walk fashion,
Their
baby.
name
How do you
is
pose?
Seo. Oh, there it goes. His name is
And
Seo,
dead.
and he is a cat VTuber thing, and he does a lot of art.
Thing is crazy, bro.
And
Crazy, bro.
and he's copying me. All right, next.
I guess I'll go.
How do you pose?
This is
R.
everyone's favorite hype mom.
Oh,
Alright, that doesn't sound like clapping.
Get me up!
next you go.
Next person.
Okay,
Why are
I
you
guess
yelling?
all the women will go first.
Alright, well, I mean, Seal went. I guess the check's out. Tomiko is one of the partners of.
Ooh, nice outfit.
Partner, right?
Nice
Oh
outfit.
my god, thank you. I like your outfit too. It's very pretty.
Going on vacation?
Yeah, did you like get that as a fresh crab?
Pay attention.
Kind of. Oh shit.
Sorry, Chief.
Return.
Oh no, he's. What's with the.
My bad, Chief.
Oh
You go first, gang.
Okay.
Alright, who's next?
Me. Yeah.
Get it, girl. Ooh, ooh.
Where's my introduction?
Alright,
Hello?
Sully, her name is Selskate, and she does Pokemon Unite videos, and she's
Shut
really
the
good
frick
at them.
up. Shut the.
Alright,
Okay.
next person. Go.
You be gaga.
Okay, don't really know who this guy is, but
That's crazy.
we were low on.
That's crazy, bro.
Crazy.
That's crazy, bro.
Crazy.
I'm just joking. He's like a Wesker guy.
Oh, Wesker guy.
What?
I do see you playing Wesker a lot. I do see
Oh,
you
yeah,
playing
he's
Wesker.
a Wesker
playing
guy.
Wesker a
You're like,
lot.
why are you over here, bro? Go make.
Because I'm watching from the mirror. Watching from the mirror. Hey guys, we're
Alright.
still to make friends.
Go do it.
I'll be right
I'm
back.
American, just like you all. Really.
Yeah.
Can't wait to get on this plane, guys. We're finally gonna go to the Bahamas.
I know, right?
We gotta-
No, you guys can start. I'll be right back.
No, next is go ahead. No, go ahead.
Dude, I told my family I was gonna take like pictures, like as many pictures as possible. So like this is gonna be
Why
exciting.
are you in a scout outfit? We're
You mean
going
you're
on
single
vacation.
mother?
No?
Oh, we
you're
going on
right, you're
vacation?
right.
Hold on.
I mean, like I wanted to go like
Vacation.
I wanted to go like hiking.
I bought it from the shop downstairs.
There's a shop downstairs. There's a shop.
Wait, I need to go.
What? How do you get? How do you wake up?
Oh, I'm gonna go change.
There, you got it. Nice fit.
Who just got fucking thrown at me? Oh my goodness.
All right.
I'm going on vacation. We're going.
What do I
on
wear? On my
trip.
vacation.
I have a mushroom hat.
How do you get a mushroom hat?
Why
You
looking
just gotta
at me,
eat
dude?
4 different non-toxic mushrooms.
I'm ready for vacation.
Tim, we
I'm
need to
ready
eat
for
mushrooms.
vacation.
Let's go on trips, bro. Acid trips with mushrooms.
We got 2
God.
pink, 2 blue, a yellow, orange, and green.
Vacation time.
Probably should read.
Vacation time.
Vacation.
You gotta put on your vacation.
Our plane's not gonna
outfit,
crash,
kitty.
right? There's no way.
You gotta
There's no
put
way.
on your
It wouldn't.
vacation.
I've
Like,
never
I
played
talked
this
to-
game. I
talked
don't
to the
have
pilot
anything.
Personally, he told
No,
me
it's
he
okay,
could
it's
get
okay.
verified the
Uh-huh.
integrity of this
We'll
flight.
pretend like you have one on
Thank
the
God. Because you know, I've played these games
Yeah,
before, and
this is
it's
my
not
first
fun.
time opening the
Yeah.
game.
It's not great. I ended
And
up
I'm
in a
seeing
Squid
the
Game
first
place. It's ooh,
Hour and a half
not
of
great.
it
Terrible.
sitting
my
still.
fiddle. I mean, what?
I mean,
I
like
hate
you
my-
know, like it's like
It's-
one of the highest forms of like love, you know, to like consume. like, people
Exactly.
you love, you know? Like,
I was a Wendigo for
Wow.
months, but you know, we're fine. We're fine.
yeah, like we live, you know. Second time on my vacation.
live.
Like,
I'll pick
actually,
you
how many
up.
times have you been on this
Exactly.
like, vacation before?
Oh, at least fine. Wendigo vibes.
Sit down and leave it
Okay,
alone.
yeah, well, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
this is
That's
gonna be
fine,
like
that's fine.
my third time. Like
Oh, it's your third time? How was the Wendigo trip?
there's a lot of turbulence the first time, and then we ended on like some weird mountain. But like I feel like that was a part of like the tour trip, you know.
Ooh, you're right. That's true. It's okay. I think it's all in the mind.
Back.
Zoof, are we ready to get this plane? Are we ready to fly?
Next one to the. Next is doing something. I'm pretty sure.
But we could start though. And he could wait. We, in the thingy.
Wait. They don't let me like.
All right, max
Leave
difficulty.
it alone.
No, I mean,
Difficulty, yeah.
Big Mo.
We crashed, man. We crashed.
We
We
not,
crashed.
not again.
We crashed
Come
again.
on.
I have to eat my friends again.
I'll have to drink seawater.
Oh no, Big Mo.
Step 1. Abandon your friends.
Oh, he's going far.
Open the door.
Step
He
2.
went- he went
Abandon
far.
your friends. Step 3.
Evil
Stop
book.
moving.
What about
two.
rule 0?
Move.
Pizza.
Rule 0 says abandon your friends.
Zero
Oh,
did not
okay,
say
alright.
that.
Yeah.
So that means you steal.
Rule 4. Do not stay
Yeah, we
alert.
can't abandon.
Die.
They're gonna abandon us, so we can't abandon. I can't
They
abandon.
better not. I want to make it to the mountain too.
And it says rule 6.
Coffee,
Stay
Eliza
alert.
only beat the game once so far.
Conch water.
You defeated the game.
Dang.
And then rule 0.
You do. You have the volcano badge. Do
What?
I have
No.
the volcano badge?
Yeah, you do. You have the volcano badge.
Trouble with it. We're good.
Let's go
Coffee
climb a
says he
mountain.
does, Eliza. Yes, he's going. Yeah?
What did you say?
Coffee says he does.
Really? Coffee, it's fresh. Here you go. Here you go, coffee.
He said I would love to have Eliza's conch water.
If only you knew. If only.
Guys, guys, guys. Let me give you a cookie. Good news.
Me too. Me too.
Oh, we have cookies.
Come on, let's cook it. Let's cook this shit. Oh, we should. That person's not cooked yet. We're not gonna cook. Pooch and Pooch. There's a coconut there.
Oh, yeah. Yes, baby. No, don't do that. Go sit down.
Wait, did they take bingo? That's crazy. Hello.
Hi.
I got a buggle.
Okay. You leave it alone and go sit down. Leave it alone and go sit down. No, go sit down. No, it's not. Go sit down. You go sit down. And go ahead and open this for when chat redeems it, so I don't have to do it while climbing. We go, whatcha? Yes. No, okay, go sit down. I'm waiting on friends right now. Go sit down. We don't leave anybody behind. That's all. That's the rules. I was told not to leave anybody behind. So now I can open up Black Rose. So we go to following Ewing. Stop. See Black Rose. Show more. Going live. Watch. There it is. And then I go open here. And then we open Juzo back up because I goofed. My goodness, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 babies going right now. Oh my goodness. That's so many babies. Next? It's already nighttime. You go to a stream. I guess I'm not shared chatting with anybody today, so I guess it'll just be solo. So I can't really carry him. I'm just sitting here starving, waiting on him. This is what mamas do. I just hope they're okay. I hope there's like no monsters in this game. I really hope that was not foreshadowing. Yes, it is relatively stale right now. I do apologize, but we don't leave people behind, so we're just gonna wait. But hi Nexus chat, even though I'm not there. Hi Nexus chat. Hope y'all are doing okay.
Hello.
You're good. I was told don't leave anybody behind.
Hello.
First rule of the game. I got some foods because you're
One second, I just gotta it's back to go then. Oh, thank you for the food. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay.
Huh?
Let's go.
Give me a moment.
Earrings moment.
E,
Wait, how'd you cook this? Oh, there's. I didn't know that was a campfire. People.
and then E2.
I did not know that counted as a campfire.
Do you want a flare or a compass? Because that's all that's left.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm a
I don't know
survivalist,
what
bro.
they do, but I was just making sure that you didn't die.
I mean, the flare, they give you a flare at the very end of the game. So that's
Is
how you
that a
get
jellyfish? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you should touch the
Hi,
jellyfish.
boy.
Don't worry, the poison goes away. It goes away, it goes away.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't purposely kill you. Here.
My inventory's full. Oh.
No, it's okay, it's okay. It gives you the extra stamina down at the bottom.
Okay.
So if you are climbing like a cliff and you don't think you can make it, you can just use that extra stamina to get up higher. I see another briefcase up there. I wanna go see what shit in. Lollipops are
I
always
just hear
very
their
good.
echoes. I genuinely have no idea where they are because I was told not to leave anybody behind, and then
They immediately left us behind.
they left us.
That's so peak, bro. Don't worry, I'll stay with you.
Okay.
I saw the briefcase was like somewhere, but I don't
There's
know how.
one open over there.
Yeah. I don't want to waste my extra stamina right here, but it's something pretty cool. I'm not making that up there.
Ow.
I don't know if it's worth it.
It wasn't, because I'm hurt now.
Oh, we'll go get you some bandages to fix your boo-boo. Uh-oh.
I'm not gonna lie, it didn't look that far down.
Don't worry. That's why I jumped down here so that way I could grab you. Like
Oh
shoot.
yeah, because I'm hurt. I have no stamina now.
Oh, you just landed on my head. I'm not complaining, but
I
like,
grabbed your head.
I'm not complaining. Like, ah ha ha. Yeah, we're not making it up there.
So, I guess.
Let's just go this way.
No. Let's see.
Meow. Just gotta get you some bandages.
So we just gotta find suitcases and.
Yeah, over here is the giant mountain that we're supposed to start climbing. And then each time you get to the top, there's going to be a campfire. And after you, like, everyone gets the campfire, then you get to the next area.
I see.
It is. I hope we make it to the volcano area. That area is really cool.
I see.
Also, if your screen starts going grainy, you're fucked.
Okay.
That means that the Scoutmaster's nearby.
Hi, bestie.
Okay. Oh, well, we've already
Who's
got
died?
dead people. Hi, dead people.
Who's the pink one? Is that Snow?
It's either Snow or Eliza.
What do you mean? You can see me right here, can't you? Around your head?
You're fucking
Yeah, you keep spinning around us.
Yeah.
Anyways, hi Eliza.
Hello, bestie.
Hello. Yeah, when you first started spectating, you were really far away. I could not tell who that was. How'd you die? Oh, I don't think she's here anymore.
I
Oh
guess
well.
she's gone.
Yeah, I was like, I was kind of curious, but I see.
There's a suitcase over there.
Is it open?
Nope.
Alright, I will catch up with you in a second then, because I have more stamina. I feel injured. Ah! It went at my butt. What's in here? Ooh, don't mind if I do.
What was in there?
I got crack and something that I totally will not be draping for my shield.
Gotcha. Yeah. Eternalizer.
I'll give you the
What the
crack when
hell?
we get up there.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, you're gonna love it, bro.
I think it's hers kept going off track,
I
and
see.
eventually it would never came
No.
off. It fell.
Like, how do we know what direction we're supposed to go?
Go up.
Shattered.
I see.
Oh, it's not in there anymore. Like my mom went and bought a new one.
Gotcha,
and
gotcha.
left it at the last house she left at.
How do we know where they are?
That's the fun part. You don't.
Oh, and there's no map?
Nope, it's just you climb and you pray your friends are alive. Like you said, you're supposed to stay together, but like, who does that, bro?
Well, like, that's what Sayo told me. He said rule number 0 is don't leave anybody behind. I said, you're damn right. And, they just left.
Yeah,
First thing.
you're not supposed to
Hi,
leave your
Foxy.
friends behind, but yeah, I do it a lot myself, not gonna lie.
And they tell you how many cars they have. Is it like
Doink.
used cars that they pull parts from? Kind of like pull part, or is it like new parts?
You look like one of those spreadsheet cats trying to come up to me, bro.
Yeah, I've been working, like, right now I'm just getting generic, Siamese cats, but when I have time, I want to, make Siamese cat emojis that are of my actual cat that passed away.
Hell yeah.
I don't. I
Hmm.
think my mom was actually talking
This
about.
ain't looking too well over here, bro. I think we fucked up.
Sit down a little bit more.
Have a
Hold
good
on.
weekend. I'll try not to bother you. Bye bye.
Hmm.
See.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Hi,
I mean,
Eliza.
we've been able to hear you. I've been having to turn you down a
I
little bit.
remuted myself though. I wasn't. It wasn't showing an indicator.
Are you
of
good?
being muted again, so.
No, you're good. You haven't been muted. It's okay. No, again, you're okay. Don't worry about it.
That's all right. Forgive me, kitty.
It's okay.
Forgive me, mother.
Are you okay?
No, I got a boo-boo.
Do I need to come down there?
No, hold on. I was just going down there so I could leave.
Maybe. Actually, no, you might have had the right way.
What chance I didn't, actually. Let's try!
How do I do that?
You just run and jump.
Run, jump.
With wood.
So everybody else is at the top, it seems.
Wonderful.
Well, yeah, they left us, and I waited on Nex like I was told to. We don't leave anybody behind.
I appreciate
I left Nex
you.
behind because Nex wasn't here.
Tee hee.
Yeah, so I waited.
That's why Kitty's the best.
Look, I had to get away with my tactical punch.
Wait, I think wait. Oh, there she is. It's looking pretty good right here. Bop.
The fog is coming? I don't know what that means.
We're okay. Just keep moving, you'll be fine.
Let's see, so it's shift, space, run, jump! Okay,
Yep, you
Jesus
got
Christ,
this, you
it's a
got
lot to
this.
remember.
You're slaying.
No, we can't make that.
I'll pull ya.
No. Oh, hold on.
Gotcha, gotcha. Doink.
I think they thought you guys were dead and were about to abandon me.
Wait, really?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, you can't light the campfire without everyone being present, so.
I don't think we can make that, can we?
Hang on, let me cook.
You got it. You gotta stop right
Yep,
there.
yep, 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 yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
Huh?
Are you good? Are you okay? You are not good. Here, I could drop my rope down and help you out.
No, you're good, you're good. I just goofed.
You got it?
Not now.
Here, I'll go ahead and drop my robe.
Ow. No, I'm not good.
Um,
Yeah, I gotta grab your dangly bit.
yeah. Oh, no, 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 I'm falling!
Oh my god, what is happening over here? How did that happen? Leave for 2 seconds and Nex is passing out.
Dude, I am going to actually die. Oh my god. That is so not good.
No.
I don't have
Grabbed your
any...
lollipop, whatever else fell, I didn't... Oh, there it is.
Dude, you might be on your own here, bro. I'm so cooked.
What do you mean?
I have, like... My dick is surprisingly bigger than my stamina bar right now, bro.
Well,
It is
doesn't the energy just give
non-existent.
you, like, stamina or something?
It just makes you go fast. Yeah, it'll make me pass out.
Okay, what about the candy?
That will still make him pass
I mean,
out.
technically, I could...
If we get to the top of the
Ah.
rock,
Well, can I not, like, help him with that?
If I die, you could just carry my body.
carry him on your back.
Yeah.
Just tell me how to do it.
I mean, ideally, you want to go up to here. I can make this. I'm not even gonna make that.
Where there's like sand is basically
Yeah.
a standing point, so right there you can stand.
Okay, so let's see. We shift, run, space, jump.
Got this, kitty. Oh, do you not have the stamina?
I mean, I'm a third hurt. Let's try and find another way.
Alright, we can certainly try, Eliza. You see how... Oh no.
Yeah, see, there's a path.
I don't feel so good, kitty.
Come on, then. Come off.
Kitty, you have to pick him up.
I
Yeah, put
I
him on
figured
your
it out.
back.
Okay, E. Okay, I got him.
Alright. Now you're carrying him and he's taking your like some of your stamina, so
I'll carry your body for my eggs to lay. That's crazy, Foxy. You underside of your eyes reflect a color
got
based
this.
on the
Mama got
color of the
this.
screen. Wait, on my PNG model? Oh, I think what's happening is because my color key, it's
no one's coming, never mind.
like I have green in my eyes on my PNG model, so that's probably what's going on. I think the color
I'm
key is
kinda
messing
used
it up.
to team-based games, people.
Foxy doesn't even lay eggs. How do you know? Maybe she does. You never know.
Watch out, that'll kill
Oh shoot, Kitty got very close to touching that. So she touched the butt.
Small pads.
Oh, check that box. Oh no, never
I mean,
mind.
how are you gonna go about this, Foxy?
Okay, well,
Elaborate a little bit. Elaborate. Tell me how it goes.
It might have something to heal next within it, but if you don't have enough health, it'll kill
Oh
you.
yeah, I was gonna say she should not be touching that
I mean, I
box.
could put him down and see.
But the thing is if it takes out enough of your health that you die, you both die here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a very dangerous play. They can't hear me because I'm just like very much so dead. Shoot, that's not good. This is tough.
Let's see.
But how you doing, Foxy? How you doing, Coffee? Thank you guys so much for coming on in. I really
Coffee's
appreciate
telling me
both
to
of you
gamble.
guys.
I mean, you do it if you want to do it. You do it if you
Alright.
want to do it.
I'm gonna put you right here next. Oh, come on.
Watch it be the skull.
Bugle of friendship.
That's insane. That was not worth the gamble, bro.
Oh, it's just a bugle.
That was not worth the
Can't help
gamble.
Nexus with that at all. That doesn't. It's you're gonna waste it.
Oh. It's
Yikes.
already wasted, so boom.
Okay.
Huge plays by Kitty right here.
That was a waste.
Okay.
Now you're hurt and you probably won't be able to climb anymore.
Well, don't worry, I'll figure this out.
She's got
Moms
this.
always find a way, right?
She's got this. I believe in her. Should have made Mother gamble. Probably not, Coffee. Probably not. She's kind of screwed now. She might be very screwed here, actually.
Okay, Kitty, Theo's coming for you.
That's
Yell for
perfectly
Theo.
fine. It's okay.
She might be very
I'll
screwed.
figure it out.
Yep.
There.
Damn, that was loud. Oh, damn. That kind of hurt my eardrums. just a
Hi,
little bit.
Sayo. I see you. Hi.
Wait, where is he? Oh, he's way over there.
Hi. I'm over
Oh,
here.
Lord.
I see you. Okay. I have like no stamina and Nyx is unconscious. Same.
I regret nothing. Well, I'm glad that you don't regret anything.
Oh.
I'm glad that you don't. This is not looking good for us, though. It's looking quite tough. I don't know if she's gonna be able to make this, dude. She's got a smidgen of stamina. This is the exact issue that I had, which ultimately led to my demise, dude. I died because of such a small stamina bar. You might meet the same fate as me.
Yeah, I have half health and Nyx is unconscious.
Got any food? Yeah, feed
Yeah,
her.
no. Oh, okay.
Yeah, eat some of those.
And then take Nexus from her.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead and drop next. There we go.
There you go.
Okay.
So if you find any more food, Kitty, eat
It
it.
might resurrect me.
Well, my food bar, I guess, is non-existent. It's just having a healing, I guess the word would be.
Yeah, I just figured I don't know where your stomach is at, but it can help you a little bit if you had any.
Yeah. Well, the stuff I had, you were saying was gonna make me pass out.
Wait, did she drop that stuff?
Because it'll give you stamina or speed, but then as soon as you get done with
She
that,
did drop that stuff. Oh no.
and it takes your stamina and stuff, so it'll make you pass out.
Dude, this is not worth it for my my dead body, bro.
Oh, you've got enough stamina now that I think you should be able to.
This is not worth it, bro.
You said I could stand there, you lying fucking game.
Bapu bop bop bapu.
Usually you can. I don't know why.
Well, come on in, man. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. How you doing? How you doing? You guys are all doing very well while I await for my rescue operation to go well. Thank you for the hydrate, Squishy. I appreciate you. Let me go ahead and do that real fast. I appreciate you.
Oh, you're jogging?
Uh-oh. Oh, that could have been tough, bro.
I didn't go all the way down.
Yeah, I was scared for a second.
Start screaming.
Because I slipped where it said I could walk. My character decided to climb.
I got you. There you go. I think I could just climb up here and then pull you up.
Also, Kitty, if you ever are stuck with somebody and you need to get up higher, if they bend down and jump while you're on their head, they'll bounce you too.
Oh, neat.
Yep.
I goomba stomp if you must say. Dude, I wish that I just died so that way I could talk to them. I'm kind of wishing I just died instead of like being carried.
I just remember if I got it. Oh wait, right here.
I want to yap to these guys. I want to be a silly goose. Thank you for the 5 seconds of planks. Let me do that real fast. 1 second, chats.
Ah, what is that? Oh, okay. I will hydrate in just a moment.
How many seconds of planks? 5, 10, 20. Are you doing all 25? Yeah, you're doing all 25. Alright.
Get some water.
Yep. I think the rest
Okay. We just have to get there before I starve.
Yep. There's a bunch of marshmallows up there.
Oh,
Alright. Yeah, it's so that way people don't spam too much. That's why there's a limit. Do these 25 seconds. I know, but I know that there would be people in here that would be like, oh, thousands of minutes of planks, and I'm like, no,
I'm bringing gifts.
I don't feel like refunding that many channel points, you know?
Guys, we have food. Look on my bag. We got food.
Oh yeah, we can cook him!
Finally, we won't starve up here.
For real. I got you.
Oh, who is you?
Got you. There we go.
y'all fucking left us.
No, no way.
No.
We thought you guys
Rule
found the
0,
one.
never leave anybody behind. I stayed to feed that backpack.
There we go. 25 seconds complete. Pop. Porky.
I want to get his leg.
Diversity is crazy, broski. Bonkers. Oh,
Guys,
Y'all
I have
okay?
bad news.
Armrest just
Food is alive
fell.
again.
Our food is alive. Oh.
Hello.
Next.
Hello. Sorry, my armrest fell off.
Need you.
Did you know you were gonna feed us for a week?
I'm getting hungry.
Really?
Hungry. Marshmallows.
Ooh, marshmallow.
How do I, oh, okay, I guess I don't get one.
Remember to cook it, you guys.
Wait, who took kitties?
For me.
Who took
There you
kitties?
go.
There was. I don't know.
I was
somebody-
feed
There
you.
wasn't.
I took two.
But I fed you.
Well, there you
I
go,
was
that's why I don't have one.
Because he's greedy.
Badass.
Alright, so I'm starving and I'm hurt, so are there any coconuts?
Can I? No.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Meow.
Porn page, what is this?
Better not do that again.
Porn page.
Dear Diary, bad news.
Salad.
The ship captain made an oopsie, and we found.
Scully, away from me!
Meow.
Thankfully, Mysterious Island are much.
My big fat ass gonna land on you. Uh-oh.
Stop.
So, would you guys
There you
believe
go.
me if I said that I'm already half health?
So am I.
Oh my god!
Oh no.
You took that fall too?
Are y'all all?
I thought I could slide down that, bro.
What are you doing, you idiots? Get it together, or we're not gonna make it to the top.
My bad, brosive.
I don't think we're gonna.
Can somebody carry
No,
me?
that attitude.
I low-key am poisoned also, so this is going very well.
No, that's way, guys. Oh, okay, guys. Got it. You guys got it.
Yeah, bro.
All you.
I'm an OG.
Nothing there. There's nothing.
Unclawed?
I'm like half dead, so now my stamina's been half.
This way, guys.
It's okay.
This way, this way.
Every time like a
Quad?
water drink, you can drink it so you can have a second bar.
It's pokery sweet, man. Come on.
Meow.
Wait, we need those mushrooms, don't we?
Shrooms?
Don't get poisoned, or else you won't get the mushroom cap.
I'll do
Wait, there's a
shrooms.
chest, a luggage over there.
Zuff, can you move?
Let's go see if there's any.
Zuff, can you move? Zuff, can you move?
It's just me and you. It's just me and you. Where's Seal? We gotta see Seal.
I was gone, bro. He was actually the marshmallows.
It's always been me and you.
Okay, bro. You're not as cool as Sayo.
We didn't need those other background characters.
Yeah, bro. We're the real stars.
You look awful.
I look beautiful.
You kiss your mother with that mouth.
I do.
What are you doing?
Actually, I kiss your mother with this mouth.
Yeah, kiss these nuts, loser.
No. I kiss your dad's, though.
No, I won't kiss your nuts. Big friend.
Fake friend is crazy.
Ooh.
Meow. Are you winning, son? Zuff, can you hurry up, bro?
Shut up.
God, you're so slow.
I'm carrying our supplies.
Okay, bro.
Okay, where do you want to go now?
I want to go this way, bro. Yes.
See, I like this. I like this energy.
Meow.
This barking energy. I love barking. What can I do?
Okay, furry. Are you coming, Brosif?
What happened? Where?
Come on, Brotato. I'm waiting for you. Meow.
I think we're in for a world of pain if we don't hurry up.
I think we're climbing.
That's a good observation.
I know, right?
This guy, he did it again.
I know.
Doing it. Help me
That's
up.
so smart. Eh, you're fine.
I'm fine.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to slow you
you're
down.
strong. I believe in you, bro.
Where are you looking? Oh, here.
Meow.
Up here. Look.
I need bandages, bro.
Look next to TTP. PP.
Yes, Zuffrix TTP.
Here.
I'm right here, Zuffrix TTP.
Pretty much, man. Oh, well, I'm here first.
Nuh-uh.
Oh god, I thought you died.
I'm over here first.
Yeah, it's only because I had no stamina, so yeah.
Skill issue.
That's okay, we're like Sonic and Shadow.
Yeah. I love rolling around, bro. I think somebody just exploded down there. Wait, I want to go see if I can get some bandages. Hold on.
Where? Oh, the luggage?
Yeah. There's a cool piece of luggage over here.
What'd you get, buddy? Oh, there is luggage down there.
There's so much luggage around here.
I'm lugged up.
Let him cook. Bop. I got a med kit! Thank you for the hydrate fee. I'll do that in 1 second. I appreciate you, brother.
Did you win it? No, I haven't won it here, but we didn't get to the...
I can't hear you. Hold on.
Me and Nex are like bodying this whole thing.
Yeah, we're so cool. Do you need any bandages, broski?
No, I'm hurt like a little bit, but it's not a lot. Nothing crazy.
Okay. Well, I got a bandage in my inventory.
Okay.
I'm gonna use it on somebody's dead body.
Yeah, like after they've fallen and hurt.
Yeah, bro. After they're already skeletons, I'm gonna use it on them. I thought I had enough energy to get up there, bro.
This way. This way.
Are you sure?
This way. Yes. Oh. Yes.
I'm coming, bro. I'm coming. Thanks, bro.
You're welcome, bro, Chacho.
Thanks, broski.
Alright, I see a little hole. We gotta go through this hole.
I'm right behind you, bro. Hurr! Do you know where we're going, bro? I'm a little bit stuck. Wait, is this the world barrier?
Oh god!
Oh my god. Oh god. Go! 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 Well, that didn't work.
Oh my god, my whole screen is white.
I know, bro. We went right into the fog right there. Holy.
A little too far. A little crazy.
The silliness took over a little too much.
Definitely.
Actually. I reckon we can. Watch this. We cannot make that. We cannot make that.
It's okay, I'm alive.
Are you good? Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I just don't think we have enough. I have a baton. We could use that.
Wait, we have a what?
A Capiton.
Yes.
So here's what I'm thinking we're doing. Ready?
Uh-huh.
Somersault jump onto this,
Yeah.
and then hit a 360. Setting the baton. I'm gonna hold onto the baton really quick. Once I get my enough. Okay, that was not enough stamina.
The fog is rising.
And then we should be able to climb up here. Yep. I guess I'll pick you up. I guess.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
That really means a lot to me.
We can get up here. Stop. Where do we go?
I reckon we go over here.
To the side.
Cha-cha real smooth.
Oh, God, help me.
Got you, bro. Hold on.
No way, is that poison?
Nope.
It's not? Okay.
We are all good, broski. I don't know if you're in my chat because of share chat, but congratulations, Brain Dead. Congratulations.
Alright, where to next?
I'm thinking about it, bro. Yeah, that should be good. I don't need to climb down, bro. I just need to climb up. I need to climb down.
You wanna play Peak or something?
Urgh.
I don't even have that redeem ready. I'm such a noob.
Whoa, bro, we're such gamers. Oh no. It's slippery. Oh no.
Yeah, it's raining.
I really don't appreciate that.
Shower non-consensually.
No!
No.
But we're gamers, bro. We're VTubers. Can't be taking showers. We'll lose our VTuber status.
I don't want to drop this. But
Got this, bro. I made it, broski. I'm right here. I'll catch you.
thank you.
No problem. Alright, we got this. We got this.
There's no.
It's not worth it, bro. That's way too far down.
She's not worth it, bro.
Yeah, bro. It's not a big booty goth Latina.
Focus on yourself, King.
I know, right? The Goonin can wait.
Pretty sure.
Goon to Jane Doe, mommy ASMR.
Alright. A little descriptive, pal.
Girlfriend beats you for frying pan ASMR.
Hey, honey.
Hey, honey.
Ding.
I really missed you. Bong. Thank you. Oh my god.
It's like, oh, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh, more bandages.
Whoa.
That's what we need.
I know, right?
Can you believe it, guys? Christmas. A week away.
Wow, really? I think Kieran is asking for some ASMR from us.
Do not ASMR. Alright, you got it next. Go ahead. I've turned you up.
Was that good enough?
Alright, that was, I mean, it's got me going.
I know, right? That was some peak ASMR. Ouch! I'm shall killing. I'm sure shall we.
Oh, we did it. We're so cool at this game.
Yeah. Can we kill next? No. I'm too much of a gamer, bro. I hear a lot of screaming.
Yeah, I did too.
That's not good. This has been way too relaxing and too peaceful, bro.
I literally have like calm music playing in the background.
I don't have any music playing right now. All I hear is their screams.
Oh, look behind you. Who's that fella?
Oh, hi, kitty. Hello. We made it. Oh, wait, she's not here. Oh, she's so shy. I'm literally weeping right now.
We're so good next.
I know, right? We're such pro gamers.
We're so pro Is that an island? Is that an island?
Yeah. Is this One Piece? Are those the Sky Islands?
Whoa.
Can we get much higher? So high.
I want to grab this luggage.
Don't fall,
I
bro.
want to grab this luggage. Oh god.
Oh damn, you took fall damage, bro.
Yeah, there's increased fall damage. In this
That
map.
is insane. Wait, Zuff! There's 2 luggages stacked on each other over there.
I see it.
That's so goofy. Hold on, I'm getting a screenshot of that. Oh. Apparently I am not getting a screenshot of that.
Me when I lie. Can you help me up before I die?
Where are you? Come here.
Right here. Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh god.
No, no, no! Zuff! No!
I'm alive.
You alive? Okay, good, good, good. I tried to grab you, but it did not work. Let's try this again.
Hi, Zuff.
There's a ghost haunting.
Hi, guys.
Eliza's gotta go, so she killed herself.
Yeah,
Aww.
to tell you guys goodbye.
Bye, Eliza.
Bye, Liza.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay,
She disappeared too.
that's so...
I got.
Where is she? What? Is my schizophrenia going off? Where is she? Where is she? No! Meow.
Alright.
Wait, there's a scroll. What is that?
Scan your shrooms.
Whoa, I got a heat pack, bro. Hold on. Turn around.
Honey perk. Honey
Turn
perk.
around. There you go, bro.
What happened?
Yoink.
Where is everybody?
Hi, Kibby.
Hi.
Hello. Let's see, we're waiting on Sayo, Selly, Stowe. Can we get much higher? So high. Jeff, please do not fall again, my boy. Are they good down there?
Yeah, they got Selly with them. Pretty. I'd say they're pretty fine.
Are you sure?
Nuh-uh. Sit down.
Yeah, because
You-
Selly's really good at the game.
Yeah, she made me do one of them head jumper things.
Head jumper things?
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know what that is either.
She crouched down. I hopped on her
Oh, she
head.
boosted you.
She did the thing, and then I did the thing, and then we got out.
Hell yeah. Also, there's a piece of luggage way over there.
Where?
Right out where I'm pointing.
That one? On that little island rock thing?
Yeah, way out there.
We should go get that.
Do you have flight enabled or something? Like, how are you gonna get over there, bro?
No, but genuinely, how would you get
I
that?
don't know.
There's probably like a little measly little rope connected to it.
I mean, granted that there are sky islands over there that physically cannot get to. I think it's just the seed, because there's also those 2 luggages over there that are stacked on each other, which I've never seen.
But think about it. It could be really cool stuff over there.
Yeah, bro, it could be dev tools.
Dev tools.
Yeah, bro.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
We'll go grab another marshmallow.
No, you gotta wait.
I'm fat and I'm hungry.
Hey, buddy. I didn't say you could do that.
Hey, buddy. I don't care.
Alright, fair enough. We just take all of the marshmallows. Grab a backpack, fill your bag up.
Fill the bag up with marshmallows.
And then just be like, I don't know where they were.
I don't know.
That's so weird, all the marshmallows are gone? What?
Who would have thought? Did you grab all of the berries off the bushes too?
Maybe.
Good. Yoink. I hear somebody over there. Quick, bro, before they see you.
You're so right.
Hello. I saw you.
Yeah, you totally cannot see all the marshmallows out of Zuff's backpack.
You're supposed to be a ghost.
Yeah, you're not supposed to see anything.
To the game devs.
This way.
Hi guys.
This
Hi.
this way.
You guys should go that way, actually.
Uh oh.
Look how Zuffrix.
Thanks, Nexus.
No problem, Zuffer sucks.
I can't turn my back to them. I can't turn my back to them.
Oh wait,
I wish I had a.
Can you guys hurry? I'm gonna start starving today.
Oh, frick,
So
my
slow,
bad.
Sally.
My
What the
bad.
heck?
My bad.
Yeah, bro.
This isn't normally how
Can you play your bugle?
You're right. Sorry. I'm usually much
What
cooler.
is
I
Theo
think.
doing?
Help me, Nex! Help me! Help me!
You're fine. You're a pro gamer.
Haha, I got this though.
Hello.
Oh, you got the honeycomb. That's so good
Uh-huh.
for you.
I'm trying to get the freaking achievement.
Massive W.
Kitty's the only one who we're missing because Eliza left.
Yes.
Kitty's
Yeah.
there.
Let's go get her back in here.
Kitty's there.
You guys can revive her.
Oh,
Hi,
that's
Kibby.
disorienting.
Kid, good day.
Hi. What's the dark shadowy
Every time you die, that grows.
oh. So
Yeah.
it punishes you for being bad.
Yeah, pretty much.
Did you guys eat all of it? You
Happen?
audacious people.
I'm gonna count.
Definitely.
I'm gonna count. Hold on. There are four of them.
Alright, let's go, guys. Are you ready for the next one?
Alpine. Easy peasy.
Yeah, thanks.
Now I gotta cook all of these. Wait,
Bro, you burning them all.
Wait, guys. I have
You
stuff.
haven't. Can I? Oh,
I was greedy. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, he got a little too gluttonous.
Oh. That looks
Let
like
me
fun.
hear Theo.
Huh?
What happened?
Mushrooms can be a valuable resource of nutrition in the wilderness, but watch out, some of them can kill you or even make you
Look at
poop
this
your pants.
nerd
There's always a
reading.
way to tell
I can't
mushrooms
read.
apart, though here's just one example.
Yeah, nerd.
it's in the back.
Check that out.
Alright,
Yeah.
I'm ready. Oh,
Yeah.
she's just
Wait,
going off by herself.
Let's do this.
Wait, Sally, wait for me. You can't leave.
Bow, 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 bow.
The ladies
Come on,
gotta
guys.
stick together.
We should all team up, and we should.
Oops, I
all-
tripped.
Hey, another.
Oh, rip, bro. The boys should all hold hands.
Oh, there's two
Oh, the
pieces
boys
of
I
are
just
luggage.
forgot to tie my laces is all.
Oh, there's
There's
so
a
many.
bunch
There's
of
like 3
luggage.
in 1. Like
There's
Yeah,
one.
I did
Oh, there's
this
one.
one.
Who threw that? What the hell?
2, 3,
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Can we get much higher?
Mine. Mine.
Move. You yellow person, move.
Whoa!
Might have
I'm
been right-
Asian. I'm Asian. Whoa!
Pocket from the heart. The heart.
Is there bandages anywhere?
No.
Wait, I have a bandage. I have a bandage.
Get near the fire.
Ow! Hey, come here. Don't worry,
Ow.
don't need bandages, guys. Just group together.
Oh,
Come
I'm
here,
actually really cool.
Guys, group together. Ready?
Thank you.
Okay. So anybody got any stories?
I shouldn't and I farted.
I feel like we're missing Kitty.
No! This is warm as
Oh yeah,
up.
we're ditch. Alright, I'm warm. Bye, guys. Here I go.
Right behind you, bro.
Oh, really?
Yeah, bro.
Us guys should go on a guy trip.
Yeah, we're Sayo.
No, you can't take Theo from us.
Come on, Sayo. Let's go, bro.
Come on, Seal.
Gotta go.
Yeah, we gotta go on a really cool adventure.
I think so.
I saw her going forward really fast.
We
Meow.
bro.
Yes, bro.
Next, bro.
Yes, Zuff, bro.
Capybaras
Can I help you, Zuff bro?
Ew.
Stop looking at me, Zuff. Where's the capybaras? Ah, cold! Oh, wait, we're fine.
Uh-oh.
Oh, your bag.
No, wait, okay. Yeah, fine.
I'm grabbing all the fruits because I am a gluttonous bastard.
Me?
I hunger.
What am I'm trying to. Hello.
Go ahead.
I was trying to raid some.
Wake up, Zuff. Wake up. Wake
you're
up,
right,
Zuff.
you're
Come on, Zuff. Aren't we supposed to be on a really cool adventure together, bro?
10 a.m. Zuff.
You're
Come
right,
on,
bro.
wake
Here,
up.
Come on, bro.
I'm coming, bro, man.
Thanks, bro, Civ.
Brawlicule.
Thanks, bro.
Somehow started.
Where's Sayo? Is Bro Tato with us?
You gotta come with the bros.
Yeah.
You guys are so fast.
I know, right?
Come on, bro.
My bad, bro. It's not my fault I can only last 0.2 seconds.
Not my fault. I'm only.
I'm sorry I'm born with fragile shins and I can't climb a mountain as fast as you guys.
It's okay.
Oh,
bro.
yeah, it's okay. We accept you.
Protein shake. It's alright. What'd you say?
Shake?
You said
okay.
can it
We
shake?
accept you,
I
Sayo.
haven't tried.
I'm trying.
It's not every day we crash on our plane, you know? Normal
Yeah.
day.
It's actually been
I
every day
wonder
for me.
where-
It's awful.
You should jump.
Really?
Yeah.
Kitty is.
I don't think he knows anything about how the mountain works, though.
Ah, cold!
Yo, bro.
Cold, like my ex's heart. Come on, guys.
You don't need to restate something we already know. What do you mean?
Are we safe right here, Bro Tato?
You're safe with me, Bromeo.
Whoa. Thanks, bro. I feel so safe right here.
Zia, why are you so far away? Embrace us, bro.
Yeah, bro. We gotta all hold hands.
It's not like open tuna.
Are we interrupting?
What the fuck did you say to me?
Oh, look, capybaras!
Next, help me. Next, help
Capybaras!
Next up.
Capybaras!
Wait, I need to see.
Where are the capybaras?
Cappy ball.
You see that smoke? You see that smoke here? See that smoke?
Oh.
There.
I wanna go see the capybaras.
I need to see
But
this.
this-
Let's see capybaras. They're so
Capybara.
Capybara.
Capybara, capybara,
Hug your
capybara.
cappy
Oh,
ball.
cold.
Oh, it's
Cold.
cold, man. It's cold, man.
Okay, come warm up with
Oh,
Big
remedy
Man.
fungus.
Big guy.
It's okay, broski. I'll brute force it.
Yeah, I can handle it. Oh, that's actually really tall. That's actually kind
Capybara. Balls.
yeah, it's kind of.
Not with that attitude.
I'm pulling. There we go.
Ooh, that was too low.
That's perfect for me though. See you.
Coming,
Oh,
Capybara visitors. Capybara.
guys.
Yeah.
local exclusive.
Don't slip in the banana peel.
Coming, guys. Don't worry.
Oh God.
Thank you.
I'm so cold and big.
Cold. It's cold. It's cold.
Come on up.
Right here.
I'm freezing my balls off, cuz.
Capybara.
Here are the
I'm
capybaras.
starting to feel like icicles down there.
I feel like a horse in Red Dead Redemption.
I think I'm dead.
Where is it?
Oh, capybara.
You do not get my friend Cal got
bad.
a horse in Red Dead Redemption. What do you mean you think you're dead? What happened?
It's so cute.
Capybara.
Oh yeah, here. Does anybody want the crab hat? Here. Play the bugle here.
Here you go.
If you want the crab hat.
Wait,
I just remembered.
can I
just
see the
remembered.
bugle?
Come down here and play the bugle in the capybara.
Oh, I got it. W.
You got
Sayo,
it?
do you want it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I already did it.
Oh, you got it?
Where are you, Zuff?
I'm down here.
Guys,
Oh, Come on, come on.
I can't climb up.
Why not?
Are you
It's
injured?
like really cold.
He froze his balls off.
Wait.
That's a
Wait,
secret
I need more
watcher.
stamina for this.
Let me know. Any moment now.
Whoa, where'd you get that blue banana?
Now.
Any moment now.
I got it in the mountains over there.
That's crazy.
Okay. And
You'll try to push me off.
No. I don't know what you're talking about.
Your
Nope, I
stream
can't,
is
I can't, I
supporting
can't.
you.
Nope.
By the way, I have like 50,000.
Oh, really?
God damn, you can't do anything right. Get your ass up.
Come on!
Eyes off.
I go on this
Oh,
side.
there we go.
Flopping out of water.
Thanks, guys.
Cap, there we go.
Right
Here's
here
the
if you
bugle.
wanna get it. It's right here.
Give me Boggle. Boggle.
It's called a bugle, or
Yeah.
actually, it's called a bugle.
Actually.
Yeah, be okay.
Yes.
How
I
did
got
you
it back.
pick it up?
I got it back.
You're so real for that, bro.
Let's see what's in your bag, though.
What?
What's in your bag, man? Ooh.
How did I slip? On what?
It's
What
a
did you slip
banana.
A banana.
What did you slip on?
Do you guys
stupid?
gonna go inside or upward? Inside
Upward.
or upward?
I wanna go inside.
Okay. Inside.
Where's inside?
This way, behind ya. We're going inside. Let me save this very important banana peel.
Actually, can we
Is
even
that
go
the
up inside?
bugle? Where did where do we go?
That's why I asked. Cause I don't know where to go.
Didn't ask.
This way. Not this way.
Follow
I
that.
have to try going.
That is not the way.
Or
That is not the way. I don't
ran
know.
that way. I've used my
We
brain.
could go here, and then. Oh wait, those rocks we can't climb on them.
Yeah, we're gonna slip off.
did you fall?
Hope not. I sure
It
hope
went all
not.
the way down.
We could probably climb right here.
Banana peel. Woo.
Yeah.
Woo. I have stuff. Wait, let me check. I got a. Oh, I got a baton. What? Oh.
No! How'd I get?
Oh, frick!
I can watch you. I can watch you.
You can make it? Oh, wow.
Yeah, Pipara.
Is he dead? Oh, there he is! He's
Oh
carving
no,
his
I'm not
own
making
path.
that. I'm not making
Going
that.
that
He's carving his own path. This one, to the left. I think. Oh, yeah.
Very, very bonita.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Nope,
Pretty sure
nope,
Malice
nope,
was
nope,
far here.
nope.
I'm a little bit cold.
Cold!
I'm a little bit cold. I don't know about you guys, but
Bothered me anyway. This way, guys, this way. This way.
I'm kind of freezing my balls off, bro.
It's okay, bro. You don't need it.
I don't need it. It's crazy. I mean, it's true, but damn.
What's in the luggage? Oh my god, it's like a pack and a band. I don't have anything.
Got me.
Is there food over there?
No.
Lollipop. And a heat pack?
Yes.
The lollipop doesn't give you food. So I'm just gonna...
Coffee, I don't know where Kitty went. She kind of went off on her own.
Yeah, she was with us.
Yeah.
Dead yet? She's not dead
I don't
yet.
know. I don't know where Kitty went.
This way, this way. I fell.
Yeah, we
Eiffel
found
Tower.
Give me food. Aw.
Save
Can I
me.
eat these?
Thank you. Yeah, you can eat those. Those are not poisonous.
Thanks. Yeah, me too. I need some too.
Happy Barbara.
I'm gonna grab
Okay,
one more.
now
Can you
what?
grab me?
Wait, where's Zuff?
Now what?
Zoof went like that way.
Never mind.
Hold on, I'm
Oh,
gonna
this
grab
way?
one more.
This way.
Wait, how do you guys point?
Middle
For me,
mouse.
it's middle mouse. Yeah.
I see.
Wait. I see a vision.
Why don't we go this
A
way?
vision?
Yeah. I'm gonna give it a shot.
Got this, bro. I believe in you.
Hiya!
Thank you.
Can we make it? Wait. Wait. Can we make that though?
I don't know.
Oh, maybe from the tree. Yeah. Maybe from the tree.
Can you grab that?
Oh, where am I? This way. This branch.
Yeah, we can go up this way.
Oh,
Oh wait, I made it.
help! Help me! Help!
Grab it.
Oh, thank you. Are you good?
Yeah. I got the shell. Did you make it?
Yep. Hopefully. Yeah, I made it.
Pick me up.
No! 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 Do you need a bandage?
Oh, she's dead. I bet that
Uh-oh, that's not good.
bandage is not gonna heal that.
Wait, is she actually dead?
Yeah, she's.
Hi, kitty. What is this? I've never seen this. How do I... Wait, what is this thing? Oh! What is that? I can't see.
Oh my god.
I can't see.
There's a shelf mushroom. Oh wait, you can't see anything. Not bad.
Yeah, I cannot see. I'm just seeing God's ball sacks right now, bro.
Oh, but you're really close actually. More than the others.
Am I?
It'll go away. Yeah, you're much closer. It's an easier path for you.
Okay.
Go this
Once
way
you're
next.
not,
Look,
you know.
I don't trust you, Zuff.
Blind. He's blind.
way.
He's blind.
This way, see? See where I am? Go
No, I
there.
don't see where you are,
Why
bro.
did you die?
This way,
Why
see?
did you
Look,
die?
look up. Look up.
No, you're falling.
No, I want to grab that mushroom. I can see now.
Can you see now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should. There's
see
like
me?
an easier path.
Can
for
you see me?
Yeah, I can see you,
Much
bro.
better path.
Go this way. Where you see where I am? This way.
Hang on, I'm trying to grab this.
Wait, did next die as well?
No, I'm here.
No. Yeah. No. Go behind you. Go behind you.
Behind you.
Wait, go behind me?
Stupid nerd. Stupid
Yeah.
nerd.
There's like a slope there, and you should
See
be
this?
fine.
Turn around.
Where's
nerd.
Zuff is? Where's Zuff? Turn around.
See where I am?
I'm not climbing.
No. No.
Oh, you talked about going around it?
Fast goober.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Zuff was telling me to go onto the ice. I was like, I'm not dumb. I know it's gonna give me
You should
frostbite.
jump off the mountain. You should jump off the
See, this is why I don't trust Zuff.
I
You should
agree.
jump off the mountain.
Lunge to the right.
I made
There you go.
Yippee! I mean, I do have a lollipop that I could just brute force some of it.
Yeah.
Maybe near the top. But this one, I think you can reach.
I hope I can make this.
No, you can't reach it.
Are you
You
sure?
can't
Yeah,
reach
no, I cannot.
Beton.
We got this, we got this.
You got this. All you.
I'm a pro gamer.
Wait.
I might not make this.
To the left, maybe? Question mark?
Nope, not making that. Hold on.
Oh no. Grab!
Nice. Huge plays.
You can lunge to the left and then jump. Maybe?
You think?
Like that, like curve area.
Like right here?
Yeah, that part. If not, you can just grab the bit. Jump!
Oh, I made it. Huge.
There's a luggage here.
Yep. Ooh!
Nice.
Ooh!
This is the one. All you.
I got this, bro.
Oh, and there's food too. You got this.
Oh, Guignona!
Nice.
My backpack is
Almost
full.
there.
My backpack is full.
Almost there.
I don't think I've ever made it to the top on this one. I always struggle because of the
Really?
frostbite. Yeah.
I think the right one's easier. You jump into the rock.
I actually solo carried my friends through the lava one. That one was really fun.
Oh really?
Yeah.
The lava's easier than the ice. The ice is like the worst.
I don't like the frostbite on here. I see the fire!
You did it! You did
I did it! I did it!
Let's go! See you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Lmao.
I still got my lollipop.
Oh yeah. And you got like.
Oh yeah, look at this. Ooh,
Perfect.
ooh. Oh yeah, look at this.
I lost my bugle though.
Oh, this is so sad.
What the hell? This ASMR. That's not really ASMR. Ah! This is terrible. Let me just mute some real quick.
Thank you so much for the ASMR stuff. I did it. I did it.
Can you revive?
I don't know. Can I revive you?
Revive me?
I don't know. Can I?
Dead besides Kitty. I would revive me.
I don't know. Can I?
Yeah.
I don't know. Can I?
They're
Bro.
struggling.
They're struggling.
They're struggling quite a bit, I think.
That is very no bueno.
Mumiko is dead. She's
Wait, actually?
no, she's like she has so low health, she's gonna die. Oh,
Dang.
Frog was up. Frog.
What?
Hey,
My
Frog.
glasses. I can see.
What?
Oh shit. Yeah, they're cooked.
Yeah, I don't think that they're gonna make it.
Oh my god, Frog
this too
below
close?
her.
They might be a little bit fucked.
Really? Is it too close? No, right? Surely not.
Revive me, revive me.
Don't do it.
Revive.
What if I just like... What if I just stared at it, Zuff? What then?
Yeah, kind of does a little bit. You get like an arm or a leg.
You get like an arm?
What if I just like don't revive you? What if I only revive Selly and Kitty?
Got nothing. You don't even have rope.
What then, Zuff?
I don't think that's how that works.
But what if I made that how it works?
Or you go to hell when you die.
Aren't you?
On God?
On Jaha.
Alright.
What? On Jaha, yeah, correct. Yep.
Yes.
You
Piak.
wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand it.
Piak.
Alright.
I don't think that they're going to make it.
Yeah, Seal might make it. I think he has like a lot of stamina.
How far away from the peak is he?
You know that path we were on with the tree and the mushroom and then the baton? That's where they're at.
Oh, they way down there.
Yeah, they didn't follow you. That's why
Oh.
they were like, ooh, they're gonna carve their own path or something like that.
Well, I'm simply built better than that.
Alright. You can revive now. Everyone's dead. You can revive now.
Ever had Milo on rice?
Are you sure that everyone is dead?
Sio's good. He
Yeah,
like
but-
climbed up a baton. He's right. He's good. He should be coming up now. But
Once I know that they're all dead, I will revive.
he like just died.
He was trying to make it.
He's gonna make it.
I believe in Sio. He's doing wonderful. He's doing a wonderful and amazing job.
So ever had Milo on rice?
I have not had that. What is that?
Everyone's dead now. You can revive.
It's pretty good. I think you should try it.
Where would I get this?
I don't actually know.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you good?
Asian supermarkets? Question mark.
I got a lot of Mexican supermarkets around me. Does that count?
I don't know if they have Milo, but maybe. Are they all?
Wait.
Do the thing.
What
Are
thing?
you open-minded?
Are you open-minded? No, I'm JFK.
He found a
Open
Pandora's
the-
lunchbox and now he's
I wanna-
Gucci.
I wanted you to fall off the mountain when you did that.
You want me to fall off the mountain?
Yeah, can you?
Oh
Can you
no.
for me?
I don't know, can I?
He's gone. What the hell?
Bro didn't even stick around to see the funny. That's
he
crazy.
didn't want to see it. He's like,
He tells me to jump and then just doesn't watch. That's
Kill
crazy.
yourself, leaves chat. Kill yourself, leave chat. Do it. Okay. Oh yeah, this was really funny. You're right. That was the yeah man.
My bad, bro. I stubbed my toe. I didn't do it properly. I'm sorry.
Okay, you're welcome. Their whole thing is right there. There's a big old hole for you. Just to see.
Wait, where's the hole?
The big one
No, don't.
right
Where?
in front of you.
don't do it.
Where
Remember when we
where's
had
the
big
hole?
nubs? Remember when you lost
In
your
your butt.
balls to reach this far? Remember?
I lost my balls. I better go get them.
No, no, don't do it, please. Actually, do it. Do it. I
Do
think.
it. Do it.
I think your balls are down there. I think maybe.
Do it.
You think?
Do it. Do it.
No, 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 no. Okay, I was just joking. I was just joking.
I would have gone to go get my balls though, bro. Are they actually dead? Like, where are they? What the frick, bro? I am awaiting for their arrival.
Hey,
What?
Mookie. Hey there.
What?
Hey.
What?
Are you open-minded? Are you looking for a third to enter your those?
You could say that I'm Abraham
Revive
Lincoln.
me. Revive me.
Should
Revive
I?
me, please. I don't know, should you? I don't know.
I don't know,
maybe
should
we
I?
should.
I don't know, maybe I might just go to the lava area without you, bud. Oh, did he leave? Oh, it's so sad.
you just left you. Oh, too.
I'm sobbing, bro.
Wanna hear a
L
joke?
friend. Why?
Wanna hear a joke?
Why?
What do you call poop when you cut it in 3 portions?
Oh god, I'll leave you to it.
I don't know.
Turds.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, this deserves jumping down the hole.
No, 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 no.
I'm ending the run.
No, I swear, it's a great joke. What do you mean?
I salute you.
Like to
Can you
bug
fall
Daisy.
off? Yes, fall off.
No, next.
I salute
You
you.
have no stamina.
You really like my
You have no
joke.
stamina. You have no stamina. Fall
Fuck.
off.
Oh my
Yeah.
freaking god.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my freaking
Oh my god.
To your right. Oh, no, you're fine. Ooh.
To your right, to your right.
Okay, I'm a professional gamer, so it's
You should die. You're nothing but a loser.
This
There
is
you
the
go, man.
consequences of your actions.
I might have sillied a little too hard.
There you go.
I'm
Seal's
sorry.
here, and now we can finally go.
Wait, he's here?
Yeah, he did it all by himself.
Wait,
Now
where?
You can revive us because he's here. You can revive us. He's behind
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
You can
yeah.
revive us now. You can revive
Yeah,
us.
he's
now.
right there. He's yapping.
Tayo!
It's just like,
Hi,
next, what if like
Oh my god, we're
we
so
see, like
back.
like a box of screaming
We are
Rimbos
so
and they're all
back.
just yelling and like the noise is so deafening that like the helicopter is like forced to save us to stop it.
There's another
I
backpack.
agree.
To the right, to the right, to the left, to the right.
So hungry.
Oh, I'm so hungry. Are we stuck?
We're waiting
What
on
is
Zuck.
this? I'm stuck. Oh,
Yummy.
let's like cook this.
I'll need to cook. Are we
I think we're
No,
stuck.
right.
are we stuck to
Help!
Wait,
Yes,
Help!
Yes,
wait, we're stuck.
There we go.
Okay, there we go.
What happened?
We were
together.
Yeah, I
Whoa.
was stuck on our arms.
We are so cooked.
Hello.
Technically speaking, we will get cooked because that eats lava.
Yo, wait, this song,
Welcome back,
I really
Katie.
excelled at this part.
Hello.
It's actually quite easy for me. Alright, team.
I can't wait to get burned.
The easiest part.
Yeah. I think the volcano inside is hard for me.
I'm not.
Does it look like it? Oh!
Are you okay?
You were like, it's so easy.
You don't
Dude, Wiser, you're so real for that. Ow!
He just jumped off. He just jumped off. I think he's
Did he
dead.
land in the lava?
I don't know where he is. He jumped off and then.
That
he
is so
did
peak if he
not
died.
make
Oh,
the
he is.
rock.
He's actually dead.
Oh my
Like,
god.
he's up is dead already.
Not today, guys. Not today. Don't worry. I got him.
Bro is in the molten rocks.
You win, down now.
To the right, to the right.
Next, can I have bandages?
Who DJ?
Oh,
Zup!
guys, I think
Bandage
we're.
him!
Oh no!
I think we're
Can he
missing
die
something.
already?
Wait, I can't heal us up.
Fell right behind you, Snow, and I said, "Well, I guess this is it." And then you didn't say anything.
Did you
You
heal
didn't
him?
turn around
Is
and
it working?
notice I died.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, he
It's
dead
okay.
dead.
Wait, can I get some?
Wait, how do I drop him again? Rise up.
Wait, I'm gonna feed him.
Bro's dead. What is that?
Is he good?
Oh, that's better
Is he
than what
good?
was happening before.
I don't think he's good.
No, he still
Team,
needs.
the
He
lava
still
is
has a whole
rising.
health
We
of
must go.
damage.
Ow!
So he needs more healing.
Oh, frick, man. I don't have anything.
To the right, to the right.
Pretty easy still.
Please don't let the poison be definite. How much is that much damage?
Because he fell.
Oh, yeah, that'll
They
do.
fell into lava.
Personally, I just tougher.
Personally, I think that's a skill issue.
Yeah, that's true. He's probably gonna die on my back. Oh
Ow.
well. Let's see. Is there anything there? I need bandages too. Egg! Oh! I need bandages. But I'm gonna eat this egg.
That is a really big egg.
I know, right?
Yum, 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 yum.
Wait, Shelly.
How do we eat
Get
it?
bandages.
Yeah? Oh, thank you.
I don't.
You have to crack it. Did you crack it?
How do
Thank
we
you.
crack it?
Yes.
You have to just drop it. Where do we go?
Over here, over this arch, it looks like a pretty good way.
Oh yeah,
There he
just
is,
go to
yep.
the arch. You're right.
Jeff's
Is
dead
he
now.
dead? His body.
I told y'all he didn't have enough healing.
Oh my
Oopsies.
god.
Fix. Help me.
Sounds like a
Okay,
skill
I think I'm
issue.
good.
It really does.
They died stiff as hell in the air.
Buys up dead body.
I tried, Zuff. I tried.
Frankly, that sounds like a skill issue.
Ow.
Are you good, Potato?
Yep. I was gonna.
Oh, my ear itches. That way. That way, that way.
myself by being.
Oh my goodness.
Well, good luck, Sally.
Yeah. Does anybody have a fan or something? Or fan?
I do not have a fan.
Oh,
Where
it's
do we go?
absolutely boiling in here.
Yep. It's really hot.
Where do we go?
Hot.
God, I'm so
How did you-
fucking cool.
Alright, child, we're gonna do something cool while we wait.
Wait, how did Zuff get revived? Wait, what?
Alright, child, we're gonna do like a super cool, try not to cringe challenge while we wait.
We're not that way.
You guys are gonna
I'm back.
Just didn't make that.
memes
I
that
don't know where to go.
I forgot.
Oh no. I made mistakes.
Like, that doesn't look very good.
Wait, no, this isn't funny. This isn't funny. We need like a try not to laugh challenge.
Try not to laugh in peak.
I don't think we're gonna.
Try
be
not to
able do
cringe
that.
challenge. Difficulty extreme, and it's a next video.
Oh wait.
Real, not clickbait.
Nothing that would
I think we should go towards that.
Fake? Real, not fake. Yeah.
I'm running out of
Oh,
I think
yeah, you're right.
because there's a chain. There's a chain.
Yeah, you're right. Or, oh wait, there's a chain here too.
Yes.
Chain under us.
That's why I was waiting for the lava to go down. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Ah, my ball!
It's so hot. I hope there's food.
Wait, right here.
Are you joking? There's nothing.
There's nothing? That's crazy.
That's huge.
There's another chain. What?
I did not see that one.
Hot.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Very slay, very.
Very silly.
There is a briefcase way over there, but
Isn't it too far?
a little bit, yeah. Plus, we're right here at the fire, so that'd be good.
Oh, Zufrix Ox left the expedition.
Sully, I'm so dead. I'm so dead.
Are you dead?
I'm so dead.
Come this way.
It's so over for me.
Come here, I'll pick you up.
It's I'm alive. I'm so.
I got you. Holy
Don't try to make that jump, bro.
Eat it.
Do not try to make that jump, bro.
What jump? This one?
For some reason, my model just like slid all the way down into the lava, bro. That was horrible.
Oh my god. You were under there for a good...
I know. I don't know if I could bait that.
I'm not evil.
Oh, it
Wait,
was
I can go first.
luggage. It was a bird nest. Okay.
All right.
I made it.
I believe.
Yeah, there was an egg in it. So turn around.
Thank
Got
you.
you. There we go.
Thank you,
Make it.
bro.
Oh, there. Easy.
Hold on. I'm gonna wait for these guys.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Come on, silly gooses.
It's on.
Wait, where's that?
The stuff crashed.
Oh, that's bad, buddy.
Come on, Sayo.
Grab us! Grab us!
Nice.
Nah, let's go, guys. Let's go. Oh wait, it's hot. Nah, the heat level
I'm built
bothered
better.
me anyway. Oh,
Build
nice.
nothing better.
It lets you rejoin. That's good.
I was wondering why I wasn't seeing his boosty ghost.
Yeah, I know. It's like, where'd it go?
ASMR.
Hello, Zufrix.
Goth mommy ASMR.
Goth Mommy ASMR.
Okay, yeah, you can hear me.
Sure, let me have it.
Where's the Goth Mommy ASMR? I've been looking for that all my life.
It's client side. It's client side.
It's client side? How do I enable this?
Yes. We did it, team.
Yippee!
We did it!
Alright, let's get these two back in here. Oh.
Hey,
Ow.
Ooh, chain launcher.
Welcome back!
Let me go put my
Dude,
ice cream in the.
Definitely not
I had to,
three-quarters of
use
my
a
bar.
demon incant to bring you back, so.
Hello.
Shall we?
You got this.
The road's kind of useless since I just keep dying.
Shall
from
we-
them, So.
We need to wait for Zufrix.
Does everyone have a marshmallow?
Where is Zufrix?
There you go.
Oh no, but I was making
Lighting
sure
it.
everyone had one.
Lighting it.
Lighting it.
Yummy.
Yummers.
Chain launcher and a rope. I'll get one rope too.
This is big.
I have a
Okay,
bunch of stuff.
stream is
If I
laggy
die,
as
it's Jover.
It's
Go
Jover.
sit down.
Oh yeah, I have a chain launcher, a rope launcher, and a rope. If I die, it's Jover.
I got a lot of food in my backpack.
Oh yeah, can I have one? I'm like real hungry. Oh wait, I'll steal this. Thank you.
Yes.
Is the one.
Idle hack.
For me, it's the second one since I've been dead 90% of the day.
Hello.
This is the hardest one, kitty. The lava rises
Bro,
as
they've
we
all
go
been
in.
fucking hard. The fuck are you talking about?
This one's fun.
Valid crash out. Valid crash out.
Crash out, so valid.
Super valid crash out.
Come on, guys, hurry up.
My bad, cuh.
Show your hustle. Jesus.
We got it, man.
Right here, bro.
Yeah. I'm just a girl.
I'm just a girl.
In the world.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, bitch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Top girlies.
My god, we should go get some Starbies after that.
Oh my god, if we reach
Oh my god, I would be so down for some
Oh
Starbies.
my god, we're acting just like Snow. My god.
Oh shit. I think we go forward, guys.
Team.
Wow.
Oh, he's
We have to
so
wait-
good.
We all need to go up this.
We gotta wait for Kitty.
Yeah, let's
I
go.
am literally
Let's
fucking
leave.
sprinting till I'm out, and I'm still fucking getting left behind.
Wait, really?
Yes!
Jesus
Is
Christ.
it a way to go in our...
It's our only fucking way right now.
Oh no, oh no.
You're okay, Brotato. Got you. Come here, Sayo.
Valid crash out, girly. Valid.
Yes, girl. Get it. Ooh. Yes.
We got you.
I told you it was the cacao that won it.
This way.
Girlies, I'm so loud.
Oh my god, you just shoved me off. Oh my god.
Wait,
Am I shrimping? I was shrimping a little bit.
Actually, don't follow me. I'm evil.
are those things this way? Loud sounds like it? Yeah, a little bit. I got you, don't worry. There's not a lot of space though, so I gotta move.
Yeah, I see that.
Keep moving.
Okay. Up here, up here, up here. Just come to me, come to me. I can't. There's not a lot of space here.
You can go around it. I'm a little creature. You're right.
Yeah, crawl around the corner. Yeah, you got it, yeah.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
I got you, I got you. You're good, you're good.
I was just making sure that y'all were good.
Yeah.
Y'all went two different directions.
Pick one. Pick your favorite.
Pick your favorite. Well, I
Oh,
guess
oh.
I'm thinking right here.
Oh, hi, kitty.
Where did Sayo
I was
go?
waiting for you.
He's-
Sayo's way up there. I'm shot! I know. I got a fat ass. What about it?
Bro.
It's nice and voluptuous.
And make you a sprinkler. That's all I got. Full sprint. That's funny.
Hi!
Yeah, behind us, behind us, behind us. Go backwards.
And what do you mean by that, V? Chef shot.
Where are you guys? Where are they?
You got this, kitty. Zuff is right there. You got this. Got this. I'll catch you.
Hit. Made it? Made it?
I got you.
They don't know.
I got you. I got you. Oh yeah, that might just be the idle animation of her Fugi. V. You good?
Yep. Maybe.
Problem.
I don't know. I'll find out.
really close.
That was really close because that used my what is it, emergency stamina?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm coming, Sayo. You're good, broski. We're gonna go this way.
Right here.
She got a shot back, man. Pretty good.
Is that ass fat head enough?
Good ball. It's pretty good.
I know, right?
I think about him a lot. Like, I forgot his name. I think it's Searcher. Like,
Yeah, that's the path we took. Just get right there. Hello.
Yeah,
So there's gonna be one more platform, but do your best to try and
And yeah, I'm not sure how you do it, V. Sorry, I had to mute in game. I'm not sure how you do it, but I'm pretty sure it's just like an idle animation. And Foxy, it's because we descent way too far into madness, so we ended up in hell.
push me off.
You guys got this. I'll catch y'all. Got one. Got two. Got three.
Oh god, careful. It's slick right there.
I'm gonna go down here first.
Sully, I don't know why, but I had like a schizophrenic moment and I thought you were Kasana.
Oh no, goodbye.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's one fucking red spot.
there, yeah. Climb from there, guys. Climb from there. Climb on this rock.
I kept trying.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much for coming on, and V, I appreciate you.
One more.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, there's rope, guys. There's rope. There's rope. We can just take the rope.
Too much cow from the cow. Nah, bro, that's my own titty milk. What are you talking about, Foxy?
Mishima Electric.
Oh, frick. Will I make it?
I got you, bro.
Holy shit. Oh, shit.
I got you, bro. Don't worry.
I'm gonna use my extra stamina.
Oh no. Oh no.
Wait, why did we leave that pit down there?
Did we leave a pin down there?
There's a pit down there. Wait, kitty, hold on. I'm gonna drop some rope and then just climb up from that.
No.
What do you mean no?
Okay, I'm dropping the rope. There you guys go. Go ahead and climb up with that.
Where?
There you go.
Thank you! I'll drop it right here.
All you. Is there anybody else below
You
us?
do it.
No.
You do it.
Done and leave
food?
Yeah, Zuff is up here.
I'm trying to fucking figure out where he is. You can't
Zuff
see
is right
the
here.
names unless you're close.
Yeah. It's much easier. Wait. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Where do we go? I have a rope launcher too.
Hell yeah.
I'm
We should
pretty
probably
hungry.
use that.
I do think that this is the first time we've actually all stayed together.
Well, yeah, we kind of are forced
In
to.
the snow area, when y'all said, "Oh, look at all those suitcases," I said, "Okay, I'll get the ones over on the left." And then, like, I could never catch up to y'all because I don't think any of y'all heard me.
Yeah, I didn't hear you. I'm not
Because
gonna lie.
I was carrying like 2 sets of bandages and a med kit, so I was like, "Awesome, we're set."
have any
And then like
food,
could
man.
never catch up to y'all.
So hungry.
Over here. I guess we're going on this. Help, 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 help.
I got you
Where are we
guys.
going from here?
I
have a rope
have no idea.
launcher. Here? Should I rope launcher here?
I got you, kitty.
Or here? Here? Here.
I shouldn't drink this, should I?
There.
Do we reach this? Can we reach this?
We can reach
I
it.
think we can.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we
We
can.
get higher.
Can we get much higher?
Oh, oh, luggage! My nuts! Nuts, mine!
Freaky.
Freaky.
What was in the luggage?
Nothing of importance.
There you go.
Just Sully's nuts.
I don't want to knock Kitty down.
That's gross.
Oh my! Oh, there's another luggage there.
Whoa.
Is there any food?
I ate
I'm
it, my bad.
starving.
I ate it, my bad.
My bad, cuh.
There's another nugget there. Can we reach it?
I can reach it.
Over there. Over there.
Can I drink this and be fine?
No.
No. No.
That'll just make you go very fast, and then you'll crash out.
Can you make it up?
Be careful, guys. There's lava.
Really?
Oh, see. Ooh, lava, damn.
Yeah.
Ah! Oh my god.
Ow.
Oh my god.
Oh, I don't want to knock Kitty in.
What was in it, Zoph?
Sports things will only give you like extra energy, right?
Yeah. Hot, hot, hot. Hot.
Think,
Well,
No.
wait, Kitty, go! Oh,
Wait,
no!
wait, where's Kitty?
No. He's down here. I got you though. I got you though.
Wait, where is Kitty? I can try to lower my rope for her.
Down here. Not yet. You should be fine. I'll pick you up.
Let me know if you need my rope.
I'm working on it. I got you. Hello. Got you. There we go. And Justin's just like, alright, I'm good.
You fucking walked away. I was like, alright. Hot,
This
hot.
climb sucks. Oh my goodness.
I think
Like trying to
chain launcher
push
or
yourself.
something, maybe.
Oh, wait, I got it. I see
Somewhere.
the vision.
Chain launcher somewhere?
That's a really good idea.
No, like right here. Right here?
Look, there's a bridge right here. We could get on this area and then like rope that, right? You know?
I think
and then climb to it, maybe. Hold on, I want to see for myself.
Ooh, I'm gonna fall.
I got no idea where we're
Go
going
this
right
way
now.
first. We could go this way first. Where's the outfit?
Yeah, this way works.
Kitty.
Sup, Kitty?
Wait, Kitty, no!
What?
Kitty's dead.
No, Kitty!
Kitty just walked off the edge. She's dead.
Dead as hell.
Yeah.
I was like, that, I could make that, and apparently I was wrong. I couldn't make that.
Thank you.
I don't think I can make this. I don't know about this. Oh wait.
Got you, I got you.
Like
Oh,
real
I'm
hungry.
on fire.
I'm burning.
Right here. We could go right here. We need the hooky thingy though.
Oh!
Wait, why are we going back to where we
Where do we go
were?
after that?
We go,
No, we went higher.
Here's who for you, test it.
No.
I don't know if I'll make this.
Daisy needs sliding.
You got this, bro.
Oh god.
Oh, I made it, bro.
Hell yeah, bro.
Gotta wait for my voice to go down.
But like, where do we go from here, bro?
I don't know, bro.
I'm not gonna make it across that.
Believe, bro.
I believe in you. You got this, Snow.
She's falling.
You got this. You got this.
We got you.
Nice.
Got you. One more.
Come on, bro. Come on, Sayo.
Come on.
You got this. You've got this. Nice.
You gotta believe.
Teamwork.
Luggage there, but like, how do we reach it? Oh, nar. I don't know. Somebody can reach this.
I might.
Reach this. Not me though. Not me.
I can lower some rope.
Okay, yeah, that's. Oh, you're falling. No, you're. Oh my God, you made it! Wow!
I'm lowering my rope.
Come back. No, you're
Come
not.
back. He's
A bit more.
It's not going
lowering
anywhere
rope.
there.
Keep going. Oh no! Where is it?
Oh, there it is.
Come back up. I got you.
Begin the child.
Holy
Yes,
shit.
siree.
Oh my God. Is this the one? This one? I can't reach it. I don't have enough stamina. Maybe.
I don't.
Help!
I need help.
I have to use my extra.
Oh, you need help? It's okay, buddy. Oh God. Okay. You need help, guys.
Lava.
Come.
I have to step back though. I have to
Where
step
we at, man?
Stop.
Yeah.
Is it good? Is it good?
Trail ticks?
Is it good? Help me! Oh shit, sorry, I was taking the rope.
Hang on, I'm gonna grab that chain launcher.
Yeah.
How do I get it?
You jump in
Yoink. Got it.
How do
Goodbye,
you do
guys.
that?
Just jump over to right here and you'll be fine.
Is there food?
No food, but I have a pin and a chain launcher now.
Well,
Nice!
I got some trail mix here.
Chain launcher!
Can I get it?
No, hold on, we can make this.
There you
This
go.
way. Someone make that! Someone make that! That isn't me! Oh wow. Damn. Oh, there's a platform
Easy.
underneath, so...
Light work.
Oh wow.
Got this snow.
Come on!
Come on. Nice.
Yeah.
Well played, well played.
Chain launcher! Chain launcher to up there! Chain! Or
Way
something,
up
I don't know.
there.
I still have some rope.
I can potentially get it like up. Wait, where?
This one?
Baton.
Or... Oh, baton. Wait, maybe later,
Well, I can probably get the chain launcher somewhere up there.
Like, where do we go after that?
Well, look, like you can
Right
climb right
there.
there.
Wait, we need to do it right here.
What the?
All right, I could try. Watch out. Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Excuse me.
Nope. Put it here, right? Doesn't
Put
that
it
make
where?
sense?
Here?
Right here.
Here?
Because there's a ledge here. Yeah.
All right.
Wouldn't that
Sounds
make
like
sense?
a good idea, I guess.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, because we don't have any
Wait.
stamina.
Hold on. I have a better idea.
Okay, buddy.
Excuse me.
Your idea is now
You can make it?
garbage.
Well, yeah, I'll make it.
Well.
Guys, I'm stuck.
Oh shit!
I got you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So. Where do we go though?
Above with
Now
Piton.
you know how I
Above
feel.
with Piton.
You know how I
Above
feel,
Piton.
man.
Above Piton.
I still have rope. Do you need rope?
Here, I'm placing this down for you guys. Let me go ahead and get my stamina.
Thank you.
Oh.
Only one person can hold it at a time. So there we go.
Alright, next. You ready to catch me?
Oh, I think we need rope.
Here, I have some rope.
We need rope.
Oh,
definitely
I
need
think we
rope
might
now.
need rope.
Is that enough rope? Longer. That's enough rope. I don't even think I could do it with the rope.
You can make it to the
I got you. You're good.
Thank you. Oh, I'm stuck. Okay. Where do we go now?
Up here.
Oh, okay.
Does anybody need any bandages?
Zuff does.
No, I need food.
I do need bandages.
Then come up here.
Where did you guys?
I can't even like.
that? How did you reach that?
You just hold on. Where are you, Sully? Come here.
Ah!
You good?
Maybe. Reach me. Thank
Oh,
you.
I fell.
Oh no! Oh, I got you guys.
I got it. All right.
Right there. Right
All
there.
right, Zuff.
And then there.
Zuff.
So smart.
Oh yeah.
I took
Oh, wait,
your bandages
oh.
already without your permission.
That's crazy, bro.
I got you guys.
Thanks,
Oh
bro.
my god, what the hell? This is our first run and we made it? What the frick?
Easy game.
Easy peasy, bro.
It would have been fun if we had Bing Bong.
Now in chat, you type in easy GG noob killer and hit send.
GG's go next.
I sent two. Ah, I fell.
This is a send one.
We're so weak. I got you, Zav.
La 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 la.
You need a rope? You need a rope? I got you.
Rope.
Here you go. You need another one? We made it. What the hell?
We did it! We did it!
I got to believe it, man.
I'm out of here, cuh!
What is that?
I'm out of here, cuh. I'm out of here.
Just a hill, and I think you're crazy.
Also, hi, Swishy. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. How you doing? Also, thank you for the hydrates. Hey, I will do that in a second.
La 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 lava. Chicken.
What happened? Wait, what are you guys doing?
We can't make it. We're taking rope.
You silly gooses.
I can't make it.
Woo!
Just gotta make sure everybody else gets up, so I'm gonna go ahead and screw this.
How do you reach this on a
Ignite all the flares. We need help.
God
I
bless
got rope,
the
guys.
troops.
Don't worry.
God bless America.
Me, all me.
Thank you guys.
We did it!
GG's, boys.
Woo!
Bye, guys. I'm
Get on the
out of
rope.
here.
Oh, my-
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Wait, I don't think I grabbed onto the rope.
oh God.
Holy shit.
Oh man,
How is this
I'm
gonna
never
work?
gonna do this again, man.
Woo! Yeah!
Wow.
Woo!
I need to get my friends. Wait.
GG's.
Here, guys, in the helicopter.
I'm on the ground.
Rest in peace, Duff. Look at that heat.
GG's.
Holy shit, what the heck?
Guys,
I did
we
die
peaked.
once. Oh, I got a new set. I'm so cool.
That was so peak, bro.
Got to believe in my...
Oh, we can make
Holy
it
shit, that was
difficult
so
now.
peak. Goddamn, holy
I got a new sash.
Oh, I got 2 new sashes!
Massive W.
In a crab
I'm
hat.
not dead. I'm in the shotgun seat.
Oh,
You're
okay.
dead. You're gone. You're gone.
Sorry.
You're gone.
We're out of here, cuh.
This helicopter.
We
You
talked
ain't
about that
here.
beforehand, sorry, bro.
I decided to stay on the mountain.
We had to eat him. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we
You're
had
gonna
to
become a
put
scoutmaster.
Lilo, buddy is crazy.
What have I done to Emmy, like, at all?
Fly low is crazy, bro.
That's
Oh
what
my
you
god,
get.
that's
Oh, yeah,
insanity
it's
rage
people.
these days.
Out of my way,
Dude, there's
guys.
so
Out of
many
my
people in here.
way. God, personal space, COVID-19 space, God.
No.
What the hell?
Wait, what is
I got
my
a new
badge look
sash.
like?
Hold on, I want to see my
Now
new
you got a crab
drip.
hat, right, guys?
I want
You
to see
guys
my
got
new
a crab
drip.
hat now, right?
Yes.
Did my sash change?
Where's my sash?
I don't think I did.
Where's my
Dude, I look like such a silly goose.
Is it
You
what
look like
color
Bruce
is my
Lee.
new sash?
No, you're wearing a crab
Holy
hat.
shit.
You're wearing a crab hat.
Crab hat.
Nice. Crab hat.
Crab hat.
Nice crab hat. Crab hat.
Tinko, tinko.
And did you get? Oh, you didn't get the mushroom because we didn't get the last one. I just
Yeah, we
remembered.
Do I look my shit look
Nice, you look nice. Hey squad, where are we going?
Yes.
The Bahamas again? The
Yes,
Bahamas.
girl.
Yes, queen. Oh, let's go
Yes.
get some Starbies.
I know. Let's go get some Starbies. Yes, yes, yes.
Should we get some Starbies, you guys?
I would love some Starbies.
Yeah.
We gotta go to Starbies and then we gotta post it on Insta.
Bad will happen.
I know,
guys.
right?
Without my caffeine.
Nothing ever bad would happen
Spicy
to us.
latte. Oh my
I need
God.
my rainbow frappuccino.
No.
Yes.
Why did Zufrix invite me to play Peak? What the hell? I'm trying to go on vacation, man.
Dude, why didn't I get an invitation? What the frick, bro?
I know. It's so funny when you're speaking because your tongue just disappears. Your tongue just disappears. Bleh, bleh, bleh.
Bleh. Wait. Wait.
Watch me whip, whip. He killed his cousin, you guys.
Beautiful.
He killed his cousin. Holy shit.
This is so beautiful, bro.
Watch me, Nay Oh, me. Oh.
Aw.
Wait, why do you guys have a blue sash? Like a,
I don't know.
Dang, you posed up over here, bro.
cause I.
Damn.
Grandpa Froggo.
She's played these games before, you guys. She's played
Whoa.
these games before.
Can I feel up on your
I don't know what
muscles,
you're
bro?
fucking talking about. I was dead 90% of the fucking game.
Yeah, no, look at your outfit.
Dude, you're stand up.
Yeah, I'm a hobo.
You're gonna carry us.
You played these games before.
You look like a professional. Can you teach me how to play?
She got
Get it.
No.
Get it, girl.
Fucking play.
Get it, girl. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Get it.
Get it, girl. Ooh.
Okay, surely our next vacation won't end in a
Oh,
disaster.
wait, hold on.
where
What
we
is
have
it?
to eat each
R.
other,
There you go.
right?
Oh! Yeah, keep throwing that
I
ass.
had to eat my horse to
Throw that
survive.
ass in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle.
Yeah, see how I'm drooling?
Hold on, hold on. Throw that ass in a circle.
Watch out, guys.
Throw that ass in a circle.
Going on the trip with them.
Throw that ass in a circle.
Wait, who's going?
Who wants to get some Starbies? Where are they?
I think
Where
she's
they at?
blinking.
Did they launch it through the mod pack, Zuff? If not, that's probably why they're having issues.
Eliza, we got to the peak. We won. We won, bestie.
They.
Peek.
They.
Yes.
Gotta get Ascent 2 now. Ascent.
No. Kitty got there too.
Well, Zuff is
Don't
hiding
listen to
up
her.
there.
You can't.
Kitty carried. Kitty soloed all the way up to the peak.
Shut the fuck up.
No. Oh my lord.
Holy
Damn.
Is Yui okay? Is she okay?
My husband popped around the corner and scared the shit out of her.
Bro. Bro.
She got a nice set of vocals
I
on
told you,
her.
I'm okay.
She
I'm not
does. That's why I'm
antisocial,
constantly
man.
telling her to use
I'm
her
not
inside
antisocial.
voice.
Jeez, dude, that scream was insane.
I got you, Sam, don't worry. I think it's like cursing.
Throw that ass in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle.
Why does Zuff have so many redeems? Damn. Okay,
Throw that ass
I
in a
turned
circle.
off a lot of my redeems today. Oh, next, since you're here.
I got
what
you,
do
bro. I
think
got
of
you.
the,
Thank you,
uh,
man. Got you,
the
bro.
new
No
Zoom
worries,
model
man.
thing
Broke
that
my
I've got
rib
going
cage.
today.
Don't
Wait,
worry.
let me pull up your. Hold on.
If you go to the
I'm
stream,
dead, bro.
check
Go
out
on
the-
without me.
Hold on, can we go over here because it's very loud.
Oh, no way.
You know what? You're right.
That way I can hear you.
Go on without me, bro. I can't
Fucking
make
just
it.
run to the
I
other
actually
side.
can't.
Not gonna lie, I could not hear you over them. That's why I was like, can we go over here real fast? Alright, what's up?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. So if you go to the stream, my stream, I've got a halo that Zuff used to have on his character, right?
Oh yeah.
On Zuff mom height model. What do you think about it? Because I think honestly it looks cool and it makes it a little bit more like visually intriguing. Cause with the tail thing I was trying to tell you about, this is like I guess the precursor. Jesus. Papa, if you're gonna play with her, shut the door. I apologize.
You're all good.
But yeah, what do you think?
I think the Halo looks really sick.
Yeah, I was like, it's obviously it's got no shading or anything because like
Oh my god,
I
you broke your
drew it
back.
in like
Oh my
3
God,
minutes
your
this
back.
morning to put something on.
You guys need to go to a
But
chiropractor.
I think if I use like, cause this is just the back and forth rotational slider, right?
Yeah.
So if I have not yet imported a sprite and tried to get it rotated yet,
hmm
but I'm going to probably maybe spend this weekend working on the tail to try and do that.
Sounds good. I mean, I think the Halo looks really sick.
Yui, open the door.
I'm sure you're looking at us from above.
Open the door. If you're gonna play with Papa, babe, she is peeking my card. Take her to the living room and close the door. Mom, I love chocolate milk tea. Chocolate milk tea right now? But
Chocolate milk tea?
I'm sorry. I know milk tea.
Alright, you're losing me at
Um,
chocolate milk.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me educate myself. Google chocolate milk tea. Oh, It's a type of bubble tea. It's a thing. So it's black tea with hot cocoa mix and half and half. That actually doesn't sound bad.
Yeah, sounds alright.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's bad. Kitty Arcane has a pizza. I know, he told me about it this morning, Eliza. I am super excited for him. He said he wanted a cheaper model to be able to use on his less intensive games, and for that, that's perfectly fine. I told him I know I've been like getting busy with having to like unpack everything, so I haven't gotten around to doing his Fugi yet. But it's literally on a sticky note right in front of me. Eliza Fugi and then Arcane Fugi. I've got it on the list. But yeah, no, definitely. You're more than able to drink another one, Foxy.
Oh, so Zuff invited us to a new lobby,
Okay.
so I will see you there.
Yep, I just heard the boop. Shift.
Go that ass in a circle. Go that ass in a circle.
I think.
No, we're not done, Eliza. We were just getting invited to a new lobby. Hello.
Re-invite. Okay. I guess.
Hey, Zuff, can you hurry up and invite them, bro?
I'm going.
I'm sorry.
Sashay flight 1
Hello.
61
Okay.
14 13 6. That's a lot of like dates.
Is it working? Can you hear me? Oh yeah, you can.
I hear you, Sally.
Oh hey Ariri. Hey. Oh hey Show.
Hey, I
Oh,
saw
thanks
you
for
guys.
missing,
22 minutes. What the hecky?
Was it 22 minutes?
Was it 22 minutes?
I'm so
I
fast.
saw it on Zuff's. It was 22
Yeah, 'cause-
minutes. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Oh, it's because Zuff, he
It's
crashed.
because I'm really fast and really good at the game. That's
Why is
why.
everybody green? What the hell? What the hell?
Why are you guys green?
Why are you green?
Yeah, Sayo is dressed in
I
exactly
definitely
my
want to
outfit.
have the
I know he's
flight
stopping
something
you. I
outfit.
think. What the hell?
Is he?
Weird.
Show, come on.
No.
Hold on, I want to try,
Wait,
I
no,
got this
everybody
coffee
has-
candy
everybody has
earlier.
these yellow badges, like yellow sashes.
My sister
Ooh,
got
do I
me
have a
this
yellow
yellow
badge? Do I have a yellow badge?
coffee
Yep.
candy. I
Yeah,
wanna try it.
what do I have?
You have a yellow
got
too,
yellow.
but Show has a blue.
Yeah, Sayo
Ugh.
and Grandpa
That's
Froggo
rough,
have
buddy.
blue.
Yeah,
rough.
I have like cyan.
I don't know how
I think
you
is it him?
like
Grandpa?
update
Oh yeah, you have it
the-
too.
I can't.
Huh.
Hold on.
I'm gonna go make
Silly.
my husband some
Nice,
pancakes
silly.
real quick while we wait.
You're good to go, man. Go ahead.
I don't know. It's
Gotta go,
okay.
go.
It's okay. No, I want to
That's my
play.
bad.
I'm evil.
Wait. Come back for real. Are you serious? Are you
Yes,
for real?
Foxy,
A little bit.
Milk tea. Yes,
All
you
in
can
the
have
mind,
one.
all
I
in the
educated
mind.
myself. It actually sounds delicious, and I'd love to have one. Eliza, yes, I saw the VTuber who told me about it this morning. Where, it's definitely great for less intensive games. I'm glad he's excited about it. Thank you for reminding me that I don't have my mic going. I'll go stuff and chat in a moment. And why no share chat? Because I haven't been invited, so I'm not going
Yeah, Zuff is the one who's hosting it.
Yeah, so we'll do exclamation mark scuff. Boom. There we go. Oh, you know what? The double scuff. Perfect.
Huge. I think that really encapsulates the scuffness of the stream.
잘 부탁드립니다. 잘 부탁드립니다. 우리가 어디 가세요?
My iPhone
오늘은 어디
16
가세요?
Pro Max?
She's speaking Korean in case you don't know.
오늘은 어디 가세요?
Very slain.
Oh, right.
슬레이 합니다. 슬레이 합니다.
Yes, girl.
Unfortunately, it comes to belong.
Pumpkin spice latte where?
Unless it capped to the place that I needed to
No,
buy.
the cookie
Whoa, you just whoa.
I'm gonna shake my ass.
Jelly
Did you see Trevor today? Oh my god. He was so hot.
Plain as
Are we
it
all
play it,
crabbing?
okay?
Are we all crabbing?
We're always crabbing.
We crab it.
I shall crab with y'all.
Oh, Massive double yum.
Okay, so first,
I'm gonna, like, if you guys start, I'm gonna just know you guys can live without me. I'm gonna go make my
Wait a
husband some
Thank you for the lurk, Eliza. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful time doing D&D. Bye-bye, Eliza.
So that's
Have fun.
real and actual.
Throw that ass in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle.
I sent two.
Dude, this coffee candy is not that good.
Damn.
Jesus Christ, I've got you at almost like 30%, and you're still busting my ears, dude.
Me? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just like trying to find something that's like,
Put me at 1%.
it's toward
1%.
20% right now.
Put me at 1%.
Yeah, no,
One
I'm at
singular
28
decibel.
to have you balanced out with everyone else. That's crazy.
Damn.
No
like
shit,
you're
dude.
I have to use my headset microphone.
Wait, did you just ask me?
My normal microphone picks up my air conditioner too much, so
Are we waiting for somebody?
we're waiting on Suffrix.
Entirely possible.
I'm crawling to the start button. Hold on, guys.
Here, I'll use a different drain then.
You're actually green, yeah.
Hold on. Here you go, kitty. Throw that ass in a circle.
Wait, did it?
Throw that ass in a circle.
I mean, if you like, you want to try re-inviting me?
Pancakes.
Maybe that's
Somebody
what-
needs a
Can you
pancake.
invite him? Can you invite Shay?
Yeah, I'll give it a.
No, I can't write show.
Oh, he's left.
Wait, what happened with Sayo?
Something's going on, and he just
He's
needs to be
still
re-invited.
green.
Throw that ass in a circle.
Whoa.
Do it.
Zuff, can you reinvite Sayo?
Oh wow, Zuff, you look fancy. Look at his hat.
He cheated at hat. He cheated at hat.
How did he cheat that?
Shut up.
He joined mid game so that he got the hat because it's a speed
That's
run
not
hat.
true.
Oh.
That's how he got it.
I played the game normally when I was invited to, and I played
Sorry,
the
I
game.
shouldn't have said. No, you're good.
Now
Yeah, yeah,
you're
no, 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 no,
pink.
you're good. All right.
Oh, now
See
you're
ya,
the
honey.
same
Have a
as
good night.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, you're the same
What's
as
it look like
Fumiko
now?
You're pink now.
Huh.
Is that the Fumiko Snow?
The one and
Do I actually look like Fumiko?
Yeah. You look
Yeah.
identical.
Cool. It's probably a bug with the mom.
probably.
Oh, wait, was that not intentional?
Definitely not.
Oh.
Well, I mean, you say he looks like Fumiko, but I mean, other than being pink, he technically looks like you and Frogo, just the skin color.
Oh, for me, he has Snow's face, like the glasses, the eyes, the mouth.
Well, I don't know. I'm not running across the room to go see that.
Away.
Excuse me.
Away.
What's your number in my iPhone 15 Pro Max?
No, please.
So what's the base game amount
You
then?
like hip hop? Can
Throw
you-
that ass in a circle.
By the way, your VTube studio is showing
I
like,
know, I saw it because I
the
invited.
overlay.
Imagine, bro.
Imagine, bro. Imagine using a window capture instead of Sprout. Crazy.
Sprout.
Wait.
Sprout. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Distance, man, go.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Stay back, bro. Stay back. Yo, whoa. Whoa, bro. Whoa. Keep your distance.
Hi,
Keep,
how are you?
keep your distance, brother. Ah!
How are you?
You scare me.
Hi, how are you? Exit. Hi, how are
No,
you?
no, no, no,
How's the weather, man? Watch any good movies lately?
no. You scare me.
Olympics, man. How about those Olympics?
Horrible.
How about those Olympics, man?
I'm scared.
Just get the fuck away from me. I don't.
I'm scared.
You're the weird one. Get away from me.
I'm scared.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, buddy.
You.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa there, buddy.
Whoa,
Watch it, Buster.
whoa, Zuff, what the hell? Whoa.
Whoa, what the helly?
You know, like black.
What the helly?
What does he say?
What the
What did you
heliante?
say?
What the hell?
What were you gonna say?
Hold on, guys. Never
The
mind.
heliante?
I've been
Stay back, bro.
Did not make that joke. Hold on, guys.
Stay back, bro. We put this on Ascent too,
My PR
broski.
team has just told me I should not finish that
Your
joke.
PR
I will not.
team.
And I'd
bro,
like to
will not be-
apologize in advance.
Was that Fumiko Snow who told you not to continue the bit?
They were like, you should not finish that. I'm like, okay.
That could be really bad for the company. I would advise that you don't.
Froggo, you're actually like a crabbo.
You're mad that you don't have the crab hat.
So good.
Do not laugh at that.
You don't
Do
feel
not
so
laugh at
good.
that.
Yo, Brokey, put this on Ascent 2.
Oh,
Okay,
bring them
Ascent-
to the bitch.
Yeah, Ascent 2. I want this on Ascent 2.
Baby talking, baby talking.
Can you put this on Ascent 2?
Jingle jingle.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Shut up.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Starting it.
Hello? Can you put this on Ascent?
Okay.
Oh, did you hear that?
Yes.
And that was really the entire lore of the backrooms during that entire plane ride?
Exactly.
Oh,
you
I
don't
hear
know.
something.
Hello.
That makes a lot of sense now that I think about it.
Did Sio fix his problem?
Probably not.
Oh
What's up,
no.
buddy?
Fucking me ball.
Hey, buddy.
Okay.
Bing bong! Bing bong! Bing bong!
Swim
Hey,
out to
guns.
sea, go get him. I do. Put him on the sand, I got him. Wake up, damn you!
Wake up! Wake up!
Have my bugle.
CPR!
Bing bong, wake up!
Wake up! Reese this pup! Reese this pup!
Eat him up, eat him up, eat him up.
I think it worked. I
Wait.
think it worked. I think it worked. Yeah.
I need to warm him up.
Can you cook this?
There you go, Bing bong.
Oh, you can.
It's gonna be okay.
What does the conch do?
Coconut.
I don't know.
So the conch is actually an item that each time you cook it going up the mountain, it gets +1 to your defense.
Wait, what? Real?
Wait, actually?
That's what I've seen. Apparently.
So if I cook it up
Probably
there...
in bar.
Oh,
Blink.
this could be pretty cool.
Bing bong, it's me and you. We're going up the mountain.
Oh, are you getting the coconuts down?
For some reason, it's not giving us the thing, the extra stamina.
Do you get it from the coconut?
Yeah. Yeah, and I cooked it as well. It's not giving the extra stamina.
Peculiar.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh.
How peculiar.
Kitty! The coconut nut is a giant nut.
Where'd my coconut go? Here it is.
Over here, I was cooking them for you.
Are you ready, Katai?
Yeah, I just said I was cooking your coconut.
I appreciate it. I was wondering if you were ready.
Take it.
I can't take it if you're holding it. Thank you. I think she said we can go.
Okay.
She'll be aight.
Violates the first fucking rule. I mean the 0th fucking rule.
She'll be aight.
Childhood tea, my grandma introduced me to it, beautiful soul.
Well, I mean, grandmas always know the best anything, to be honest.
Dude, what are you on about, bro? My grandma's dumb.
Bro, my grandma's the best grandma that ever fucking existed.
Lucky.
Wow.
Don't die! Are you okay?
Just a little flesh wound.
Did you hurt your ankle? Bow, bow, bow.
Wow, you guys already down there?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I was like a little green man and like I ran across your screen and there was nothing you could do about it. I just had to do it.
I mean, I enjoy playing games with you, so I'll be happy about that, bro.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. As long as it's my brotato, I'm cool with it.
Hell yeah.
How far up did Zuff go?
Oh, they probably went to the sky.
Oh, Zuff died?
No way.
No way. I can't believe this. I'm literally
I actually
flabbergasted.
bawled my eyes out and and I become like a mass of tears if Zuffrix died like really fast.
I would hit the gritty.
A singular like really big tear comes out of my eye and it's like the size of my eyeball.
Dude, the more I suck on this coffee candy, it's starting to taste like a brown banana.
There's coffee candy?
Apparently, dude, my sister gave it to me. She was like, hey, I don't want this. I was like, okay, I'll take it. And at first, it tasted like coffee. But the more it sits in your mouth, the less, like, it tastes like coffee. Like, right now, it just tastes like a very, very, very ripe banana. Not really a fan of it. Got this. You got this. No! No! Sayo!
That's my ankles, man.
Are you okay?
Go another way, I think.
Are you okay? I'll remember you, Sayo.
See purple where blue should be, so I think I'm fine.
I hear Zuff. I have no idea where Zuff is, but I hear him. Hello, Zuffrix. Wow. Dude, I hope that this suitcase has something good in it. Bam. Congratulations, Steven. Did you get that? Were you doing that for an achievement or something? Pretty sure there is an achievement for that. Dude, you lose so much hunger when you're in Ascent 2. It's crazy. But congratulations, my boy. Congratulations. I'm so proud. Let me make you specialty just this once next. Yeah, I agree with Steven. You might be drugging me. I don't know, bro. I don't know. What kind of tea are we talking about, though, Foxy? Is it going to be your chocolate milk one? But congratulations, Steven. And hello, Recon. How are you doing? Thank you so much for coming on. Yeah, I appreciate you. How are you doing? Yeah, that one. I mean, as long as you don't drug me, it'll be fine, right? Surely you would. Why not? Why not? Oh, I almost missed that. Oh, that could have been horrible. Hold on, let me try this again. Also, I have no idea where anybody went. We all kind of got separated again. I saw Zuff not too long ago, but... No, I don't know what you mean, Steven. Elaborate. Explain in great detail what you mean, bro. Spread your wisdom, cuh. I need all of it. I wonder if you get to like Ascent 5, if you're just constantly losing hunger. You already burn a lot of hunger. No, are your lawyers telling you not to elaborate? Also, Steven, we won, or like we got to the top. Oh man, okay, sliding down does not do very much in Ascent. Okay. Ascent 2 hurts, man. Is that Zuff? No, Ascent 2, I've been burning a lot of hunger. We've only played Ascent 1 when we played together, Steven. But yeah, we beat the game in Ascent 1 last time, which is very, very cool. But yeah, you lose a lot more hunger. Like, just climbing around and whatnot, I've noticed that I've needed so much more food. That's why I'm assuming the more Ascent that you do, the more damage you take, and the more hunger you get. I will certainly try my best, bestie. I will try my best. I found out that, you know, sliding down the rocks, you build up some decent momentum. So I took a little bit of a tumble, but it's fine. We'll be aight. We'll be aight. I think I might have beaten stuff up here.
Bubble ball. No, I've been here. Bubble ball. Hello?
Damn, you had nothing good to steal.
No, I don't. Sorry. What's it called? I don't
Bop.
know if I can find it. I can do this though. Piano.
Dear diary, bad news. The captain made an oopsie, and we've wound up crashed on this mysterious island. Thankfully, mysterious islands are my specialty. With our whole crew working together, we'll reach the top of the peak and signal for help in no time. In the meantime, I'll take this opportunity and add some additional pages to my famous guidebook. What are you yapping about?
Okay, see? What? No, what's C?
Huh? What?
Where's C?
What do you mean, where's C?
Do you guys like this? Sally's carrying you up a mountain, actually? Oh, why is it black? What's wrong with my screen? Why am I so zoomed in? And I'm crazy.
Crazy, bro? That's bonkers.
I wish I could see. Do you guys like my piano skills? Let me show you guys again.
Kitty's down at the very bottom of the mountain, by the way.
That's fire.
I know, right?
Is that good, guys? You guys? Oh, wait. Or it's like, or it's like.
Thanks for entertaining your stream, bro.
You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean?
No, right? Can you keep like elaborating?
Stop pushing me.
No. Oh.
Moose. Cuba, Caduce.
Hello.
I feel like if one day I was going about my life and then I suddenly morph into a chicken, I'd probably be pretty okay with that.
I probably wouldn't.
Hello.
Hello.
Like my trumpet.
I'm alive!
What made it up?
Hi.
Wait, is
Hello.
everybody here that's supposed to be here?
Sully's not here yet. Sully's on the way.
Uh-oh, oopsies.
This is Sully.
Wait, wait,
Here.
Sia, can you rate my
it-
piano skills?
Yeah, let me hear.
Okay, go to my. I got something. You ready?
Hold on.
Wait, let me make sure I got the button.
Alright, go ahead.
Wait. Okay.
With the coconut
wait,
so
wait,
that we're on
hold
the
on.
tree. Oh,
Is that good?
let me ask you this thing.
All right.
I give you a thumbs up. That was great.
Thanks, man.
I didn't hear it.
Hello.
I don't think it's worth hearing. I can't do it, look at the straight face. Are you ready? I'm gonna blow your mind. Are you ready?
War.
Or wait.
Do E, D sharp, E, D sharp, E.
Yeah, you lost me. You lost me, by the way.
What?
You used to have
It's,
chickens?
Wait,
it's the
keep
start of
looking at
the-
my. CEO, keep looking at my stream, guys, really quick.
Yeah, let me.
I'm gonna cook something up for you guys.
For me?
Yeah. Just keep watching the stream.
What the? Why?
My boyfriend owns chickens. Hi, Sally.
Hello.
I'm just
Why is
crabbing
that just an
around.
option you have?
Grabbing it.
Why is it? I don't know, man. I just kind of.
Literally grabbing it, bro.
Crabbing it, bro. This time I
Where's
won't lose
Fargo?
my balls.
Wait, somebody should go find Kitty. Oh,
I think that's what
No.
he's doing, right?
Give me the
Can I eat
conch.
this?
No. We gotta light it on fire.
it's cooked though.
No. Apparently, if you cook it, the more defense will be at.
Oh, okay, cause I'm starving.
Yeah, I'm starving too. I've learned that you burn a lot of food through Ascent 2.
One day, like, let's say one day, right? You still have those chickens, right? And then like they lay an egg, and you're like, oh wait, that's a really cool egg, right? You pick it up, and then
I'm dead! Help!
what?
Are you good, bro? Wait, did she actually die? Oh my
She
god.
died.
What happened?
Ow.
W,
You
Sally.
got bandages or is it food? Is it food or bandages?
Bandages.
You're gonna need bandages for fall.
Why is Kitty 300 meters away?
If it's food, I'll give her.
Oh, she needs food. She needs
Does
food.
somebody have bandages?
She needs food.
Oh, she needs food.
I'm so
Oh,
hungry.
nice. And I'm still very damaged, but it's okay. All in the mind.
Yeah, Sully was carrying me. I'm glad I had the chance to carry her.
Got the power of
I carried you
friendship.
too.
Thank you for the carry.
Where's?
The fall damage is bigger.
Yeah, you burn through a lot more food and fall damage.
Yeah. But it's okay, because we're gonna survive.
Yes, we're gonna win. We're building better.
Are you waiting for somebody?
Yeah, we're waiting for
We're waiting
Kitty.
for Kitty.
Stop!
Okay, where's Kitty? We can probably help her.
What's in your bag? Just a rope? This
I
is
have
so
no
sad.
idea.
I don't know how she
I think I'm about to
lived.
knock out again. And you're about to knock out again? From the hunger.
Whoa!
Not to shock anybody.
Man, I'm dead.
Thank you. I'm about to die. I think I'm gonna go to sleep right here.
Dude, I'm getting really hungry in
I think I'm
game.
gonna go to sleep right here. Good night. I have to
Good
drop it.
night.
Don't have enough space. Where'd it go? It
Go
disappeared.
to sleep. Go to sleep.
Wait, I lost my marshmallow. I dropped it then.
Wait, did it actually just like fall into the void?
Where'd it go?
I don't know. I thought it went into your inventory.
Ooh, I think I'm about to fall asleep. Like actually, I'm about to fall asleep
Next, put
soon.
this in your backpack. How far down is Kitty?
Pretty far.
One.
Wait, no.
I don't know.
Kitty
His name
died.
is not-
Yeah, Kitty's dead. So we gotta get Froggo back.
Good night, guys. Good night.
Good night.
guys.
Somebody needs to
I'm
tell
about to
Seal
fall
the same thing.
Tayo and Froggo need to come back.
Good night, guys. Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh shoot, hold on. If I hold her, I'm gonna go down too. Wait, where did my backpack go? Did you pick up my backpack? Where's my backpack?
Where'd the backpack go?
Wait, where did my backpack go? Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Hello.
Where did the backpack go? But thank you very much. I appreciate you. How you doing? How you doing? How are
Is Shelly
you?
not coming back?
Shelly's unconscious.
Dude, I'm gonna die here too.
She died. Did she die on purpose?
She's not dead yet.
Oh.
Yeah, Froggo is coming back up.
Or needs healing.
Personally, I think if I had
I have no idea where my backpack went though. It just despawned.
I think he has like
Did it roll down the hill?
I'm looking, I don't see it.
Kitty
every
gone.
fucking seed makes him grow like
Yes,
Wait, what's up?
there we go.
That's Sansa. Yeah, that's Sansa. Hi.
Go.
Hi.
If so, alright.
Why can't we activate the statue?
But what if like the tiny little clone gets ungrateful?
Feed her
What?
the mushroom. I mean, feed
Who
her
the hell is this?
It's Kitty. Why can't we
Let us light them. Let us light.
Feed who?
And
Wait,
we
but
will
we-
grab a mush.
the statue's not working?
Wait, I ate it like an
hungry.
idiot.
You lost your bag, didn't you?
Yup, I have no idea where it went.
Exact same way I lost my marshmallow.
I've got 2 marshmallows.
I'm so
Here you go,
injured.
bro.
Thank you.
Let's
Oh,
stay
no.
together
I'm
because
so
every single
injured.
time
Wait.
we lose Kitty.
So how come we can't use the statue?
Because Zoph was
It was
stupid
used
and
already.
Oh, this
Yeah,
is so
Zoph was
sad.
stupid and didn't wait until everybody was at the top beforehand.
You hear me? I know how to keep myself from getting mad. But like, here's the thing though, like you know yourself more, right? So like you also know how to anger your little like 3-inch clone. Personally, I think if I had like a little 3-inch clone of me, and every time I fed him, like
Wait, what, Sayo?
I'd, like chuck him like across the football. Oh, I was talking to my chatter, like I was giving them a hypothetical. Okay.
That's a crazy hypothetical,
Like,
bro.
you have a chicken, right? And
Uh-huh.
he hatches an egg, and you realize that the
You know what, I
egg
never
is
said
like very,
that
very
ever
hard,
in my life.
right?
Ever
And
in
then you
my
knock on it,
life.
but then it starts to form cracks, and then it spawns like a 3-inch version of. Why are you running away?
What? What?
Yeah,
Did you eat it?
Oh, I did. Did you want it?
It's time to start my climb again. Here, I'm actually gonna put
I may or may not have stolen some of Zuff's food. Hee hee.
lo-fi.
I'm just a silly goose, bro.
Because this is a chill.
I'm just a
I'm
girl.
not tryharding. This is chill.
I'm just a girl in the world.
Berry is not the one we can eat. We also have to
What am I supposed to do with this notch?
Kibi goo gaga.
What's going on here? I was looking at
I'm out of here, bros.
don't question what I do on my
Where are you going, Zoph?
because
I'm out of here.
brother.
Pick me up! Pick me up!
Imagine if the huntsman gets me up here. That'd be so tragic. Not huntsman, the scoutmaster. I would literally be sobbing. Literally weeping. It'd be such a tragedy. How am I gonna do this, bro? I don't have anything to, like... I don't have any pittons. I don't have any rope. It's gonna be an interesting climb. Let me try to go up here. Yeah, no, we're gonna make that. Easy. Yes, yes, yes. Alright. Hello. I have played these games before.
Oh my god.
Have you played these games before?
I've played these games before.
Whoa.
Staircase.
I've totally never played these games before. I'm just a simple crowd.
I just bought this game, so I don't know.
Yeah, I just found out about this game. Literally by playing.
Yeah, friend slap and friend slap, fish bosh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
Is there any... I know there's like honey somewhere. Luggage! Luggage! A lot of luggage!
Wait, that means that we lost the conch also. That's so sad.
What do you want?
I'll do it. Wait, was I supposed to grab something on the first level though?
Oh, no, I missed. What? Does it work? Let's try this.
What do you have to do for that?
I'm trying to break it. Woohoo! I took it. Ah! Right behind me! They're right behind me!
Are you, what, okay.
All in the mind. Run away!
It wants me.
Take the rope.
It wants my booty. Oh, lordy.
We're fine. There's a luggage here behind you. Yes.
Sweet God almighty.
Here we go.
Come here.
Ooh, do you wanna... Oh, can you shoot me with this? Can you shoot me with this?
Sure.
I'll just take a little nap. I'll just take a little nap.
You ready to go honk shoeing?
You just grab all my stuff. I'm ready. Good night. I'm gonna recharge all my stats. Good night. Thanks, man.
No problem, man. Enjoy your nap. Honk shoe type shit. Honk shoe. Like, are you gonna wake up, man? Oh, man. I'm kind of worried, man. Can you, like...
Honeycomb.
Ah, hello!
I'm back.
Hello, hello!
I'm back. Oh, thank you. I feel good now.
I'm glad.
We're Gucci. There's another... Oh, there's Zofrix. Ox.
Hello!
Hi, Zof.
I don't think you can hear us.
Hi.
You pulled a full art.
My wounds are
It's so
gone.
nice. Congratulations, Switchy. That's awesome. That's very, very cool. I'm proud. Good job.
I'm not injured anymore because of my freaking sleepy time. Nice.
Wait, does that actually get rid of your injuries?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, that's sick.
You want it? Oh man, evil mushroom. Bananas. There's a banana.
Banana.
What the hell?
Ooh. Stop.
What the hell?
What the hell?
I invited my ops just to beat him.
Are you going all the way to the top?
You got this, Shelly.
Yeah, I got enough, Sam.
You got this.
Every pony, don't say it. Stop.
Let's follow that guy.
I'm actually a brony.
Wait, Zuff's a brony? No way. I knew it.
No, I was reading it. Hey guys, now.
Okay, pal. He's a brony.
I think we carve our own path. Wait, there's a nugget.
I didn't know you were like that, Zuff. Well, let's go ahead and try this. That did not work. That's really not good. Yet. Well, this is a really bad position. Hello? I'm really hurt, bro. I'm hurting.
Next.
Yes?
How much of your body is wounds? And can I kiss them better?
Oh no! Oh no, show!
I made mistakes, Next. I made mistakes.
I did too, bro. Half my health bar is gone.
Do you need food or what's up? What do you need?
Fall damage. I need bandages. Yeah. I be hurting. I don't know how to get up from here.
Maybe behind us.
Thank you for the lurk, Foxy. I appreciate it.
Oh,
I don't know where to go from here, bro.
Oh
don't worry, bro. I think I see a path.
Do you, bro?
Make it! I made it, bro. I got you.
Thanks, bro.
I don't know, bro.
I think we might be fucked here, bro.
No. Maybe we go this way, bro.
I don't know, bro. This one's looking pretty tough, bro. I might be dead here, bro. I just slammed my head into the ground.
God told me to give. Hey, Next, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, cuh. I hear
I'm
you.
from the afterlife. God told me He got a seat for you right there. Just keep on climbing, man.
God's got a seat for me.
There's luggage, Next. There's luggage.
He got a seat for you. Trust.
Is that seat on a goth girl's thighs?
It could be. All you have to do is jump.
Oh, you want me to jump for the goth girl?
Must have been another way. Let me die.
God lied to him. God lied to him.
Oh my
There ain't
god,
no
you're
God
not.
girl.
Oh my, I can't believe God lied to him. That's crazy.
There ain't no seat.
Insane. I can't believe God lies. I can't believe it. This is crazy. Freak, man.
Man, there's no thighs in the afterlife. Not worth it. Don't kill yourself. Yes. All I got was a naked man in a robe. Don't do it, man. It's not worth it. There's no god girl thighs.
Naked man in a rope.
Yeah. Naked man in a robe is not worth it, broski.
Where am I going? I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. Oh my god, I don't think I'll make it.
Dude.
It's so Jover.
It was Jover for me also, bro. I had a smidgen of stamina. A chubby shrew.
Hear me out, hear me out.
Hear you out about what?
Hear me out. I'm coming up, I'm coming up. This is the one. Come on.
Oh my god, you're goated?
Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm cooking, Do I go upwards? What? Oh my god! Where am I even going though?
The scout man got me, bro. You guys are so slow.
That's why
Sayo promised me that there would be goth girl thighs, and he was
I
wrong.
want to spectate selling.
Okay, hater. Where do I go?
Hey!
Hello!
Oh.
They literally robbed me out of my thing, bro.
Hey, Snow, I think you're hurt.
We're gonna have to wait a bit.
Hey, Snow, I think you're her.
Cause yeah, I'm like 90%.
Hey, Snow, you should jump.
bro.
You should jump, Snow.
I can't see
No.
anything. Like,
Hey, Snow, you should jump.
I can't see anything. Or what's the best way?
Why would I jump off?
Because Sayo promised me goth girl thighs if I jumped, and I was lied to.
Hey, next. I'm not gonna
Good
lie
job,
to you.
Sayo.
I was in hell when I said that.
No,
I never even met God.
really?
One look at my soul and said the deepest pits of hell.
That's crazy, bro.
It's too dark. I can't see anything. Do you know?
This way.
Wait, did you actually make it?
No, look at me. Turn around, stupid.
No, I'm trying to get the luggage, man.
Bro's literally goated.
Never mind.
Fresh place though.
The vines.
Hey, Snow, you should jump.
Okay. Cause I can't see
You
anything.
should jump.
No.
There's Yowie.
Oh, okay, that's debatable. You must send me some heavy yaoi in order for me to jump.
Is that? Wait.
How are you able to see in the darkness?
Goodness, I have I forgot how to pronounce it.
Huh?
I have a colorblind filter on. So
Oh.
it makes colors better for me.
Nice.
Yes, I am tempting her with Yowie, Eliza. What about it?
Wait, yaoi?
Yeah,
Are you doing that? Let me see.
yeah, Yowie. Jump.
I need food.
Oh. You didn't even send me anything.
Yeah, if you jump, it's apparently down at the bottom of the map.
No.
Yeah.
You liar.
Isn't that where it is, stuff?
The Quasar Master? Yeah, what is he doing, bro?
What's the...
Oh, good God almighty.
I don't know. I don't think.
Well, that was a great play.
Yep, it was amazing.
I'm glad that I tabbed over and saw that.
Yep, pro strats right now.
I know. You just had to take a little bit of damage.
Yeah, just a little. It's all in the mind, I think.
You just like slingshot it over to there.
Oh, I can just walk this. Let's see.
Got this. I believe in you.
Make it.
It'd be so tragic if you slipped off and fell.
That would be so insane, right?
Yeah. You should hold R and play dead.
Oh yeah, you're right. Let me just
Yeah.
do it right now. Yes, sensei.
It was a misinput! It was a misinput! You calm the fuck down.
What a mission. Oh my god, I made it!
Oh my god, you're literally slaying.
God, guys, are we getting Starbies? Are we still getting
Oh,
Starbies?
can we get Starbies?
Hey, Selin.
I think it's BS.
Very
How Sally can go up
here.
here by herself and I couldn't. I think it's BS.
So
I think
like,
you're just not good. Yum,
so
yum.
like, I'm the ultimate like fairy like wish granter. I can grant you any
Okay.
wish right now. Should you
Alright,
want it? Let me know what you need.
I'd like to live, maybe. I'd like to stay alive, maybe.
Well, that's more so in your will, and like you're not yourself. It's not something you wish for.
True. I think they're.
Are you live?
Are you good? What happened? I could hear you from the top.
Fumiko, you definitely can have that. You got that, buddy. You got that, Fumiko.
No, I don't.
You got that. What you need? Jump,
You got this, Franco.
and then you can jump from
I didn't even hit the thing.
Got this.
I didn't even hit the thing.
wall over here.
Oh.
It might be a little tough.
You jump a little too.
Yes, don't worry, Brad.
You have to.
That's a dangerous play that you were looking at, bro.
It's okay, cause
I saw you looking at that fruit.
I had to. I'm so hungry.
I know, but that's certain death.
Also, I cannot see a thing.
Really?
Yeah, my computer is dark, so if it's dark, it's dark. I can't see anything.
Oh, that's just no bueno.
You know, because you want to have that immersion.
Yeah,
Okay, that could have been possible.
You've got this.
Okay. Then where? I can't see anything.
I don't know, you're in the middle of a cave. Oh, you've fallen. Oh my goodness, that did a lot of damage.
Yeah, I can't see anything, so I might as well just die.
Yeah, you're a little screwed. Well, welcome to the afterlife. Hello.
Oh my god, you're so bright. What the hell?
Behind you, Fumiko, behind you. There.
Wait, how did you die, Sully?
I slipped, and I had to get less than half.
You were at the top!
I know! Take the chain, Fumiko, take the chain!
I gotta get over here first. Will I have enough stamina?
You will, I made it.
Yeah, you have enough stamina, you can do it.
Wait, all of you guys
Come join us!
In the corner.
Come join us!
Go to this
seems
corner.
like a safer option.
Kill
Go to
yourself.
this
No,
corner.
it's not. It's really not. Go from the corner.
Kill yourself.
Balls.
Kill yourself.
Go, Fumiko, go! You can make it. You have
can do
enough
it.
stamina.
You got it.
Ball.
I need to leave right now. I'll catch you guys again next time.
Oh, bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks for playing. It's okay, you have extra stamina.
You got it.
Wow.
You have to go downwards.
Downwards.
There's on the right side. You see those things? There's a bomb.
Did you know that there's Yaoi hidden within those purplish
You see
bushes?
that big vine?
There we go.
Climb up that big vine. You see the big long vine right there? Do you see it? No,
Don't-
not that
don't
one.
Listen to them.
This one over here. Look at where I am. You see me?
No. You see that branch on the
Oh
right?
shit, thank you for the raid, sheep. Thank you, I really appreciate it. How you doing? How was your stream? I hope that your stream went very well. I really appreciate you for coming on and how y'all doing? My name is Nexith. I apologize for the ear rape. I was not anticipating that.
I was at the top.
Ow.
They were so slow that I died.
Welcome on in. My name is Nexus. I am a Bunny VTuber. I like to play a multitude of games. Don't mind them.
You see that big long vine?
Oh, yes, I appreciate it. How was your peak game? Hope it went very well. How you doing? How you
I
doing?
never remember. I never.
Streamlabs is bugging. Yeah, that's the downside of having a shared chat. Is that other people's auto mods will just start kicking in, and it's like, damn, that sucks. But yes, hopefully your peak went very well.
But who's the only one alive?
Snow, you should jump. Snow, look at how far you've come. You did so well.
You can make this.
You should go kiss the ground.
I will kiss the ground.
Thank you for the follows, street fella. How you doing? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you.
Do a 360.
Thank you.
360. That's like full.
Oh wait, oh shoot, it's the thank you for the follow that's getting me blocked. That's so sad. Immediate shutdown, yeah. Automod go wild. Shut down.
You can eat that. Don't listen to them. You can eat that.
You should eat those big balls right there.
You see those? You see those? Those
from listening to the zoo for
you see
some
those
lies
things?
in this.
You guys literally.
Oh my god.
You guys.
Oh my god.
Oh,
This is actually pretty peak, if I must say. Oh why?
Where are you going? Where are you going, Fumiko?
Oh my.
Oh no, you should probably jump off the cliff. Oh, no.
Behind you.
Fumiko, you're right there.
That one.
You got this, Snow. We believe in you. Come on, Snow. Now jump.
Tired of being in hell. It's
Oh, there's a
toasty
bomb.
in
There's a
here.
bomb.
I was promised. I was promised goth girl thighs if I jumped.
You have
Go,
zero
Flamingo,
reason
go!
to prove yourself.
Go, Flamingo! You're so.
It was not worth it. Wait, you might actually make it.
It's like much.
You should jump.
Just walk it. You should just jump off.
I agree.
Listen to
You
the
should
voices
jump
start
off.
talking.
Jump.
No.
You have no reason to keep going.
All your
I
friends
ain't
are
done
dead.
it all by myself, okay?
All by your lonesome. Are you sure about that?
You know,
Listen to
logically,
the nihilistic
IRL, all
tape.
my friends are dead, right?
Oof. Oof.
I have one friend that's actually still alive to this day.
Oh,
That's-
frick, man.
His name is
should-
Pickle.
It's getting
You
too
guys-
real. It's getting too real, guys. It's getting too real.
Damn.
You both jump.
No,
You
guess
both
what?
should
I
jump.
made it.
Grab your
Oh
friend
my
and jump.
god! Fumiko, I believe in
Now
you
jump.
the entire time. Look at
Remember,
me.
guys,
I'm a
Zoff
sign
did
of
not revive us. It was
belief
proven
in
all
worship.
What are you?
You did it.
Dude!
Oh!
Can we kill Zuff? Can we get Zuff out of here? Can we like bow kick this guy?
I want marshmallow.
I yearn for the marshmallow.
No, stay away.
Yeah.
Give me a butt. No.
I'm hungry!
Real hungry.
I need food.
I'm gonna
I'm
eat the spicy
starving.
pepper and I'm gonna wing it.
Yay!
You need to light the fire.
Hello.
Hi,
Why are you
kitty.
orange?
Hello, hello.
I need food. Who ate all the marshmallows? Like you guys
You're
didn't just give
orange.
advice.
I didn't even
I have
know
a
it.
suspicion because it's the same person that's been doing it the entire time.
I'm eating this
You guys just hate
spicy
me,
berry.
How'd you know?
You guys literally are just jealous because I'm so cool.
I'm so
I'm
hungry.
starving.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
How'd you know, bro?
You see that, Zuff? I agreed. I agreed.
Out of my way.
Move.
I agreed.
Wait.
I walk past you.
Wait.
Because you're not
Big
open-minded.
fan, big fan.
I walk past you.
Excuse me, excuse me. Are you open-minded?
I'm gonna die because I'm so hungry.
Come here, Snow.
Oh my god, it's
I'll
so
give you my
good.
marshmallow.
So, there's so much love.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's why we are besties.
Yeah.
Yeah, you totally don't diddle me on a daily basis.
Yeah, I know, right?
Are you good?
I couldn't connect to the whole
Here, come with me, come with me, come with me. Bro, you blasted my eardrums right there. That hurt.
Yo has a fucking lollipop.
There's nothing freaking good. This really freaking sucks. Here, I'll just throw it back.
This really sucks, man.
There you go.
We're doing so well.
It's okay, gang. I'll throw it back. I'll throw it back if we can all go get some Starbies.
No, 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 no. No, why?
And our Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Here you go.
What's like the basic white girl car anymore? Snow, what car do you drive?
Like that. All I know is that they give
Yeah,
you
I
from
drive.
point A to
I
point
drive a
B.
Toyota Sequoia.
A what?
A Toyota Sequoia.
Alright, that's the new white girl car, I guess. What's that?
Scorchberry.
Does that hurt you?
Here you go.
Yeah.
Makes you hot.
It's spicy.
It's spicy.
So cold, I can't make
Dude,
it.
I cannot make this either.
Me too.
Personally, I'm nice and
No,
warmed
we
up
can't, we
thanks to
can't.
my meat warmer.
Forgot mine, my bad. We crashed here, you know.
Yeah.
We crashed here, you know. Wait, I can boost you next.
My god, thanks, bro.
Ready?
Yeah,
Jump!
thanks, broski. Appreciate you.
Come on up, yeah. See,
Oh,
everybody
oh.
invited. Yeah, come on up, yeah.
Come on, Shelly. You've got this. You've got this.
Thank you!
With the power of friendship. Where's Wait, where's Kitty?
There's nothing more than just our life was the session.
We can go back to the capybara.
Capybara.
Where are they again?
I was told by an oracle I would meet capybaras, and I must see my fate done.
Holy shit.
Where is Kitty actually?
You're with us?
Nah, we lost Zuff and Kitty.
Oh, there's a magic bean. Oh, this is a bit.
Oh, a magic bean?
Magic brain?
You want it?
What does that do?
Here it is. It's like a beanstalk from Jack and the Beanstalk. You want it? Pick it up quickly or else it starts growing. You want it?
Yeah. Put it in my backpack.
Oh, okay, I'll put it in your backpack. There you go.
Huge.
That way we could use it later.
Fish Bosh, we did it once, you can do it again.
Capybara.
Dude, where is Kitty and Zuff?
I know Zuff went ahead.
Wait. Sally.
Yeah? Oh yeah. Uh-oh.
Mash W.
Nice.
I'm gonna like the music because last time I went to sleep, he died with it and it shot out.
Yeah, I kind of failed.
You did great, Sile.
I was trying.
I believe in you.
It was a seal. Oh,
I call him Show. Call him Show.
Show.
Not due to hypothermia.
Dude, I can't avoid this.
I think it's really cold. Is it warm?
come here next.
I'm built better.
Okay, we're done.
Oh, I'm starving.
I just fed you,
I'm starving.
fat bitch.
I think I have
Damn.
a lot of
So mean. See, next is being mean to me. I'm also out of stamina.
Are you being
Oh,
mean?
it's cold.
I fed you all my food. What you mean I'm being mean to you? I could have just let you starve.
Ah, it's so cold.
I'm built better. I am immune to the cold. I will resist you, God. Fight me, for I will become victorious. Huzzah! Oh, shite.
The mushroom.
uh,
Does somebody have the band-aids?
Yeah, I got the band-aids.
Can
Oh,
use it?
yeah. I kinda just took a decent amount of damage. I'm not going to lie.
Thank you.
You get it?
Yeah.
I am hungry.
Here, reach out.
I'm being... I don't know where any food is.
I
This-
saw luggage. Oh, there. I see a luggage over there.
That's really high.
Oh.
I don't know if I can...
Ah!
Oh, I'm...
Just getting them out.
I thought I was going to take a lot more damage there than I did.
Show. Get it. Oh, I got you.
It's so weird hearing you call him Show.
I know.
It's okay.
Now that I know that you're talking to Sai, I'm like, oh. It's like, it's registering now.
It's my lifelong mission to butcher everybody's name. Next side.
How would you butcher my name?
Next side.
Next height? Oh no!
Are you guys dead?
I think every single time we all call everybody different names because I call him Seo and you call him Sayo and she calls him Show.
I got you guys.
Dude, I cannot make this. I'm too hungry.
Ah, I got you. Come here to the left.
It's okay. Well, I don't
need
know
a
why
big old
the
belly to
freaking
handle
hunger
this.
is deteriorating.
Come
so
on.
fast.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I don't know where to go.
I don't know. I might die.
Kyle died in the cave known as,
7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you. Oh, fuck.
I made it.
Chat, it might be Joker.
No. Oh, okay. There we go. I got you guys.
Hold on.
Steven, you're gonna start calling me next eye. I'm gonna get...
Up there.
God dang.
Okay, next side.
Come up here. Grab my hand next time.
Okay, I don't know how you just teleported me up there, but thank you. I appreciate you.
Let's show. Wait, where is he? Is he just dead? Is he just dead?
Wait, where is he? I hear him.
Oh, we can make this. We can make this.
Oh.
Where is he? Is he under us? Where? Come on. I don't know where he is.
Wait, where is he?
Oh, there he is. I think he's dead.
Wait, who's this down here?
Oh, guys, they're falling off. They're falling off.
Wait, who's this? Who's the pink one?
That's show. He's dead. He's dead.
Nah, he built better, bro.
Are you dead?
No, he's alive. He's alive.
Dude, I might be dead
Oh,
here.
I know. Oh, really? Yes.
Yeah.
You know what?
Is Zuff dead?
Here, somebody take this chain launcher. Somebody take that.
Oh, wait. I'm a genius. What the heck? Did you make it? Oh no.
You got this. Right there. Yeah.
Damn.
Hey, wait for Theo.
I got you. Where is he?
Dude, I might be dead here.
There's some luggage. Did you get it?
Yeah, there's 2 pieces of luggage right there. I am waiting for the sleep to go away, though.
I got you.
Thanks, gang.
Where
Oh.
is that? Do you need it?
Yeah.
What
I
do
mean,
you
I
need, kid?
have, like, probably a 5th of my health that's missing.
But you need food?
I desperately need food, yes.
Yes. Yes. Oh, a heat bag. Cool.
Well, that doesn't help me. Well, thank you so much for the raid, Sheep. I really appreciate you. I hope that you had a wonderful I hope that you had a wonderful oh my god, I cannot speak. I'm so sorry. I hope that you had a wonderful stream. There we go. And yes, thank you so much for the raid. It really means a lot. So, have a wonderful rest of your night. Sleep well, sweet dreams, and good night, Sheep. Good night, good night. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, fuck, I might be dead. Goodbye, gang. Goodbye. Well, Suff might be dead too.
I need food.
I need food.
I don't have any of. I don't have. I need
Okay, so I did not make that climb. It did not go very well.
How do we?
Got it.
Oh, wait.
Dude, Sayo, you are like right up in there on Snow's booty.
I'm trying to get her up.
Get me up there, Sayo.
I got you.
Push! 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 Push!
Come on, Joe. Reach. Lunge. Reach.
Hi, Tiger. Welcome on in. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate you. How were you doing? How has your week been? Did you have a great week? Hopefully it all went very well. Sorry for the lack of streams. I had to get some of my personal life stuff done. So yes, we're back and we're streaming. We're having a great time. Well, Sayo's dead too.
Guys, I think
Okay,
I'm...
reach first.
Come join me, Sayo. Join us. Join us in death.
Okay.
No, dude, he is not frozen to death. He is hungry and very hurt.
Oh really?
Yeah. I don't know. With both of you guys being hungry, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's
This way actually. No, it's all in the mind. Oh, oops.
that's tough.
Heal yourself. Heal yourself.
Heal yourself now.
Did it work?
Oh, I saw
I was gonna go
the
this
pearly
way.
white gates. And
Not today, man.
And no, you have not missed it, Tiger. I'm still planning that out. I just, I got very busy with life, so
Look, it's much shorter
yeah.
than the other side.
this has been the most...
Ooh, nice. Congratulations, Tiger. Are you happy with how it turned out? I hope that you're happy with how it turned out. Dude, Zuff is dead. You're having a good time down here, Zuff? Yeah. How did you manage this, bro? Oh, you died. All right.
I got you. Come here.
Bro, Zuff died by dancing. He's been stuck in the same hole this entire time. So then he was just dancing. Here he comes.
We have. I remember.
Hi, Zuff.
Stop, right?
Help me! Help me!
Oh wait, I'm sorry.
Hi, Zuff. I think you're muted, bud. I can't hear you.
I'm not muted.
I think I have the most stamina, maybe.
Oh, that's not good.
No. Wait. I think it's this one. Oh my god.
This
Oh my
is
god.
not going well. Hi, Kitty.
Can you hear me, Theo?
Kitty, do you
Oh
have
my
any
god,
food?
Kitty! We can hear you.
Okay.
Do you have any food?
Oh my god, Kitty's alive!
Yeah, I've been doing it all along because I said I'm going to the left, and nobody fucking listened again.
I didn't hear you.
Come this way, guys. Come this way. I
It's
got you
fine.
guys.
I'm kind of getting
Just
used
don't
to
fall.
playing by
Don't fall,
myself,
guys.
so
Oh no, it's cold.
making
Don't come here.
smarter
Don't come here.
choices.
It's cold.
Oh, wait.
Don't
See
come
ya,
yet,
see
don't
ya.
come yet. It's cold, it's cold.
Hi.
We're freezing. Come here, Kitty.
Oh,
okay. First off, are y'all hurt?
That's just how Kitty customized her character. She customized it so that way it had like all the scratch marks and whatnot.
Oh no, I'm starving. I'm starving.
Okay. Then I
But
can't.
yeah.
Okay, I'm here.
To your right, guys.
Actually, I'm gonna make this announcement in game also. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real fast. I will be right back. Well, bye, Snow.
I'm hurt now.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
No, not that one. That one feels alive.
Yeah, I know. I'm hurt and you're hurt versus one bandit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No! All in the mind. Did you make it? You made it. Okay,
Yeah, I made it.
Go up. You have to go up. So you don't freeze.
Okay, I got it.
Are you open-minded?
Who needs more med pack? Who needs more this?
Open-minded?
We're good
food.
right now. We just need food.
Okay, I
Are
don't have
you
any.
open-minded? Can you put
No.
your digits into my iPhone 16 Pro Max?
How do we get up?
Wait, I think I can make this. Okay.
You Overwatch
Yeah.
Mercy gift.
Come
Of
over
me
here.
extending my hand out to you.
I got you! Okay, one more.
Theo is alive?
Alright.
I got you, Kitty.
Fucking- Look at my stomach, dog.
Kitty.
Are you open-minded?
Yeah,
Are
you.
you? Can you put your
Fumiko.
digits into my
Listen.
iPhone Max Pro?
There's frozen trees over there to the right. If we can get over there, there's food.
No!
Yay! Oh my god, wait. I'm freezing. Over here, Kitty.
Hola,
What parts of you right here?
¿Cómo está Show? Who the fuck is Show? Are you Show?
Yeah.
Are you Show?
Theo.
Oh, okay.
So,
Oh, okay,
why are you
my bad.
popping these off? Why are you
Yeah, she
popping
kept calling him.
No, I was
Show.
asking.
And I was wondering who the
So
hell
I
it was
hate-
too.
So you hear me? You hear me, son?
See, look, right there.
Loser, you see me?
You're so
Any of the
cool,
trees
Dom.
with
I-
snow
you know, I
on
love
them.
hanging
Oh,
out.
okay,
for
thanks,
inviting me
man.
today.
Thanks, man.
for
You're
inviting
welcome.
me
I was trying to, cheer you up,
Oh,
buddy. You're
Sully.
welcome.
Sully,
What
right
if I
there.
can
What are you
make this?
doing, Theo? Oh, goodbye,
I'm
Theo.
trying to make. I can't.
I'll tell you what I'm doing.
I can't.
I'm surviving.
I can't make it. I can't make it.
Kitty!
Someone edit
I
that.
can't make
10
it, I can't
seconds
make
later,
it.
he's just laid on the ground at the bottom of the mountain.
Reach me. Reach me.
I'm surviving. That's what I'm doing.
Dead.
Me too. Me too.
You got that? You got that?
I so do! I so
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Every
you.
time you run, you get more hungry, by the way. Oh, that's actually a pretty good, like, haul.
Hello, everyone.
Starve to death.
I have returned.
No, there's only a drink.
Hey, Snow, you should jump.
No.
You should jump.
I got you.
Okay,
Oh my
so
God,
I'm gonna
guys,
head down
I'm
to
stuck.
this turn.
You guys going down?
Snow, you are not gonna make it. You should jump.
Snow, come here. Stop panicking. Okay.
You have
need
no
to
stamina.
listen.
Jump off the mountain, my brother. You
That
need to
tree
jump off
right
the
over
mountain.
there has
You
3
are
branches. We are going
Oh,
to get
oh,
to that
there
tree.
he goes. He's getting cold.
Wait, Sayo is dead.
I'm getting.
Actually, you're dead.
Fumiko?
Yeah, I told him.
I do not actually.
Wake up,
Wait, that's crazy.
Guys.
You are actually about to starve.
Food. Sayo, food.
Sayo, you should jump towards the food. You should jump.
Jump to that. Jump to that. You can jump to that. I believe in you.
You're gonna do great.
No, jump from the top of the ice. From the ice. Cause you can't climb. You can't climb. See, look at that little baby arms. Oh god.
Oh god
God.
damn it.
Alright, sounds good. Thank you so much for coming on in, Tiger. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Sleep well, sweet dreams, and have fun.
That tree behind you is.
Okay, sounds good. Bye-bye. Have a great rest of your day, night. Sleep well.
You can jump to that. I believe in you.
Bye-bye.
I believe in you. See you.
Good night.
God wants you to jump in that.
What's in
Jump
it for
to
me?
that.
Oh my God.
What's in it for me?
Holy shit, your stamina.
God appraisal.
Your stamina is crazy.
Sayo, you are not gonna make it, broski.
Inside of that luggage is a 3-course meal inside of that luggage.
Yeah,
It's all
you should turn around.
Wait, I get to see Sparkle?
Oh, you're dead.
No,
You're
why
dead.
if I do?
You're dead. You're dead.
He didn't.
Bro turned into Patrick Star. Hello. Hey Snow, you see that luggage over there?
You can.
Snow, you see that luggage over there? You can make that jump. Sayo made it.
That's all you.
You did it
I
before.
made it.
I've never been more certain. That's all you. You can't even climb.
Yeah, we'll be so proud of you if you made that jump, bro.
Oh my god.
I'm cooked.
Snow, you should go back out there.
There could be a Pandora's box.
Yeah, there could be literally like a really cool bag over there with a lot of food. You never know.
You could gamble.
Oh, you have a
There could be like
beanstalk.
infinite food over there, man.
You have a beanstalk? No, but you can put a bridge down and it'll help you walk faster over there.
I promise you, she's not gonna do that right.
Oh wait, Kitty's already there.
Promise you.
Kitty's already
Yeah,
there.
she's at the tree. She's consuming all of it. But you can go for that luggage.
Yeah.
That's your job. You're only chill. You're running out of stamina fast.
Yeah.
You need to jump to that luggage while you can jump.
Yeah. He really needs that food.
There's luggage.
It's
and you can
starving.
chain launch it, or you can be cool and jump off the cliff.
Yeah.
and
Near that
land
pine
there.
tree.
But like if you do it right now, you're dead. It's
Your
GG's.
stamina is going down and it's only getting worse.
Hold on, we gotta put this in Valorant terms for her. We gotta put it in Valorant terms for her. FF.
Inaction is also an action. Inaction is also an action. It's getting worse.
FF, bro. FF.
So guys, what do you call poop?
GG's go next. FF right now.
No, please stop. No, please. No. I heard it and I
It's called
laughed.
turds.
Please.
It's called turds. It's been funny. Funny, right?
What is the third? What would you call the after the second poop? Turds.
Oh
The last thing she heard.
The bodies.
Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. She fell straight down, bro.
Oh, I think you should take the bandage. Take the bandage.
That was beautiful, Snow.
You know where Superman does a number 2 Super Bowls.
Jump
Oh my
off.
god.
You can,
It sucks because y'all had all the backpacks, so.
Yeah.
you'll win.
All you. I think the path behind you, maybe.
Oh.
Maybe.
The path in front of
You
you.
got this, kitty. I believe in you.
You're right.
She's fine. She has a bandage. She has food.
Yeah, she's fine. She'll carry us.
Look, she's played these games before. Look at her outfit.
I know, right? She's slaying.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, pro strats right here. Pro strats. Hold on. Let her cook.
Oh.
No. This is like the new meta. This is the new meta. She just has to take a little bit of damage.
Crevice there? There's a crevice there?
There's a crab in there?
That portion.
There's
Wait, what? What the fuck? Where'd you take damage from?
Probably falling
I
off
fell.
the mountain. But I
No, but like you were climbing and you took fall damage. That's weird. Unless that's latency.
I think it was latency.
might be latency, mate.
Because
latency, I think. That might have been lazy.
I
I
am
wouldn't put it past you.
playing this, so.
I wouldn't put it past you.
You've got this, Kitty. We believe in you.
Now
Personally,
lunch.
I think.
Okay.
Zufix
Oh, you
sold.
made it. Kitty.
See, she's doing so good.
Get up there. There's a nugget up there.
Oh god. Why'd you flip on me, Stu? You got something to say?
Oh yeah, I
Listen.
said that you're
What?
welcome, and I would totally summon
thanks,
more
man.
demons. Like if
What?
Flesh, you know?
There's no way I'm making it all the way to the fucking top.
Wait,
Believe. All you. Oh damn! Wait, I'm looking
What
at
is
the
it?
path.
What do you want?
I gave Watch It as hypothetical, but would you love and care for a 3-inch version of yourself that has your exact memories?
The second I saw it, I would think it's like without context knowing, I would think it's gonna grow into a full-size me and take over my life. So I'd like kick at it like super hard, like stomp it into the ground till it's like a paste, and then
Okay,
eat
but
it
if we
myself.
went-
No, it's me, Mini Zoof, it's me.
Boom!
Boom! 4 big booms!
Well,
I'd
technically
blow
you're right.
it into a.
Whoa, buddy. Whoa.
You blow into the mist, and then
There's nothing to climb on there, by the way.
There we go.
Oh, you should have just died.
You don't believe though. You
Stuff.
don't believe.
Who's dead stuff?
You're not a believer.
Okay.
You.
Got this, Kitty. We believe in you. You're doing great.
Style.
Wow. This.
Wait.
You should go back the way you were. Look, wait, turn around. You can go to that luggage up there. Do you see it? Turn around.
No.
No, there actually is a luggage right over there. I wish that I could ping it.
You can go to that, and
Not right now, not right now.
Still a storm.
and if you listen to me, you'll go far.
If you don't listen to stuff, you'll go far.
No.
Why?
This is true.
Oh, Kitty, the rock you're next to is a rock that causes you to freeze.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think that would explain everything.
All right, now you know what I was saying about you can do that. Forget it, because now you're like you have no stamina. Forget about
I know.
it. Go
She's
ahead.
got
and
this,
jump on.
bro.
No, I
Damn,
believe
bro,
in Kitty.
damn.
I do think, Kitty, that you could get on the cross and then go in that like that smidge of a corner and climb up. That's like right in front of you, like directly.
You can.
Watch out, Bailey.
Bear with me.
I got you. We're here. We're
I'm waiting.
emotional support ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Oh,
not.
you got plenty. You got. You've got plenty of stamina. You got
And
plenty.
next.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty
I'm
of
bracing
stamina.
Wait, did somebody say my name?
I got a question.
Sia, would you save a 3-inch version of yourself?
Why are you
I think I
copying
would
this
like
question?
save him, and then like
On your,
he'd
on
be
your
like,
left, Kitty.
Why are you
There's
hating
a
on me,
finger
Sally?
in the wall that you can go up to.
I think I would love and care for like a 3-inch version
think
of
you would
myself.
nurture
He
it?
acts to have like a bowl of noodles, then I'd probably drown him like in some
I'd
tar.
squash mine. I'd squash a version of
See.
me. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants
I would release it to commit chaos.
Kitty.
Oh, this?
Yeah, you
You
should
try
be able to
handing
get
it
up
out to
through
people,
there.
and they're just
Oh.
like, ew, God.
Oh, yeah,
ew."
yeah.
I'm like, this is a tiny version of me. I want you to have it.
And there's a left.
And then I grab it out of your hands and I fling it across
Nice, I
like
can get
500 meters. Like I hold Q down and I just launch it.
Oh, that's a good one. You could throw that at a wall and jump onto it.
Yeah.
Throw it at that wall. Yeah, that
That
wall.
is,
There you-
that is a poor choice.
No.
Especially with someone who
Luggage,
doesn't know the
yay.
game.
Look, the luggage.
Luggage. Food.
You got it.
Oh,
No,
nice.
I don't fucking need that.
Nah, pins are goaded, bro.
Pretty good. That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
they're good. You could put them in the wall and then it regains your stamina.
Because when I was trying to use it when I was stuck in a hole, it didn't fucking do that.
Yar.
You gotta grab onto
You have
it.
to hold
You
it.
gotta press E.
I was
Yeah.
holding on to
You
it.
gotta press E.
I think behind you maybe.
got- You gotta press E.
Yeah,
Oh,
behind
definitely.
you.
Path is
EA.
crazy.
I don't think
Path
any of
is
those
crazy.
trees have food on them.
This path
Yeah, I
is
think the path
crazy.
directly behind
Holy
you
shit.
is
I think that's
crazy,
the
but
only
it,
path.
it works.
Are you? Open mind.
Are you
Excuse
mocking
me.
Oh no. Buzz, look at alien.
What? Excuse me. Are you open-minded? Yeah. Can you put your number in my iPhone 16 Pro Max?
What the hell was that? What was that red stain?
Check your GMs.
Yeah, that's a very informative DM, Zoff.
I don't, dude. You think that, dude? It's like
Oh,
my second
no.
time being professional. All right. I don't.
You're professional?
No, let go. Let
Yeah,
go.
I know.
let go.
That's the thing. I'm not. I'm not professional. I'm like that cool guy you know at the bar.
Huh? Huh? You're not allowed in
Are
bars.
you-
What the hell?
Yeah,
What
you're not even old
What the
enough.
hell?
You're not even
Open.
What the hell?
My idea of a bar to like whatever you guys like
I
reality
think you should
is like,
shelf.
so
You should
different.
shelf here.
okay.
I think you should
I'm
shelf here
fried
for
for
your
kitty.
You
for your safety.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
you should chill here. Plug in your.
Or
plug in
pit on
everything.
it. Either
Piton.
one.
Piton. Sorry, my bad.
Pit on.
My bad. My bad.
Mubba. Mubba.
How bad, gang?
Oh, I know you didn't do it.
Mubby. Mubby.
Bobby.
Mubby.
Oh,
Oh,
that
my
was
God.
a lot bigger than I was expecting.
Oh my god.
I think that's easier though. To get to the
Yeah.
left side.
Excuse me. You look very open-minded. Put your
Put your
number
number in my
in
iPhone
my
16 Pro Max.
iPhone 16 Pro Max.
Oh, there. Yeah, you can go up.
You perfect. Me
Nice.
perfect. We
It's
perfect.
really cold and now you're going to sleep. Yes, you're going to sleep. Good night, kitty.
You're gonna go to
Good
sleep,
night.
but you'll wake up in a bit, kitty.
Is she?
Yeah, she'll wake up. She'll wake up.
Is she?
Close your eyes, you'll wake up soon.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Keep close-
Come on,
close
come
your eyes.
on.
You see that light?
A few more seconds, bro.
Go down there. Go down there.
Don't go down
There we
the
go.
tunnel.
Don't forget your baton. Don't forget your baton.
You know Wiz Khalifa? We could be Wiz Khalifa.
I don't know where to be.
Wiz Khalifa.
Yo,
Oh, there's the luggage above you.
That could be Pandora's box.
Oh, but you don't have stamina. I don't have stamina.
You dropped your
Yeah, I'm
iPhone
going back to
16
sleep.
Pro Max.
There's an ancient luggage behind her.
Oh, it's so over.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, she's dead.
No, she's
Oh,
not dead.
bro.
She's
Yeah,
not
she's
dead.
dead. She's
She's
dead.
Wait, was
Oh
she
my
actually
god!
dead?
Oh my god!
I don't think it's gonna make it.
Yeah, no, she's
Nah,
she's
gone.
fine.
Back! Oh my god! Fight back! Oh my
No,
god!
she's got it. She's
Don't
got it.
let
she's
it!
got
Don't let it! Don't let
You
it!
got it.
Don't let it win! Don't let the cold win! The cold
it
never
win.
bothered me anyway.
Think of like a really warm fireplace. You'll be up in no time.
Think of cold.
Well, that shucks. Hello.
Oh god!
I told y'all.
Oh my god! I
Rely
fell
on
out of the
me.
map. Guys, I fell out of the
Always
map.
rely on you.
Here we go! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Well,
It's alright. Calm. Oh god, Sally, what are you doing? Oh god.
That's not me!
Look at you. What are you doing?
What did I do? What's wrong with me?
You're
Look at
kicking
my
your leg
screen.
up.
Just
You're
have
kicking your
fun,
leg
I
up.
guess.
It's like
What? What?
gymnastics.
This is how I normally walk. What do you mean?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
putting one foot in.
I'm putting one foot in, putting one foot
I
out.
can touch the aircraft.
Hokey pokey. I don't know that song
What?
actually.
Well, then start
Why?
driving one. She said 3 times she fell out of the map.
Where is she?
Yeah.
Outside?
She fell out the map.
Yes, she said 3 times she fell out of the map.
Wait, but where is she though?
Out of the
Under.
map. Yeah, she's under.
Right here. Look at
Right,
See?
where's right here?
Right there.
Where's
I'm
right here?
underneath
Right there.
Sally.
Climb
Down.
something.
Look
I
down.
got you, I think.
Yeah, we're extending our hands, grabbing.
Grab us.
We'll pull you right through the floor. Come on.
yeah.
That's not where you're
Like a
supposed to be,
demon from
buddy.
hell.
That's not where you're supposed to be.
That's out of bounds now.
Wait, hold on. Let me try climbing the wall right here.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, can you go out to the airplane? Can you go out to the airplane?
Wait.
Wait, oh, let me try.
I see you! Oh my god!
Wait.
Look out the window!
What the hell?
This.
Airport security.
Inspect the plane. Make sure it's safe.
Yeah. Can you make sure it doesn't crash?
The propellers look bad.
The
Can you fix
propellers
it?
look bad.
I'm enjoying my pizza right now.
want to fall out of the map, bro. It's fun though. Hi.
It's because there's too many people in the elevator. We just decided you didn't exist.
Hi. Can I climb?
Why did you turn so slow? What the hell?
Get me out. Get me out next.
I can't.
Save me next.
I'm trying. I'm trying, bro.
Wait, what if I get right here? Okay.
Did you poop yet, Sally?
Let's see.
Oh, you look cute.
Yeah, aren't I spiffy?
You
I'm already scared.
are. No, you're in shorts.
I don't like your feet.
Got the snow.
I'm sorry.
Damn. Is that what I get for having faith?
Is that what
Wow.
I get?
Can I climb this pool? No. I can't.
Wait.
Tuna omelet.
Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Wait. Throw some mass in a circle.
Is it like an invisible wall?
Omelet with rice. And
I don't even know where she went.
maybe some cheese.
She went like up
Nah,
here.
please.
Maybe I can jump over.
Please, no, I'm okay.
Maybe some cheese.
Oh, hi.
We're back!
I did it!
Oh my god.
Massive W.
Guys, you can dead ass get out of the map right here. Oh, I don't know how I... Yeah, I got out.
More.
Egg mayo is so good. You're just a
I've never
non-believer.
had egg mayo.
Do you not like egg?
I do like eggs.
Yeah,
Egg mayo is really
that
amazing.
was
What is
crazy.
Okay, thank you for explaining it to me. I appreciate it.
Okay, so you hard boil an egg and then you mash it up, put mayonnaise on it, and then you put it on toast. Egg mayo.
Ah, oh,
It's
okay,
so
okay.
good.
It's so good. You go to Japan, you go to their 7-Eleven, they have a bunch of those. It's so good.
Yeah, that's actually my family got it at,
I
actually.
know. I love egg
It was so
mayo.
delicious.
How do you know that?
Because I've been to Japan 3 times.
No, I mean,
mean-
Japan twice.
Technically, if you only do that with the center, that's called a deviled egg. So I mean, it's you're just eating
Makes
deviled
sense.
eggs on toast.
makes
Yeah.
sense to me.
Wait, what is deviled eggs made of?
Wait, what is
Who's
Theo
that?
doing?
Who's that?
Exactly what I just said.
Oh really? It's only mayo? Deviled eggs?
I
only
mean,
mayo?
it's different depending on, you know, your religion and all that.
I don't like
But you
this
can make
face.
it with a lot of
I don't
different
like
stuff.
this face.
Okay, okay. I've never had deviled egg.
You pull out your
Only
passport.
had 8
Deviled
yolks.
eggs are amazing, especially if there's paprika. Oh my god, I can eat an entire fucking
I would eat it.
carton of eggs.
I would eat it. If I ever experienced it, I would eat
Try,
it.
Theo, try
Cause
this
like
weird-
there's some people who put horseradish in it. It's actually really good.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
getting
okay, I figured.
hungry.
Mhm.
Hungry.
I'm sitting here eating
Alright,
a
hold on.
pizza
I
right
wanna
now.
try against another wall. then.
Patient.
Sally, when are you gonna go poop?
Try over here, Theo. Try the window.
What the
let me-
fuck?
Let me tell you.
Hey.
Who are you?
Hey.
Looking at me like, no, get away.
Come here.
Come here. Pick me up.
Oh,
Pick me
oh,
up. Pick me up. Oh, oh, oh. Where's the rope?
sorry, I had finished the
Here.
pizza.
Stop running.
Right here. Right here.
Mommy,
Guys,
please.
there's a weird man with a chat
Mommy,
chasing me.
please. Stop running. Mommy.
I'm gonna poop
I
after.
gotta tell you something.
You gotta
Hi.
poop. It's okay. I get it.
Bro, do you go look at yourself in the fucking mirror?
I'm beautiful.
So I've never.
What are you talking about?
You're so
You know like how people look
I'm gorgeous.
seriously, come look at yourself.
I'm gorgeous.
know when to end and next actually.
I'm gorgeous. Wait.
Hold on, I'll be right
No,
back.
no, 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 no. Wait.
How long has it been? It's been
4 hours.
It's been 4.5 hours. If
for
you
1
want
hour
to
or-
end, that is perfectly
I'm
fine,
asking.
honey.
No. Oh God, Theo. Oh God, I just saw him. What is he doing?
He's tweaking, man. It's a normal day.
I'm asking if any.
Guys,
if
Sub doesn't
everyone
know how
still
to
wants
ask
play.
whether
Yeah!
it's still going or not.
I don't know how to
Okay,
ask if
say,
you guys want to keep
hey,
playing.
do we want to call it here?
Yeah,
See,
yeah,
see, you're almost out. Oh God, where'd he go? Where'd he
Did
go?
Sayo escape?
I escaped. I'm out.
Wait, how did you escape?
What the hell?
Where is he?
Wait, where is he?
I
I'm
hear
like, there
him.
it is.
I'm a little goblin running around in your floorboards.
Oh, he
Oh my
did.
God,
The
there's a rat.
floorboards.
We're gonna have to.
Wait, how'd you get out, Sayo? I want to get out.
He's under there.
I hear.
Am I beautiful?
Okay, we're having a meeting apparently. We're having a meeting.
Am I beautiful?
Zov doesn't know how to ask whether
Okay,
we're still
this
gonna
wall?
go one more or
Pull
not.
out your passport and
we
just
gotta
because
be
you were like,
cram
a
you
yourself
were
in
like,
it.
how long
and
is this?
spam one
So
in spacebar.
I was like, oh, there he goes. Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah!
It's okay. Sally, what are you?
Come be free!
I mean, it doesn't
Oh,
seem like
goodbye.
I'm tired.
Next,
you know?
next
You're
is
not saying
spinning.
that.
Come on, Sally.
Yeah, you have to like turn yourself around so that way you're facing outside of the map.
What do you mean
and
turn
then,
yourself around?
So like when you start clipping through the wall, you have to.
How do you know when you're
look back.
clipping?
Well, you'll be through it.
Like, how did you clip into it in the first place?
Oh, there it is.
How do you do that? I'm really bad
He
at
just
stuff like
explained.
I'm wait, so
Press 1 and spacebar at the same time.
this. Oh, what?
while you're looking at the oh, that got me back.
It's not working. It's not working.
Oh,
What do I do?
how did you find this out, Seal?
Alright, so turn around, look back at the map,
Lift them. It's okay, guys.
Okay.
Lift them.
and then I think you just take out like.
Oh god, I'm stuck in the thing now. I gotta commit. I gotta commit.
I don't know. I kind of just like looked back at the map
like,
and then
there's
I just kept doing it again until I fell backwards.
This is kind of scary. You guys really look deformed on the wall. It's really scary. You look really deformed.
I'll try and get back in.
Your head is on backwards, Fumiko. Your head is on backwards.
Wait, can I do
That's
it?
not how it works, Fumiko. It's
I
not.
can't
Oh,
do
you're
it.
almost out. You're almost out, Fumiko. You're almost out. You're almost out.
How do I get there?
We're
I
taking
have
this
no
meeting
idea.
outside.
I'm really bad at this. I'm really bad at bugs and stuff.
I just learned those too.
Oh, whoa, whoa!
Hi.
Is that a imposter? Oh my god.
Everybody's
Hey guys,
Where?
this is a really nice picture. I just took a
There we
picture.
go.
Nice
Alright.
one, guys. Nice
So
one.
check this out, right? I'm through. I let go of my passport, turn around, and then just keep jumping.
I'll send this.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you got it.
Do you see? Because your head's in here. I don't know if you see.
I'm out.
Yeah, Nexus got out.
Okay, because his body is here.
Yeah, well, I can't really get around here, but
I'll show you. As soon as I get back out.
Let me. Oh, Nexus made it. Yeah, Nexus made it. Kitty is almost there. I think.
I'm walking through the wall.
There we go.
Let me out. Let me out. Let me. Let me out.
Be right.
It is hard.
hi guys.
Poop, guys. She's gonna go poop. Poop alarm. I'm sorry, I put you on blast. That's my bad. I'll be right back, guys.
Whatever.
Pretty
I'll be
crazy.
back. I have no shame. Whatever.
Make sure to wipe. Make sure to wipe. Make sure to wipe. Make sure to wipe.
No,
I hope that you get a phantom wipe, bro.
Oh yeah, I forgot you have a bidet. You're a weird bidet user. Let me out.
Fine, make sure you wash your ass in your hands. There, happy?
I hope that you have a phantom wipe, bro.
Zoofy, you need to get on the bidet right now.
Dude, I don't even wipe, boy. Boy, I ain't never wiped in my life.
I keep on getting pushed back in by Zuff.
What?
How do I get back
I'm
in?
just using you as a stand. How do you
I
get
can't
back
get
in?
back
How are
out.
you
I
in
can't.
here? Don't look at
I'm
me like
stuck.
that.
Oh, hi.
You little orange bald loser. You hear
So
me?
yes,
Alright.
Zuff, honey,
Yeah.
remember. Do we want to call it here? That's all you have to say. It's nothing stressful.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanna
I'm
end
kind of
soon.
stuck.
It's up.
There's no...
It's up to you guys, cause I could go for years.
I can go for one
I was
more.
almost there.
If everybody else
What
wants, I
happened?
can go for one more.
Yeah,
What
I can
happened,
go for one
Smelly?
more.
Seal?
I mean, I
So you
actually
stink?
didn't die all the time.
Seal smells confirmed.
Okay.
Let me out. 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 How did you find this? I have the. How did you find this?
Secret.
You just say secret. You didn't. It's. No. No. Let me out.
And like on
Let
my
me out.
passport, and then try to grab.
I can
the
play one
railing.
more, but like, are you texting me on the toilet, Sally? For shame. Oh, I'm like here. Look.
Hi, kitty.
Yes! No!
Hi, Nex.
Hello.
I'm like here!
Hi.
I'm falling!
Next to you.
No! No, I went down, bro. Yeah, okay, Shelly. Okay, buddy. It's okay. Your secret's safe with me. How do we... Let me out! Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. I need to be free. Oh, who is
Watch, I'm gonna get this first try.
I can't.
Hi.
Hi. How was the great beyond?
I don't want to
Fun.
be here. I don't want to be here no more. There's a creepy skeleton man.
There is.
Wait, what?
I need to see this now.
What?
Wait, where?
How do you get out of this?
Over here?
He scared me. So Eliza said you could clip through the map. So I came over here and I was like, okay, let's try it. So if you walk forward and you press 1, eventually your passport book, right, will clip you through because you got to try and like, you know, get behind the TV.
How did you get out?
Oh, now I'm climbing the wall.
Did you do it a different way?
Oh yeah, I see him back
Yeah,
there.
I'll be able- yeah, you see him? He's fucking creepy as shit.
Oh, you can do it over here too?
I don't know if you can get all the way through, but there's a creepy skeleton man on the other side. Nexus confirmed.
Ooh,
it.
I see him.
Yeah, he fucking scary.
Shelly, how's it going? How's the mode?
I think I almost made it out.
Yeah, I don't know if this one's possible.
Did you do it?
Yeah. I think the wall's too thick to get your legs through.
But
Which
yeah,
is the
no,
ultimate goal.
the creepy janitor man.
Yeah, I see him. They're spooky.
It's the Scoutmaster.
That's the scout man. That's the guy.
Yeah.
Over here.
Hold on, I'm under the ground.
Okay.
Trying to
I guess.
follow your voice.
Hello. Abba, 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 abba. Abba,
Oh,
abba.
I see him. He's weird.
There you go. He is. He's fucking creepy as shit.
Nothing's going on.
Zuff, are you still stuck?
I refuse to believe that.
there
I
we go.
refuse to believe that, Sally, unfortunately. I trust you, but I don't. How is he just out? He's like, oh, here we go. I'm gonna do this, and then do that, and then you, and then I'm out. And then he, like, how? How do you, you literally
shit
just
talk,
learned this.
Sayo.
Simple logic.
Show, you. Take your time, guys. Oh gosh, she's gonna need a minute. She's gonna need a minute. Am I climbing? Am I holding you right? I'm gentle. Here, I'll join this awful mess. This is
You
making
got this. You got this.
dude.
Can I pull you out?
I don't know, actually.
I just want to go outside. I want to see the plane.
I
What?
can't.
Damn.
Hello.
Next, move your fat face. Move.
Seeing the Chad face like it's stuck in the wall is so funny.
Okay.
I don't know what part of me is stuck outside.
Your meat. Oh, he's kind of doing it. Here, I'll help you back up. You're welcome. All
Thanks,
the
bro.
progress gone.
I'm trying to get out. There we go. I'm out.
Oh, you did it. Alright, my turn.
Your turn. You got this, buddy.
So are we gonna go for one more, or are we waiting for Sally?
I think we're waiting for the poop master. Let me out!
Make sure your feet are out of
Damn, bro's got some toes. out.
No, no, I don't want to go back in.
No. Team. We gotta get there.
Well, since Sally is gone, I'm gonna be right back also.
Okay.
He's also gotta go poop.
I will do that.
Oh, she also has to go poop. You
You're
guys should do this earlier.
You're gonna need to re-invite me, Duff.
Okay, Fumiko. How do I?
Also, hi Shadow, welcome on in. Sorry, I'll be right back.
Okay, walk. Get both feet out there. What if I back up into it? Is it fat enough? What do I do?
Hi.
Just go, guys. Leave me. I'm gonna get some food. Like, on the toilet? I'm confused. Sally's gonna. Well, Nex is gone too now, so starting it. And Fumiko's gone too. So starting it now would be kind of just like. Oh, what if I.
I see Nex hanging himself on the fucking ground.
Wait, where?
Climb up to the window.
What?
Next,
What are you-
no! You have
What are
so
you-
much to live for!
Wait, what are you guys looking at? Because he's like down here for me.
No, here, hold on. So, print screen, I'll PM it to you, honey.
Sio, keep looking at him. Oh god, he is.
Oh, you see it now?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Let me out. Let me out. Let me
Maybe I need some more regen.
Let me out. That's it, I'm playing there. Let me out. What if I go this way? What if I go... Whoa, wait. This might be more clip efficient.
Oh, I got it.
Yay!
I fucking hate you. How do you do it? What if... See, look, I'm here, right? And then...
Yeah.
And then now what?
Your hands
Like
are
that?
outside, your feet and head are inside.
I just kind of ran towards this corner after I started doing it. It's so like weird and finicky. But again, it is a bug.
Okay.
So-
Your hands and one foot. You have one foot inside.
What do I have inside?
Oh my god.
That monster.
I wish I could show you how possessed you just looked, because your feet were outside, your hands were outside, your head turned around, and then your body turned around.
Sounds about right. Can I clip back inside? I can. Well, I'm gonna clip over here.
Hi, Eliza. How's D&D going?
Hi, Liza. Konnichiwa.
Hi, Liza.
Where was the scary guy at?
Oh, yeah, I can show you.
Yeah, he's in that corner.
Alright, come here. So, honey?
He is.
Okay, I mean, you can do it that way. The easiest way to do it is to climb on the wall and then try and do it behind the TV.
I'm out.
Because I get pushed.
I'm out.
Okay.
Yeah, what if I try to
Bing
clip
bong
through the
on
window?
plane, I'm gonna drive it. Never mind.
No, don't climb.
We're just goofing around.
Nex is still hanging.
Let me. How do you find this? How do you find this glitch?
You gotta call to it, Zeus. You gotta call to it.
My whole body's out, I think. think.
Do you see your own legs like outside of it?
Yes, sensei. Yeah, I see my own legs outside and my arms.
Okay, start running towards this corner.
Okay. I'm sprinting at the corner. Now
Are you
what?
starting to get lower?
No.
Hello?
Hello.
It's hard to say.
Oh,
but
you're done
it's so,
pooping?
it's so weird. I wish I knew how to do it exactly. I just kind of started like grabbing towards the bottom
Hello,
corner
I'm back.
here, and then just like.
Yeah.
Hi. So
No, I'm
Maxie
back inside!
hanging himself. Suf is still trying, and Sinus.
It's okay, I got a full meal.
Okay, nice.
Did you use the bathroom at all? Or are you gonna use it now after your meal?
No comment, no comment.
Wait! Wait!
Do you see? Do you see next?
No!
You're almost there.
Don't jump! No! No, why am I going higher?
Go,
Let
Zach,
me-
go. Woo.
Thanks, man. Let me out. No! No!
So close! It's rough, buddy.
I can hear you eating.
What? Really?
What? No, not really. I was joking.
No,
So you're gonna use the bathroom after? Oh,
No
man.
comment. No comment.
She's got a toilet in her chair.
Mm.
Let me out. Oh, okay, I'll wait. Okay. Okay. What you eating, buddy? What you eating? What you eating, buddy?
Chicken and rice.
What's your chicken
I
seasoned
got-
with?
Seasoning.
It's just Jollibee.
I'm sorry, what? Jelly
know if you
bean
have-
chicken?
No, Jollibee. It's a
That's kind of weird,
fast
Sally.
food.
Jelly
It's a
bean
fast food
chicken?
restaurant. It's a fast food restaurant. What do you mean?
Okay.
Huh?
That explains. I'm like, jelly bean chicken? What the fuck?
What?
Do you have a
I mean,
sugar
maybe.
craving? Are you pregnant? Thank
Maybe,
you
maybe.
for
Oh,
the
no.
clip. I think
What did you say?
Eliza got the clip of you being fucking possessed.
Oh no.
How to sink?
Sink? What do you mean sink? Fork? Is this an association game?
I'm trapped.
Pink?
How do?
I think.
No,
I've been
Oh
don't
my
go
god, Eliza, don't be white. Eliza
Where
said
did
you
it
don't
go?
see such
Alright, oh.
Let me out.
Oh.
Let me out.
Oh.
Let me out. The windows are sealed.
Oh.
How did you get in there?
Did you climb?
Oh.
Let me out. Let me out.
Did you
Let
climb?
me.
I can.
I
Yeah.
grabbed you. Well. You're not supposed to be there, man. What the hell?
I'm gonna go see if the plane is ready.
Let me out. Come on. Let me. Let me. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out.
Let him out. Do not shackle him. This is really
Thanks.
messy.
Thanks, man. I forgot what you were eating. Would you say rice?
Chicken and rice.
Chicken rice. Got him. That Jollibee chicken. Mm-mm-mm. Everyone's getting food. I probably should have went to get food. Let me out. I just want to go once.
Oh, you had.
Huh?
There.
Your head, your
Let me
head.
out.
Your head is through.
Let me out.
I just need
Let
the
me-
rest of my body to get through.
Where am I supposed to be looking?
I feel like my body looks crazy right now.
Oh my god, I just ran back in. I
Connected.
just spawned. I give up. I give up.
You made it out? Oh no.
Hey. Hey, buddy.
Hey, how's it going?
Wait, if I can't clip out there, I can clip in here with you.
It's not worth it.
That's not worth it. Oh god, it just sent me all the way over here.
What the hell?
It just launched me. Excuse you?
My bad.
That's okay, Sally. As long
Your
as
head
you're
is
open-minded.
spinning, man. Your head is spinning.
Dude, I need like 5 fingers.
What?
Let me out. I actually have
Sounds
5
like
fingers.
crazy. If I hate to alarm you.
Yeah, you do.
but-
Yeah.
Wait, guys. You're
Don't know if
telling
you
me
know
I
that,
have...
but like, yeah, you do have 5 fingers. Yeah.
I'm actually missing a finger.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Like
Your
for real,
mom
or
made it
is a
off.
joke?
No, not for real.
Oh, okay.
You mean, like, for real.
I mean.
Yeah, guys,
you know,
I'm actually missing a finger. That was insensitive.
My bad.
Oh,
I
so
can't-
can you invite Fumiko back?
Maybe.
Hey, you made it in. You made it in. But now you're
No,
stuck
I-
there.
Alright, here we go.
Nobody was
Is
here.
Nex is still hanging. Let's see if I can get on another way.
I've got, bro, every time I go to invite someone, the Selly DMs just show up on my face.
Might not take it off.
It's like some chicken on fire or something. I think it's like her,
It's like one
Jolly
sticker
Bee.
I got on Steam.
it's like
Oh,
her
yeah,
Jolly
that's
Bee.
Yeah.
That's what I'm eating right now. Let me, ow! I hate this. I hate this. Ugh.
What is that noise?
Your leg is weird, and I don't like it.
Sorry.
See you. See you. Come over
I've
here.
been
to the-
sealed.
It's like you're, it's like we're like you're like you got like a virus or something you can't be with us. We're quarantining you.
But like, we gotta get on this plane though.
Sounds good. It sounds really good.
It does. It is actually.
Sounds,
good.
it sounds yummy.
I'm so hungry.
Dude, I'm hungry.
You might have to try
Seal,
again.
Seal, did you eat yet?
While
No.
we're in downtime.
But it's like
Yeah, me and
midnight,
Seal.
right?
Well, kinda.
Yeah, just
like,
monkey.
I have like a half-eaten pizza here.
Oh, nice. Eat it.
The muted.
I mean, I guess I can't really do anything else. I'm kind of like sealed.
Okay. So, what do I say again, Sally? What do I do? What? Whoa. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Got me?
Okay. Yeah, I got
Okay.
you.
Alright. Let me out. All I want is to be free. It's music to my ears right there. Can I see him from here without clipping? No. Okay, are you done? Can I ask you a question now?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, come here. Put your food down. I know you're two-handed.
No, I mean, I'm using
I
the
won't
phone
be able to read the messages, but you can watch this.
Okay, what do
Zoo.
I thought they said that they were G for like 1 month. They already said
What
that.
happened?
Here, and then I can see your messages.
We may need to restart the lobby.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Are you sure?
Oh wait, did my game crash? I think my game did
I
crash.
was more so talking for Fumiko. She
Yeah.
can't join.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. Thank God I have VODs up, dude. I can't wait to edit this video. Okay, next thing.
I knew it. COVID-19 distance, man. COVID-19 distance.
Hey, let me
Oh
out.
God, you look a little sick, man. You look a little
I'm
sick.
getting out. I'll get out.
Let's stay
You know
there.
what? I'll see you soon.
No, no thanks.
So we go to Steam, go here. I need to exit the current. Is Scott there?
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, they all left. Okay. Let's go ahead and try to join up on them. I don't know how much longer we're going for tonight. That didn't work. Hi V, hello, hello. How you doing? Also, thank you for the hydrate, Pika. Hi, Pika. How are you? Doing the hydrate right now. Me another. Alright. I just texted Zuff because for some reason it was not letting me join up on him. Hopefully we can get in this time. But yes, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Sorry I had to go do something, but I am back. Okay. Hopefully this one works. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello everyone. I'm going to glitch out of Sayo.
Now I'm going to the bathroom, Zuff. Just kidding, just kidding.
Now you're going to the bathroom is crazy.
Just kidding, I'm just kidding.
Oh, there we go. Alright.
Time in the evening for this shit. Well, I appreciate you coming on in. I hope that you are able to get some good sleep this time, Pika. Thank you for coming on in, saying hi. Go get some more sleep. But yes, good night, Pika. Sweet dreams.
Is Zuff talking or am I?
I want to get out. I want to get out.
Paying attention.
Oh, you're seeing it.
I want out.
How are they doing this?
We're just trying to figure out.
Yeah, we did make it to the top once. We're very professional about playing this game, as you can tell. Wait, oh, I almost got out right there.
You look like a creep behind the bushes, by the way.
I'm
Just
sorry, I
wanted to let
fell.
you know.
I was
Because you
picking
are.
myself up. My bad.
It's okay, don't worry. It's okay.
Apparently Snow cannot hear us.
That's good. That means the game is working.
It's working as intended.
Yeah, I had one of the mods that makes one character deaf.
Oh, so it was just Snow.
You should be blind, by the way. Oh?
Oh yeah, I can't see anymore. I want out. I want out. I want out.
Are you
can
open-minded?
see me forever?
We will conquer the gods together.
Hip hop.
I actually played through like Resident Evil 5 on stream, and like, why does Wesker have that one "fuck you, go to space" move?
What do you mean?
When he grabs you and throws you, like in Dead by Daylight. So you're just,
No, like he
500 feet away.
at the final battle, right? He like goes crazy and he has like the big old loop on him, and then he goes like.
I've always wanted to play.
His hand, and if you interact with it, he like he sends you like 30,000 feet into the air, and you fall back into the volcano.
Oh really?
What is holding me back? No.
Your head is holding you back, bro. Also, welcome on in, Deadpan. How you doing? Just the sounds of all you in the corner. Yeah, no, we're all trying to escape. But yes, thank you so much for coming on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. How you doing? But yeah, apparently if you like get yourself glitched over here in this corner, we've done it a few times, but you can glitch yourself out of the map, which is pretty cool. We've all been having a decent amount of fun glitching yourselves out of the game.
No, come on. Come on, just
I'm
one
just
time.
really struggling to get it right here. Oh.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on. Stroke that thing.
That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. I'm, like, spazzing out right now for some reason.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Stroke that thing.
Bro, you just got clipped.
Can you talk for me?
Yeah.
okay.
You
You're
send me
fine.
one more invite. If I have problems, I'm just gonna go. That's okay for me.
Is
I'll
that
send you an
good?
invite
Sayo, can you
once I
talk for
can.
me?
I think one of you guys can invite her too, by the way, who isn't clipping.
Alright, let me go ahead and
Serious
translate.
business to attend to.
Yeah, I can tell.
What's up?
Oh, there you are. Oh, I'm just adjusting volume.
Sully, can you hear me?
'Cause I have to do that.
No, I can't hear you.
Can you Oh, never mind. You're like the one person who can't. Never mind. Damn, you said no already?
Oh wait. Hold on.
Oh, there. Hello.
Come on,
Come
let
on,
me
Sup.
in.
Come on, Sup. We got this.
Oh, I don't think. Oh, we hear you. No. Bring back.
Daddy isn't done talking yet.
Can we hear?
I want to show Sayo. They look really cool.
Oh my god, I just can't do it. I just give up.
Yes.
You know what that sounds like?
We can hear. Can you hear us? Wait, or is that you asking?
Let me out.
Wait, I'm stuck in the wall now.
Nope.
Oh, there we go.
I mean, I heard her for a second. I thought.
Oh wait, no, I'm still stuck in the wall. Uh-oh.
So you know what? You got me.
There we
you
go.
got me thinking.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Let's see.
Why are you running it?
I'm gonna do a Googling.
Wait, pointing at me, pointing at you.
Yeah,
What are
bro.
those, man? What are those?
I don't know, bro. Why you got your grippers out? Why you got your grippers out?
Why are your grippers out? Are you wearing Crocs? What are those, bro?
You're wearing flip-flops? Put them away.
Sig, welcome on in.
Get
What do you
it.
mean? What do you mean? These are my Sigma flops.
You're not even a Sigma. Get out of here. Get back.
I'm a Sigma.
No, you're not a Sigma. You're not a Sigma, bro. You are not, bro. You are not.
You don't understand.
I do understand, bro.
Did you see
Can't
what I
believe
did
that
there
you're being
in
an
the last
imposter.
match? What the hell?
I think Zuff got out.
Was that even Zup? I don't even think so. Zup is over there.
Stop streaming.
Who was that?
Oh, I don't know. Is it Sayo? Oh, Sayo got out again.
Bro, stop streaming. Next is still going. Sayo's still going.
I went out. I went out.
I've learned.
Oh, there he is.
You don't want
I've
it
learned.
as bad as me.
I've learned. You don't have to spam it.
How do you do
If
it?
Press it at the same time. You can kind of get them both out.
And Lunar.
You said spam it.
Well, now
You
I've
also-
discovered more about the glitch. All right.
You're a Sigma too.
I'm saying when you told me we don't have to, like, press it, like spam it, you said spam it.
No, I'm telling you now that you don't have to spam it anymore.
Wait, like spam spacebar?
You don't have to spam one or space bar at the same time. You can just press them both at the same time and it'll clip you through.
So what do I do?
Okay.
Oh god,
You just need to make sure that both your hands and your feet get through, and then you need to try to
Oh, no,
like
I'm
you need to
stuck.
aim for like the bottom right and just keep trying to push yourself
Get me outta
lower
here.
until you're close enough like to this bottom part in order to grab it and just like climb down.
Oh, my hands are outside.
Wait, go climb to where?
Sally,
Oh, hey.
how was your
Hey, Zup, I'm almost out.
Dude, I actually will, like, I swear to god.
Oh, wait,
She gets
okay,
it.
I went back in.
What am I, the whole alpha universe? Yeah. You're such a Sigma, Eliza. You're so cool.
Crap me. Crap me, see.
Wait, what do I gotta grab?
These nuts.
I wondered,
Grab
did
this
you
bottom
accidentally
right
put
corner,
yourself
like
on
where the
push
pillar
default?
is. You have to like push yourself lower though. Like, you kind of gotta like wiggle down.
Oh, shit.
And, like go down and like move forward.
Where? This is
Hang on.
This is
I'm-
pain. I
Okay.
don't know what I opened up. I did something. I did something on my screen.
Like right here?
I've got like 500 like little tabs open on my screen. My CPU performance. Oh, thanks guys.
I'm gonna guess no.
What do I press? Do you want to record? No.
What did you do, Zuff?
Yeah, I don't know. I raged out. My models like, there's like I'm using like 5 models right now at the same time. Let me.
Hang on. Where am I supposed to be grabbing again? Oh.
It's like this great pillar.
Oh, I see. Hey, Chef, can you move your big fat head?
Maybe I can get back in the map and show. I almost feel like the fact that we're all piling on it makes it even harder.
Yeah. Bro, I'm actually stuck now. Uh-oh. Looks like Sully's just over here humping the wall, bro.
Back into the map and then just do the same thing.
You got out by mashing before. I'm gonna get out by mashing. Let me out.
Wait, has Sub not gotten out the whole time?
Shut up.
A big bright smile and you see my like whites glistening.
Let me out. I'm losing my mind. Why am I so...
Okay, I'm gonna jump back in.
No, don't stop flexing on us. I'm just gonna go back in, guys. Then I'm gonna go back out. And then I'm gonna go back in.
I just want to do more testing, you know.
That's you, by the way? That's you, by the way?
me actually. I'm full of joy and whimsy.
Is there like a certain spot on the wall that you're supposed to like do this in?
Yeah, if you can aim for like the bottom, like you're supposed to be like deep into this corner, and then if you can
Sally,
aim
are you
for,
here?
like
Yeah.
like the more you go
Oh, okay.
towards the pillar, the better.
I
would
give
say.
up. I give up. I don't
I
care.
actually have a headache doing that.
Are we like gonna start a new one?
Yeah, let's start.
Wait for Miko.
Wait, I got out. I got out.
Oh, you did?
What?
I see exactly what you mean now.
Yeah.
He got out?
Yeah, I got out.
Oh hey.
Oh my god, hi Astral.
Hello.
You see what I'm doing, Astral? Do you see what I'm doing?
Wait, Sayo, how did you get up to the
Low.
there?
Low.
Bro, I can't type. You're all good. You're slaying, bestie.
The deep inhale.
Has it been 3 months already?
It's 1 in the morning.
Hang on. Maybe I might know how to get over there.
It's 1 in the morning.
Do you think it's
Yeah, we're still using the same mod pack, but I don't know how much longer we're gonna be playing for, Eliza.
1:14 a.m. for me?
It's one in the
I think we're probably gonna be doing one more and then hopping on.
Sally.
It's 1 p.m. guys. What do you mean? On a Saturday. What are you talking about?
Hi, Sally.
Time flew by.
Grab me.
I got you, broski.
Is he out also?
Yeah.
I'm almost there.
I fucking hate this game.
I need one more invite, and if my audio still broke, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, hold on. I got you.
Let me out.
I don't know
I'll
how.
never get out. I'll never get out.
Okay, wait, hold on. Are you guys out? Like, can you see, like, outside the
I
map?
can see outside.
Okay,
Yeah.
so basically, do you see my mark?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you want to try to slide down as much as you can. There's a invisible wall down there that you can grab onto.
Where's your mark?
Okay.
Never mind.
Down here.
I can't.
That bottom corner. You want to get, like, as low as you can down there.
Bring this up, Astral. Do you want me to, like, what do you want me to do?
Or?
Hi.
Hi.
Talking to my friend Astral in chat.
I know, you're so cool.
So loud.
They're being
Where is it?
Kill them later.
Why am I swinging?
It's down
This
here.
is making me hot.
Still no audio. I'm sorry, Fumika. That's frustrating.
Attempting
Oh.
thoughts on
Oops.
No! I gotta go this down.
I'm trying, man.
You're cool. You be nice to me.
Am I out? Where do I go next to balls? Oh, never mind. He's over here now. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. I'm gonna go blow myself up.
My leg is stuck. My leg is stuck. Oh, I can't get out. I'm stuck in the wall.
I think if you just go towards there,
Dude, I'm stuck over here. Holy shit.
She's stacked. Oh, there. Ah, there we go.
Hey, Seth, imagine if I get out again before you.
Imagine if you did.
I'd laugh.
So cool.
It would be so awesome.
Yeah, I would laugh too. I would laugh too.
so awesome.
No,
It
yeah,
would be so cool.
Oh, wait. Woo! What the fuck are you doing?
I'm leaving. I'm going this way.
You're the most confusing person I think I've ever been asked for.
Why can't I get out?
Oh no, oh no.
Alright, sounds good. So, thank you so much for coming on, and I appreciate you. Sleep well.
Look, do you see that? Like,
Stuff, I got out again.
there's a Grimbo hanging. Yeah,
Okay, so from here,
yep,
go
right there.
towards-
You're looking at him.
But yes, have a wonderful night, Snow. Thank you so much for playing. It was a lot of fun.
Schizophrenia. Is it there?
I mean, like.
Oh
my god!
Yeah, the license back.
Oh my god!
Jumped right now. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
What?
Is that a villager?
His face? It's the form. Yeah, it looked like it. Oh
It'll be so awesome. It'll be so cool.
Nah, he's done. He is finished. It is over.
Plastic surgery?
Hang on, I'm gonna try to like get over here and then try to go for it up there. Ooh, wait, hold on. What if I can get over here?
I can't take this seriously. Your face is stupid. You're like a sleazy like businessman when you're talking. Oh, I don't know, maybe. I don't
Wait,
know,
hold on.
Plastic surgery can fix this. We might have to do something more.
Hold
expensive.
on.
Like you're trying to squeeze him out of money or something.
Boom.
Or
Kitty.
wanna play another one?
I got out.
Do we all want to play another one?
Guys. Sayo.
Eliza, are you
Guys,
talking?
do we want to play another one?
I got in.
Are you talking?
Okay, never mind, guys. You get it.
No. Do you have
Kitty.
Thank you.
I got in.
Oh, nice. Go try to touch Mr. Jollybones.
Are you guys ready to play another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, doesn't. Oh my goodness, he's got 2 booty cheeks. Holy.
Ooh, whole booty cheeks?
Yeah, bro. He's double cheeked up back here.
God damn.
I know. I was admiring that. How dare I be dragged? What the frick, bro? Who dragged me?
This is the last one, guys.
Who dragged me? I wasn't done staring at bro's booty.
Stare my nuts in your mouth, loser.
That's crazy, bro. That's not happening.
It's alright, some people are into that.
No.
Compass.
Where's Eliza?
Is it keep
I'm guessing
Oh, you think that's funny?
get brought.
Whatever, I already got it.
Wait, where's Eliza?
That's all you
Yeah,
wanted
yeah,
to
yeah,
use
yeah.
Bing Bong. You didn't even care.
She might have been
Of
having the
course.
audio issues because I kept asking her if she was talking and she wasn't.
This is so sad.
So it actually might be a thing where, because I think I heard about this from one of my other friends, that you have to like actually close the entire instance of Peak and then relaunch it.
That is so stinky.
There it is.
It would be so awesome. It would be so cool. Eliza, can you hear me? Eliza? Eliza cannot hear me. You should jump.
Is that to me?
Yeah.
Come
Oh,
here.
now y'all are going for the
I'm
chests
jumping,
that
see?
I
I'm
always
jumping.
end
You
up
should jump
getting
off.
left at.
There were
chests up there? Why
Yeah,
would I
there's
do
two.
that?
Cause normally I go for these two, and y'all are just fucking gone.
It would be so awesome.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Actually?
I fell.
Wait, you're dead already?
God damn.
It would be so awesome.
Half health left.
It would be so cool.
Half health left.
Daddy!
Yeah. Throw it at me. Okay. Where did it go? Oh God. Where'd it go?
I don't know. Look for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. I threw two of them down there if you found both.
Juice.
Did you find both of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It would be so awesome.
I know you're.
It would be so cool.
I'm guessing you just can't hear me then.
I'm gonna fight the Scoutmaster. I wonder if that's an achievement. Now that I have the blow dart, I'm kinda wanting to try and kill a Scoutmaster. I think it could be pretty cool. More bandages! I would certainly take them. Bop. Hold on. Oh, that's a freaking fart drop! Dear tits. Oof, that hurts. God damn. That shit hurt my booty. Just gonna do this. I'm just gonna take this, and we're gonna get on up out of here. Ooh, whoop. Oh. Oh.
Well, that was a waste of time.
Alright. Where to now? It's a great question, if I must say. I'm surprised that we've been streaming for 5 hours together. I honestly expected the collab to go for like ish hours. So, but I've been having a great time. It's been a lot of fun being back and streaming, hanging out with y'all. You guys are all amazing. You're all very cool. Wink. I'm surprised that we've kind of gotten this far in Ascent. It's Ascent 1 I struggled with when I was playing with Steven, Pika, and I think Tay. But I'm surprised that we actually beat Ascent 1. That was pretty cool. Proud of us for that one. Ascent 2 is pretty tough though. I will admit, Ascent 2 was tough. Yeah, it's a little bit more of a challenge than... Hopefully that doesn't poison me. Crossing. Yep, there's the poison. That is not so awesome. That is not so cool. That is quite very stinky, if I must say so. I don't know where Kitty is. Wait, is that Kitty? I think that's Kitty. Kitty! Hi! That is Kitty. Oh my goodness. That's so cool. Alright. My poison is pretty much worn out. We should be good to go. Who's that? Oh, I see multiple people up there. Hello? 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 Who is up here? Is that Eliza I see? It is Eliza I see. Hi Eliza. Hello, hello. I'm on my way.
Does Eliza guys have a mic, or I think she's.
I think it's the audio bug.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was playing with us earlier.
Hey.
Hey. Get it, girl. Oh my god.
Hey.
I have a rope.
I'm gonna go this way. There's like a hatch. A hatch? Cave thingy there.
Yes.
Can you make it? I don't
Yeah.
have anything to drop.
I'm good. Hell yes.
Like here? Oh no. Oh
You got
no.
this, you got this.
Oh gosh.
You got this.
Okay, we can stand here somehow. Oh, okay, frick. I think I might be dead. I think I might be dead.
Nope, 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 nope. Come on, come on. No, no. Come on, Sully. There we go.
Oh
Nice.
my god.
I got you, bro. I got you. Here, I'm gonna jump up to right here and I'm gonna drop some rope, okay?
Okay. I mean, we could take the right side.
No, that's too easy.
You're right. That's too lame.
Are we really gamers if we do that?
That's true. That's true. Lower.
Alright, that should be good.
That's the max?
Nah, it's not the max. I still got plenty of spool.
Okay. Where is he? Are you dead, Show? Oh.
My ever-burning soul.
Is he good?
Reach.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my god, this is so small. I'm going up.
It's all good, brosive. It might not be all good, brosive.
Are you sure?
I'll drop more rope.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna drop more rope.
Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about this.
I think I'm pretty sure.
Bye-bye.
There you go. Ooh, pattern.
I have this though.
I don't have inventory space. How do you go?
What?
No! Well, there goes the pitten. Oh well.
All in the mine.
Oh, there you are.
Ow!
Mushroom. Food. Oh, it's poisonous.
There's no bueno. Thanks, Brotato.
Oh, okay. Don't worry, Broski. I'm poisoned. I'm poisoned. Whoops.
Man, keep your cooties over there then.
Where's the thing?
He's up here.
Oh, no, that was a poisonous mushroom. I lied to myself.
Ooh. Ooh.
This way, guys.
Where?
This way.
Where?
Up there.
Where?
Hey, Soph, can you keep pointing?
No, I don't want to anymore.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna point my big old finger at you.
I wish you would.
What if every time someone was like,
Damn, you already took the backpack. That's crazy.
word you?
Oh, I need that.
I was the first one
they-
here.
I need that.
Bro, you just wasted
big
that
finger
shit.
to like point directly in your
No, we
face.
got a
Yeah.
solar Fiji.
I need that.
A scout Fiji.
What is that?
Oh, it didn't do that much. Oh my god. But thanks.
Hello. You brought me a conch. I danced for the conch. I showed gratitude. I give you a thumbs up, because I know you can't hear me. Wait, are you hungry, Shelly?
It's okay, I got a marshmallow. Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes.
You should cook that. It gives more stuff.
Does it actually?
It does.
Kitty is 300 meters away. Did you guys leave her?
No, you did.
No.
You guys
I
can't be
don't
leaving your
think so.
teammates.
Zoff, you went full charge ahead. What you mean?
And I got here first. You guys should have followed. Kitty beat your bossy. Look, instead, get your drama.
Bah, bah, bah.
Don't make fun of me.
Oh, hi, Elijah. Hello, hello. Yeah, 5 seconds of planks, 5 sit-ups. What's up? Thanks, bro. 5 push-ups. 5 squats. Alright, let me go ahead and get started. I got you, Snow. I got you.
There's nothing. Can I climb this? What the hell?
Is she getting closer? Kind of.
I appreciate you.
No, I'm alright, thank you. Is she dead?
Got one too. No, she's still alive.
There's like wind coming in from somewhere.
He's not moving. He's cheating. He's cheating. He's not moving. He's not moving.
What you mean? I'm
One.
Concentration to have to start over again. Don't laugh.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
1, 2,
1,
7,
2,
8, 9, 10. So much. Too much push-ups.
4, 5.
5, 6, 7.
Who is
8,
breathing like that?
10.
Come on, Sully, we gotta do these squats.
That's how you
Ready? Ready?
What?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. I'm tired, man. I'm tired.
Understandable, bro.
Bro.
Understandable. At ease, soldier. At ease.
Meters away.
Yes, sensei. Yes, sensei.
Question. I guess I'll go find out.
Alright, I'll come with you, buddy.
Go.
Oh, we gotta get jiggy with it.
They're like far out. You gotta get jiggy with it. Where is she? She's carving her own path.
For real.
Such a
Bum,
good
bum,
idea.
bum, bum.
This way is up.
First.
This way is up.
Luggage
There's luggage there. What was in it?
yeah, having fun trying to push me? Nuh-uh.
Wow.
Nuh-uh. I'm doing good. How you doing, Recon? Thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate you. How you doing? How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Have a wonderful week. Got any fun plans for the weekend? Anything cool coming on up? Jeez, that's so funny. Nice. How long have you been together? Like, what is the year amount for the anniversary? That is so terrible English, but I hope that you understand, man. The words are not coming together. How many years are you celebrating? I guess is like the best way to put it. 2 years? Nice. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's awesome, though. Let me go ahead and do this hydrate for Snow. I can't speak. They banned you. Yeah, we took away your freedom of speech. Yeah, I utterly hate Eliza. Totally. Totally.
Push her, yeah.
Yeah, push her, push her.
Push her. Yeah, take that, Eliza. Take that.
Hi, Tiger. Welcome on back. How you doing? Hello.
Is she here yet?
Dude, I want some apples right now. I'm gonna be real with you. Some apples sound very fire.
SONG song. Oh, you have bandages. Wow.
Get. Your
What is this?
This
Move.
is
Thank you for the statue, bro.
This is a thievery. This is
Give it back.
She hasn't moved in a minute.
This is
Thank
a
you.
hold up, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I will throw the bag.
I have the statue.
Isn't there
I don't
supposed to
care
be
about the
another bag?
statue.
Isn't there supposed to be another bag?
Zuff ate it. Oh, Kitty's here.
Oh, she's dead. She's dead.
Give me that.
Not anymore.
And
Okay, that's
I
fine, actually.
heard y'all, and literally was like, I could use some help, and
I did not hear that. I'm sorry.
I'm kind of used to roughing it along at this point. It's okay.
Sorry, mother.
Mwah.
I forgot to cook my marshmallow.
Bro forgot to roast his marshmallow. Imagine. And no, she's not actually voice banned Recon. It's just an audio bug.
I think she voice banned.
Yeah, Zuff is that stinky that he voice banned Eliza.
Dude, call me stinky one more time. I'm gonna.
You're stinky, bro.
Yeah, well, guess what? You're big.
What?
500 pounds.
What?
300 pounds.
What?
Fat.
What?
Get away from me.
What? What?
I didn't mean it.
What?
It's time for war, guys. It's time for war.
For war!
I don't know. Your waist is.
Next from mommy to mom. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Real, not clickbait. The maid outfit stream is coming very, very soon. I've just been very busy with life lately, like personal stuff. But I was gonna do it this weekend, and then I realized that tomorrow is our stream with yeah, it's VTE and LCG. So yes, it's gonna be very fun. But I was honestly planning it for this weekend, and then I was like, oh yeah, because I was talking to Snow about, you know, the whole maid outfit, and then she was like, oh, you gonna do that for the VTE and LCG collab? I was like, oh shoot, nope, never mind. So I'm just working on planning that out. But yeah, actually, dude, I've been getting my what's it called, community night schedule kind of mixed up. I'm gonna be so real with you guys. I do not remember if tomorrow's a community night. I'm gonna say it is. Why not? We'll just say that tomorrow's a community night. We'll have a good time. We'll watch some stuff, play some games. Depending on, you know, how many people show up, we'll decide on what game. That way everybody feels included, you know. That's why I like to start off community nights with movies, because that's when a lot more people will show up. But then yeah, when it comes down to games, it's a lot more like, hey, does somebody have this game? All that. So that's why I like to start off with movies. That way everyone feels more included, and if, you know, if they don't have a game that we're playing, then they can at least feel like they participated in the community night. So yeah. We'll just say that tomorrow is a community night. Oh, an antidote. I do not have inventory space for that. That sucks. That really sucks, honestly. You guys reckon I can make that? Ooh, wait, hold on.
Do you see how I'm helping you? Oh, hey, Nair.
Oh, hello.
Mushrooms bad?
I'm not sure on the movie quite yet, Tiger. I literally just thought it
No, Sully, no.
of,
No, Sully,
you
no.
know,
They're bad. I don't want them. I thought they were good.
balls. I'm dead.
Literally
I
1
better
million
get-
percent. Look, antidote.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dude, I said I'm dead and they didn't even turn their head. That's so crazy.
Oh wait. Now I can.
Thank you for the hydrate and for the head pats. I appreciate you.
Bugle?
Yeah. Don't you know the achievement for the badge?
Oh
At
look,
the top,
more.
instead of lighting the thing.
Gaga.
Oh god.
Holy shit.
That
What
actually
happened?
scared me like
I literally yelled out to you guys, I'm gonna die. And I love how neither of you guys like turned.
I kind of tuned that out.
I was like, I'm gonna die. And then you guys just kept talking like, well, alright, this is the end of me.
Ah, whatever.
I gotta get the vampire.
Activating those.
I gotta get the vampire teeth, man. I gotta get the achievement.
Wait, is that actually an achievement?
It's from the poison. You gotta get poison and then heal yourself.
Oh, really?
Okay, twin.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I didn't know that that was an achievement.
That's okay,
Wait for
twin.
me, man. How about that?
You just have to use the antidote?
Yeah,
We can't go up
but I
there.
don't have any more.
We can go up there, by the
No,
way.
this
We
is
can't
the-
go up there, by the way.
What?
What?
Just climb, bro. It's not that hard.
Oh, I remember this place. This is where I use the chain launcher. On the other side.
Chain nerd.
Okay, nerd.
I'm
I
not
don't know
a
about
nerd.
that. Yeah, you are.
I'm not a nerd. I'm literally
Yeah,
not.
okay, nerd. Okay, nerd.
I feel like you have to be
Alright.
smart to be a nerd, right?
You said you were smart, remember? I remember.
Wait, Zuff is claiming to be smart?
Yeah, he's like an honor student or something.
Dude, this is like the best joke of 2025.
I'm leaving
Sounds
you by.
like nerd stuff.
Alright, good luck. Fend for yourself, buddy.
Okay. Only nerds can't make it up here.
Lamau, get fucked.
Oh, come on, it's raining. Aw, man, I also used all of my stamina. Oh, look! A juicy purple berry.
What does that one do?
Okay. It gives you like extra stuff. If you cook it, it's like much better. I got poisoned. Easy. Bye, Zoff.
I try my best to like understand everything on my own about this game, but then I'm like, I don't know. I'm pretty dumb.
I just like to get the cosmetics.
Yeah.
As long as you look nice, you're gonna win.
I
That's
feel,
a guaranteed fact.
I feel like it'd be pretty cool to get all the achievements. I'm just not ready to commit that many hours to this game.
Oh yeah, same. Yes.
I already have 21 hours in this game and I only have 18 of the achievements.
I have 30, I think. I think I have less than you. I didn't get the somebody leaves and then somebody gets to peek and you're dead. I didn't get that yet. Ooh, yummy.
18 is
Oh my
better
God,
than
you're right
0.
there.
That is definitely true.
Poison.
Damn.
If I remember right, my way was much better than his way. Oh hey, who's that? Who that? Who that? Oh, they're gone. Who that? Konnichiwa. Are you the new girl?
Are?
Hey! Who that? What?
You dead. Zuff, you should fall. Zuff, you should die.
Oh no.
Thank you, Zuff. I appreciate you. Boy, he's going all the way. He's going all the way. Aww.
Fucking high, bro.
So I told Zuff to kill himself.
Did he? Hey, show! Just follow the path.
Oh right, I made you.
Hello.
What the fuck happened?
I told him to kill himself.
Let's go!
I know, right? I love cyberbullying so much.
It's so easy, and they never turn off the screen either, so it makes it even easier.
For legal reasons, this is all just a joke. I do not endorse cyberbullying.
Never. We're cyberbullying free.
Yeah. We would totally never tell our friend to kill himself in game.
Hard cut to you convincing Zufri to kill himself.
I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do that, bro.
That would be insane, man.
That's so cruel. Let me go ahead and do these 10 seconds of playing.
Sally.
Exactly. That's so unslay, sister. Now
So
go
it's
down.
not very slay, bro. Call.
I mean.
Sally. It's not your fault.
Bye bye.
Bro.
It was my fault, show. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
It was my fault. Now you're haunting me. Oh my god. I made it. Damn. You guys want a bean?
Yes.
All right, watch me. Yeah. Watch me.
I'm watching. Whoa, that's so big, bro. Whoa.
Where are we going?
That's huge, bro.
No. Thanks, bro.
Alright, sounds good. Good night, Recon. Thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate you. Sleep well, bud. Sweet dreams.
Why am I getting the same one?
Good night.
Let's see. 1, 2.
One. Pineapple.
Revive me.
What?
There's only one thing to do. Yep, because I'm about to start.
Well, that's not looking good.
Hi!
You gotta eat each other.
We got this. We got this.
Wait, oh, you're stuck in this hole. Oh, God.
You gotta eat
Yeah,
each other.
it's alright. The magic kind.
I love how your voice just echoed. This shit's so peak.
Why did you hit me?
Wait, no!
Leave, bitch!
Yeah, get your ass back here!
No, Kitty!
I was scared, man.
Kitty!
I was scared, man. I was about to die.
He's like predatory.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like scary, man.
You saw a woman
Hey, there's an ancient.
alone late
There's
at
an
night.
ancient over there. There's an ancient.
Oh, you should go grab it, Sully.
Okay.
Oh, there's nothing in your bag.
Exactly.
I'll go with you, broski.
Go grab all these stuff. There's a lot of bags.
Next. Are you dead? Are you dead?
Oh no.
Holy shit.
Oh no, you're alive. I know, right? Whee! I'm gonna get that ancient one.
Well, I'm gonna call it.
What's that? What was that? Ancient one, ancient.
No. Ah! My balls! They took my balls! Reese's Puffs.
there's a bunch
Eat
of
'em up, eat 'em up. Fuck.
Heaven, just a jump away! Don't mind if I do!
Reese's Puffs.
There's a bunch over there too.
Where?
Bunch over there.
Where?
Over there.
Where?
Did Shaw just die? I think.
Probably.
I don't know. I'm not sure, but
I'm about to die too, bro.
dead. You know, it's all in the mind, I think. Oh, here, eat this. Eat this.
Thanks, bro.
that good? Is that good, bro?
Yeah, bro, that tasted so good.
What? I saw a bunch of luggages over there.
Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs. Eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up. Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs. Bop. Crap. How do I get back up there? Ah, shit. I might have fucked myself. This ain't moving too good right about now.
You can ask them when they come back up. Watch.
How am I gonna do this? Oh.
Do free acts if I got revived. Tell them.
Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs.
I never got revived.
Dude,
I've
I
been
know
dead
you
for
got
those, so I
revived.
can't watch it. No, I didn't. Watch, Axe and X. Hi, Nex. Did I ever get
Hi.
revived?
No.
See?
We should have revived Sayo a while ago.
Stupid face out of my way.
Sayo, I can't believe that we never revived you, bro. I'm so sorry.
Hi, I'm Sayo the Fairy. I'll grant you any wish you want.
I just like swat you out of the air. Start stomping on you.
Oh, wait. Yo, bro. See that?
What?
I tuned back into.
Yo, bro, you see that?
Kitty. That is, it's the saddest thing you could ever imagine. She's just laying on the floor waiting for death to come.
Wait, actually?
Yeah.
Imagine.
Should jump.
Yeah, I might. I'm getting tired.
You should jump. We can jump together, bro.
Crab away.
Yeah, we're gonna crab walk
You
out
don't
of
even
here.
have a crab on your head.
Whatever.
What a fake friend, bro.
Okay.
Did you just eat all those marshmallows?
Yeah.
What the frick, bro?
I'm so sleepy.
You stinky, bro.
No, I'm not
Ooh,
sleepy.
you smell like poo-poo caca.
Dude, I just. Okay.
You smell like poo-poo caca, bro.
Tragic to tune back into Eliza and just witness the rot that's partaking.
Wait, what happened?
I'm so tired.
Like every time I tune in to like the cave that they're rotting in, it's like it's just tragic.
Marshmallow.
I'm gonna try to climb that tree.
I've played these games before.
I played these games before.
Why is Eliza? Is she dying? Why isn't she dying?
Guys, I'm like totally a stripper right now.
In her little cave.
Look at those. Why are those islands floating? What the hell?
I don't know.
Oh my god. Minecraft
How do
world
you reach
generation.
that? Holy shit.
I played these games before.
Where are they? I got a lollipop. You want a lollipop?
Well, yeah, lollipop. I'll give you a green crispy with a lollipop.
I don't think I want that. I don't.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
It's yummy.
I'll eat
It's
it.
yummy.
Yeah, yummy. Yummy.
Yes. Get it. Ooh. Ooh, look. Oh, I think you're mutating. I think you're mutating. What's your superpower?
She's changing.
I can cringe. now. Yeah.
Wait. No.
Wait.
It's pretty.
This shit is so
A giant beanstalk, man. It's
Beautiful,
crazy.
bro. so
A
big.
beacon of hope. It's a beacon of hope. Nice. Yes, sensei. Yes, sensei. Beacon of hope. Yes, sensei. Wonder where they are. Are they dead?
Let's go see.
Wake up. Use your anger.
This stuff just looked like he was humping the ground.
Legs.
Yeah, Kitty is dead. Eliza is probably still stuck in that hole. So what does the anti-rope thing?
It goes upwards. Oh, hey guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Morale boost.
Morale boost because we're dead. Nice.
Yeah, bro.
I'm so boosted.
It's the greatest morale boost ever.
Can I cook the lollipop? You can cook the lollipop. That's so crazy.
What does it do when it's cooked?
It gets
So
like
we don't get
more
revived?
stuff.
No, cause
Oh,
Sully used the
well,
revive.
I didn't do anything. I was
Okay,
a scout.
never
There's a
mind.
dude
Okay,
and he
bro.
clicked it. He
Go back to
clicked
working on my commission.
Forget what I said, guys. She didn't do
He
it.
clicked it. It was
Ah, it's so cold. Ah, it's so...
Oh, you're so chilly.
I'm glad that you guys both saw that.
Where's Willy Fairy?
Ow! My bowl. Hey, hard man. Put a jacket on. I don't have a jacket. Sorry, Eliza. Sorry, bro. I lost it. It was in my pack and it kind of got lost. I don't tell you, man. Flying to sharks. Alright. I'm gonna take this.
cold, cold.
It's so cold, but I'm built better. God cannot smite me now.
God, oh gosh.
God cannot smite me, for I have a heater. Ah!
Got easily nerfed by
God fears me. I will not be halted by a simple, measly snowstorm. It will subside, and I will come out as a new man. A man that has taken on the whole business. Anyways. Mark, I really need some bandages. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Dude, I love the Snow Peak soundtrack. It's so calming. It's so peaceful.
Very nice.
Yes, yes, yes. It's very, very slay. Bob. What the hot choice that I'm doing for it? Oh, I was asking you something's dead. What? What? Dude, I cannot see. Hold on. Perchance I can brute force this. Oh wait, no, my heater wore out. Oh, that's so sad. Except one night. Ooh, hold on. Alright, there we go.
Your what is better than mine?
Hello!
At least I flushed the toilet.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
If I could, I'd wave my little
Like,
ghost
you were
hand,
using Jollibee.
but I
You
don't
don't
have
have a
that much
bidet.
special power
You don't
yet.
have a bidet.
War. Where are the potatoes? Guys.
Imagine not having a bidet. Imagine not having a
Hello?
Yeah, what bidet do you have?
Guys, come here, come here, come here. I'm behind you, come here.
It's cold, it's cold. I blame
Wham fucking wham. Also, hello, Corn. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being on. Bye. I appreciate you. Oh, wait. Remedy Fungus is stuck in my inventory. Hold on.
Oh, you just gotta toss it.
I don't think you should eat that green one. I'm telling you, I don't
Eat
think you
that
should eat that
green
green one.
I for some reason cannot use this Remedy Fungus.
That's because you gotta chuck it on the ground.
Well, yeah, but like, it's not even showing that it's in my hand.
Oh!
Oh, it's
So
not?
freaks off
No.
TTV.
I have no stamina.
What?
So first house TTV.
The freaks ox. Next it.
Thank you.
Tatava.
Your name is literally Selskate.
Uh-huh.
Wait, what did you
I can't pick up anything new.
It was that, yeah. It was that.
Oh, you're like fully bugged now.
Yeah, I'm fully bugged. It's kind of joking for me, bro.
like before?
Oh,
No, it was that. Sasuke.
Okay, so
Where do you want to go?
Hmm.
Mama,
It might be joking for me.
yeah, you might be
Really? Do you need
Yeah.
food or?
No, I have a remedy fungus stuck in my hand and I cannot get it out and I can't pick up
Oh.
anything.
You gotta use it.
Oh no.
Yeah, I can't.
No, it's like bugged out.
Yeah. Yeah, so you use it.
Help me.
See this guy abandoning his friends. Crazy.
I know, right?
I'm right here.
What a loser, bro.
Crazy.
Although, if I'm being honest, I'm only here because of the snow. I would
See?
have booked it, buddy.
What a
Abandoned.
loser, bro.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Thank you
No
for
problem.
reaching out.
No problem.
Oh look, capybara.
Yeah.
Bro, just look everything. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, thank
if you're
you. Wow,
hungry.
so nice. Where are we going?
You guys are like
Left side.
bipolar.
Oh, huh?
What
What do you mean?
is that?
Oh yeah, this is modded core, and that way we can have more players. Help.
Ah!
Help.
Jackson!
Thank
I
you.
got you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. You know what? I have to use
Make
this suit.
that?
If I do this,
Take that. No, I cannot.
There's nothing here. It's too flat. There's nothing here. It's too flat. It's too flat.
made it.
wait, do you think you might fall asleep?
I just brute forced it, bro. I might die here though. Okay, we good. But yes, this is modded core.
Did you do it?
Frick.
You didn't say anything, you just turned around. The backpack.
You know what? I'm gonna go see. I'm gonna gamble. I'm gonna go see if we can get a med kit or something in here. Crossing my fingers, bro. Oh, please. There we go. Kind of wedged my way up. Bruh. That's not what I wanted. Are you guys okay? I'm gonna hope that they're okay. Ibarra. Dude, where am I supposed to go from?
How'd you do this? I used the lollipop.
Chat, I might be fucked.
This is on you and Nexit.
I think Nexus can do it. He did
Dude, I might be fucked,
Yes.
Sully.
He's like super.
Wait, pick me up! Wait, pick me up! Wait! Pick me up! Pick me up.
I think he can do it.
I think you
I
can
might
do
be
it, man. Just
Here,
make it.
here. Hold on. I have an idea.
It's 2 a.m. Oh no.
Over here?
Yeah.
Or here?
I do not know if I'm gonna make this, so best of luck, soldier.
I'm definitely gonna make it.
Actually, I think you might make it next.
That's
Yeah.
unfortunate
Oh, wait.
that.
Uh-oh.
Why is
I'm not making it.
Vegas
Well, you would've.
VC. Bro,
Oh, thank you.
Bag seller, bro.
Thanks, bro.
I got you, bro. Do you need food? I got a marshmallow.
I'm good, bro.
He's
Okay,
just
we can
really
walk this
hurt.
way.
Yeah, I'm really
I don't
freaking
have
hurt.
nothing. I don't have nothing.
You have a remedy fungus.
It's stuck in my inventory. I can't use it.
I said Nexus.
I know. I wish I could use it.
Or to like
Hey, idiot!
hypothetically,
Use the
right?
remedy fungus.
I wish I could, Soph.
Next, I have an idea.
Yes.
What if, right, you pass out due to the frostbite, right? It
And
goes
you
down,
drop
it drops
the
everything
remedy
out of your
fungus.
inventory, and then it fixes it. You know what I mean?
Dude, the very, it's probably not even in
Come here,
there.
come here, this way. This way, so that you don't fall out.
Yeah, I think you're safe right there.
Okay, but how does he get unfrozen?
Well,
Oh, so she just like
she's
pick
right there.
Up?
Yeah, once I like start going down, I'll fall into that little crevice right here.
Seal, you're so brainy with your brain thing.
I'm just
Are you
so
dead?
smart.
In a
with
second.
words. I want praise.
The way your Giga Chat faced me. You're like, huh? Am I dead?
In a second, bro.
I hate that everyone's using it. No more, please. Alright, now pass out and die.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
No, it's just a shelf fungus.
Yeah, I thought so.
Hello.
Alright, well that was a big fat waste of time. Good job, guys. There we go.
I tried.
You will get 0 praise. In fact, you're getting an insult. I hate you.
Thank you.
In fact, I think you're due for an insult.
Got you. Oh my god, we're
Thanks,
making
bro.
it.
What time is it
are
for
we?
you, CO? CO, what time is it?
Where do we go, bro?
I don't know.
I think we go that way, bro.
Dude, I'm not making it up there.
Or I think we go upwards, bro. Don't worry, I got another one of these things.
Don't call me Rage Slob.
Wait, hold on. Yeah.
This is
I would
smart.
die.
I don't know if this is smart.
This is very dangerous.
It's extremely dangerous. Goodbye, bro. Oh,
Very dangerous.
you're so smart.
Oh, it is no longer dangerous.
Go.
Got you, bro. We're almost to the
We're
top.
almost there, bro. Oh no, it's cold, bro.
It's okay, you can
Oh
take
wait,
a little
over
bit
here,
of a
bro.
chill.
It's over here, bro. Over here, bro.
Got this, bro.
Not yet, bro. Not yet.
Okay,
It's
my
bro.
bad, bro.
Bro, do we?
I don't know how we're gonna make this, bro.
Oh, here, bro, here. I see a sliver of hope.
Thanks, bro. You're so smart.
Oh wait, I don't have stamina. Wait.
It's all good, bro. Pick you up.
Nice. Oh my god, bro, we're making it, bro.
Oh my god.
It's so back, bro.
Holy sh! Oh my god, we did it. Holy shit, we
They
did
did it.
This is
They
so
did it.
massive.
Oh my god, they did it.
Take this
We
L,
did it,
bro.
guys. We did it.
We did it.
We?
Let's just go that way. Let's just go down. Let's just go down. Oh, don't go all the way down.
Yeah, well, I started sliding. I might be a little bit of a silly goose.
It's like 2 p.m. in the afternoon. What are you guys talking about?
Congratulations, Snow. Congratulations.
Just an
2
old
in the afternoon, you
man.
guys.
That's it. Me and Theo we're in like a home shelter where we're like in the elderly home right now. We're just
Okay. Ew. Oldies. Ugh. Disgusting.
all raisined up. I'm raise Max.
Oh my god,
Raisin
it's the
Maxie.
volcano!
Wow, we made it again.
Kill? Holy shit. What the hell? Welcome back.
My balls.
We have nothing. We have nothing.
Why did I? Okay, wait. If I get reincarnated, why am I still hungry?
Yoink.
Just how life is
didn't
like
eat.
sometimes, you know? Damn. Ooh. Oh, if you're hungry, you can get shot. If
side.
you're hungry, you can get shot. Where's the thing? Do you have it? Where's your blow? Oh, where's the thing? Where's the bamboo thing?
I just ate it.
You,
Kitty
oh,
is
because you can shoot
67
them and then their
meters away.
status disappears. If you shoot them.
Oh, okay.
Kitty.
Only
Yeah.
one person though.
This is so sad.
Get it! You have it? Where is it?
I'll
You
push
really
it.
ate? Oh, there. Not me! Not me! No! Ash, Zuff, shoot Zuff. Yeah, shoot Zuff.
Let's go.
Not me. Shoot Zuff.
There you go.
Good night.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Go to sleep, Zuff. He should wake up soon enough, right? Uh-oh. 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 Yes, sensei!
Goodbye, soldier.
Come on, stop sleeping on the job. Oh my god.
Come on, Zafu.
What a loser, bro. Come on, bro. I shot you as a prank. Come on, you're fine.
Come on, bro. Come on.
I just domed you in the head. Don't worry about
Here
it.
you go. Here you go.
Thanks,
Wait, where'd my backpack go?
Anybody got a bit of food?
Wait, where'd the backpack go? Yeah, you're right. Where did the backpack go? Oh, there it is. It's over there.
Oh no, it's okay. You can have a kitty.
I'm out of here.
I was just wondering where it went.
Hungry. I don't want to get hungry.
Doesn't matter, I'm always dead anyway, so just take it.
Okay, I'm alright. I don't think I've died a single time.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. There's no way.
Yeah.
Ah!
Ooh.
My leg! Uh-oh.
Oh, the lava is coming up! Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
It's okay, I'm built better.
Fucking thing! Climb, Theo!
Oh, oh, that hurts.
I don't know what I get him.
You know what? No man left behind. Come here, Sayo.
Go get him, get him, get him! And then I'll pick you up over here, wherever.
Didn't think that was that far.
I got you, bro. I'm a real one.
You're a real one. Good job, Dexter. Good
Thank you,
job.
thank you.
Hey, there's eggs. There's eggs over there.
Need.
Do you eat food?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Thank you.
There you go.
Hopefully Sayo wakes up soon. He's pretty heavy.
I remember right, there's eggs over here too.
Sayo, bud, any day now.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
Thanks, bro.
Oh, I don't know where to go. Oh, to the big bro, to the big one. This one, this one.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Sayo, I know you're enjoying your nap, but like, can you wake up? Please.
Any moment now.
Yeah.
He's very damaged though. There's a luggage over there. I got you.
Thank you. Following up right behind
There's
you.
bandages, hopefully. Oh, there is! Oh my god. Wait, let him down over here to flag.
Yeah.
Oh!
That's actually insane, bro. That's insane.
Oh, hey there! What's up?
It was just the heat, Nex. It was just the heat. Just a few more seconds on your back and I would have been alive, Nex.
I'm sorry.
Let's move on, let's move on, let's move on. Pretend that didn't happen. You know, grief is temporary. Grief is temporary.
Grief is temporary.
I'm dead!
You're just sleeping. You're sleeping. You're fine.
It's just a trip.
My
it's just a
bones
small
on the
trip.
ground beg to differ.
No. What bones? You're not dead. You're fine.
It's fine. It's all in the mind, man.
You're
It's all
okay.
in the mind.
I need some form of grafting or something.
You're all right, bro. I did not. I don't know.
Oh, can we make this?
I don't know.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Oh, there's a chain. Wait, there's a chain. There's a chain. We can go left first.
Boogie.
Whee!
Boom. Ah, it's burning me. Thank you.
Can we jump that?
That looks pretty hot down there.
Oh, it's kind of hot.
Wait, who's that other person that was just spectating me?
Oh, there's eggs next to Sai's body. I didn't realize.
Oh, that sucks.
I'm gonna go over here.
Hmm.
Surely any moment now. Yeah, we could have eaten those. That was my. I only had like.
Oh, it's Eliza who's dead.
What if we go back and get the. Hot, hot.
Built better, bro. Not built better.
Oh, it's catching fire. Good, it's catching fire. Woo! Okay, we're fine.
Got you, bro.
Make it. Nice.
I am a slave.
Oh, there's a chain down there. Oh. Whoa, nice jump!
That was huge.
Woo! Clean.
That was so cool.
He took everything.
I know.
Took everything.
Literally everything, bro. I need me some bandages.
Oh, I have some. I have some.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was gonna give it to Theo, and then you know.
Then, you know, the unfortunate. Thank you. That was perfect healing.
The unfortunate thing happened.
Yeah. Yeah, at least I tried to get him back in. I could have just left him down there. I'm a real one for that.
You're a real one for grabbing him.
Even
Yeah.
if he died.
Yeah, I went into molten lava.
Temporary.
Yeah.
Almost there. Can we make this? Oh, to your right. To your right. There's a
I got this, I got this, I got this, I got this. Huge.
Huh. Woo!
Quickly, the lava.
Huh. Wait, I don't have stamina.
You're good, I got you.
Almost
Mansion.
there. This is easy now, if I remember right.
Oh, no! You say it's easy and I almost fall right into the lava, bro.
I don't remember that happening. What do you mean? I don't remember that happening.
Ah.
Holy shiz. That's crazy.
No. Oh, you almost just pushed me right into the lava.
Did I? Oopsies.
Just a little bit of an oopsie.
Just a little bit.
Thank God.
I'm so hungry.
It's okay, girly. I got you.
Thanks. Are we getting Starbies?
Yes, let's go get Starby.
You guys not know about the shortcut?
I'm already here.
Yeah?
Hi.
Yeah, you should jump back into lava, bro.
I remember seeing your body somewhere. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure about
but I'm pretty sure I saw your body somewhere.
Pretty sure I
We're way
teleported.
too slow.
Damn, you took everything. Damn,
You're
bro.
at me. You're digging at me. You're digging at me, King. Alright.
I didn't take everything. There's like a little scraps for you guys.
Wow.
You know,
Thanks, man. Where?
Where?
I only ate the pizza. I only ate like the cheese and like the crust and everything. but-
Oh, is that what it's for, Snow? That makes more sense.
Thanks,
That
man.
is vile. That is like evil.
I only leave the cheese.
I'm gonna put in. We get pizza. I'm grabbing the cheese and I'm slinging that bitch at you.
The second you
Meow.
palm the cheese and I rip it off. And
Ew, bro.
That's
Ew.
crazy.
What the hell?
What the hell?
I actually
God, I'm
do.
so
Is
hungry.
it weird that
You're so
sometimes
old for
when I
that,
like
bro,
to
but
eat
it's
a piece of
11:20 at night.
and I,
I'm
like,
not
rip
getting
off,
food right now.
like the entire pizza and I throw it out and I only eat the crust.
That's
Then what's the point of
crazy.
ordering
Just
pizza?
so you just ate bread. You just ate bread, bro.
Yeah, I'm a bird.
Yeah, I like my pizza.
Can't really
Make
hear.
sure, like they always deliver it like.
Oh,
cheese
you're
or
talking
the
to
cheese
Soft.
and the sauce,
Not even
like,
a tomato
bread.
sauce?
Soft!
Tomato sauce. Nope.
I have nothing. Do you guys have anything except
Soft.
Zuff has everything. If Zuff dies, it's over.
Stuff is.
It's okay, guys.
Soft.
Have every item.
I'll
Guys,
leave
grab
the
it from his
charge.
bag.
Soft.
Grab it from his bag.
Hold my bag in my hand.
Soft. Snow said that she cannot hear me, Soft.
Oh, I would
What?
want to see what's inside your backpack.
What do you want, Nexon? Nerd.
I said that Snow cannot hear me from your stream.
Oh, really?
Yeah, L stream was off.
Who can't hear who?
Snow cannot hear me.
Where did we go?
Oh yeah, you are a bit quiet.
You're at 200. Oh, you're not at 200. Okay, here you go. Now speak.
Bye bye.
Alright, I'm lowering you now, by the way. Oh, I almost
remember the
jumped
path,
out.
you guys. I remember the path. You won't make it! Will you? No,
I
got you,
will
bro.
make
I
it.
got you, bro.
Thanks, bro.
I feel like jumping that, but
Yeah, reach! I got you!
Do it.
Reach!
I know better.
Thank you.
Is this the same thing we did before?
I got you. Wait, oh shoot.
But we had like a chain
Uh-oh.
launcher that time.
There you go. Got you.
I have
Watch.
a chain launcher.
We went this way.
Had someone does.
Me and
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I went this way. I remember. I went this
Oh,
way,
oh.
and then I
Hi,
went
guys.
down here, and then I left you guys because I don't need them.
There's
Just dead
one
weight,
here.
really.
If you rotate around it,
Oh, I
to
did.
grab you guys. Oh, okay, you guys went down.
I remember how much dead weight you guys
Hey.
are to me, so I might as well get it.
What's up?
You should just jump into the lava, bro.
That's a
I
great
went this
idea.
way.
What if I just threw my bag into the lava?
You should just jump into the lava, bro.
There's nothing to grab over here though.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm probably starved to death by the time we get
Yeah,
up
I don't
there.
think that's
What happened?
Really?
Oh, I'm losing more and more stamina just because I'm over half hunger.
You can have my marshmallow.
I can grab you
And
guys.
you're supposed to use it for you. I'm the one that's dead all the time.
I'm not really sure.
Huh? From the other side. I can grab you. Just
I gotta keep you
Can't
alive.
do anything over there. Good luck. As you saw last time, I killed myself.
Nah, you're slang.
If you guys.
I can make it.
Yeah, of course.
It was
of
at this
course.
moment she realized she
She
couldn't
fucked
make
up.
it.
Nah, you did great.
Okay, just circle around this rock, and I can grab it.
Yeah, it was lagging too much for my actual model, Snow, so I switched on over to the pinky model.
I think we're going this way behind you.
I don't know if you can squeeze
Do that. I tried before.
Oh,
I'm reaching. I'm reaching. Wait, where'd he go?
Hello?
Wait, where's Sayo?
I don't know. How did you guys get up there? I don't think this is the way.
Is Sayo here?
And there's someone there. Oh my god, I'm getting hungry. Oh.
Up here?
Made your graphics higher and it fixed it? That doesn't make sense. What you mean?
Where are you, Nexus?
I'm right above you.
Up there.
Got you, Broseph.
Thanks, bro.
From Brotato.
I'm hungry, bro. Seth.
I already gave my food away, bro. I'm sorry.
This way, bro. Take more path. And where way? I got you, bro. Where are you?
How did you get up there? Am I going the right way, Sue?
Where are you, Dexter? Are you dead?
Okay.
It sounds really
Next to the jump scare.
Whoa!
I know, right? So scared.
How'd you get there? Oh, there.
How did you get there?
Hey, Zuck, can you move?
Buddy. No.
Hey, Zuck, can you move? Like,
Up there.
Oh my god, your bag! Why did you drop your bag? You're crazy, man. Is there food in your backpack?
There's only
Oh,
health.
real.
So I'm gonna
Yeah,
take
well-
what I need from it and give it to you guys.
Wow. Okay, bro. So how did you get there? How did you get there? How did you get there?
You like use your chain launcher?
Yeah. They have to grab it from you first.
You have it in your inventory, bro. So-
What the fuck?
Where?
I think I could make it if somebody grabs me there, but I
Hey,
don't know.
maybe don't push me.
Shelly.
Thanks.
Come on, Lard, Tubby.
Bro.
Sorry, bro.
Catastrophic failure right there, bro.
Forgot it to jump.
Yeah, I watched.
So much stamina.
I watched you forget to jump. Catastrophic failure, bro.
Oh, Zup, you need to pick him up. Okay, maybe never mind. He hates you.
I know, right?
Sia, why did you do that now?
Oh, I was trying to use it to see what you
Hey, you guys should make it so that I can get the withered outfit.
Dude, I'm really starting to run out.
I don't know this.
Oh, there.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
There's a path.
Nobody has food?
I don't know.
Nobody has food. Nobody has food.
Yeah, it's finished. See this path.
Go, next, go! Go, next, oh my god! Holy shit.
I almost just like WWE just slammed me out, bro.
It would have been pretty funny.
It would have been pretty funny, but like. Oh.
This is great. Oh, Sayo! Show us that. Show us.
Is Sayo good?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Show. His name is Show.
My undying soul is full of hatred of this mountain.
Hey,
when
Zap.
it's flying.
Hey, how are you?
Oh.
Why did you let me die?
Oh, that's a bit.
Stuff is the worst to be stuck with. Yeah,
What?
That's true. I at least got
yeah.
the wither.
I agree with Snow.
This is where we used the rope launcher. Oof. Now what?
Yeah, now what stuff?
Well,
Oh well, the show has a rope launcher. I don't remember. It was like somewhere above us. I don't remember. I don't remember.
Oh,
Oh, Zup, there's
that
something
was
there.
dangerous. Excuse me, buddy.
Now what, bro?
that's a great
I think you gotta find a place to rope launcher, maybe.
Rope
Let me
launcher,
see
where?
some.
Somewhere just above you.
Who has a rope launcher?
Show has one.
Show. What up?
I see some.
Did you just take everything out of the bag you did?
Eat a dick.
Above you guys, above you guys, above you
Yeah,
guys.
what about like here maybe? If it,
No, there's a bridge above you.
Oh yeah, there is.
There's a bridge above you.
am I climbing? I don't want to climb. But I am getting hungry.
You're gonna die. You're gonna die.
Kill yourself.
Tick tock.
I like that rope.
Tick-tock.
Pretty good rope.
I agree, buddy.
Whew.
Massive.
There. Okay. Cool.
I'm really starting to starve.
Oh, there's a luggage on the other side.
Luggage!
Where the?
Do it. Jump it. Jump it.
You can't jump that.
Jump it.
There's too much movement. It's making me nervous.
Do it.
Alright.
Do it.
What?
Wow, that was close.
Sorry. I'm
Guys.
sorry.
Goodbye, Sayo.
Tell me the first thing you'll remember about me. Tell me the first thing you'll remember about me.
Whoa, this sucks.
Alright. Next. Jump it. Jump it.
Move out of the way if you want me to jump it.
Okay, my bad, bro, my bad.
Get out the
Jump
way.
It is your turn. Jump in.
That is possible. That is totally possible.
It just you didn't have enough energy.
I don't trust you.
I think you should just go for it. Go, Zuff, go.
Okay.
Got this stuff.
There's nothing above you, so you gotta go. To your left, Zuff. Keep going, Zuff, keep going. Get the luggage, Zuff, get the luggage. No.
Oh my god, what is wrong
Behind
with
you,
you?
bro.
Behind me.
Oh, chain launcher. Oh, that's kind of big. That's kind of big.
I mean,
Now what?
I think you can make it. I think you can make it. Honestly,
You think?
I think if you go to the right-ish side.
I highly doubt I make this, but I'm glad you think so.
I believe in you, Dex. I believe in
That
you.
man will die.
This is your moment.
Alright.
The hater's wrong. Oh, you can jump! You can all you, Zuff. All you.
As it should.
You better not die. Oh.
I'm just a girl.
I hope to God you plummet. I hope to God you plummet.
All right.
you,
Well, we're gonna go now.
All you.
I hope you fall.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
¿Dónde está? ¿Cómo está?
¿Por qué?
Saan ka pupunta?
Genuinely,
Mabuhay.
where do I go?
I don't know.
Not that.
Hindi ko alam. Watashi wa wakarimasen desu. Or maybe there, those rocks. Next to the luggage. Oh, but like, I don't know where to go after that.
They tasted. What is that supposed to mean? So,
Yeah, don't listen.
does that mean that they tasted good or bad?
You don't need
What does dish mean?
You don't need rope.
Explain, but in Roblox terms for me.
Thanks, man.
Where will you go?
They tasted really good. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed them.
I don't even remember.
That's very, very bonita.
Actually, no, I'm not gonna say.
I'm glad that they were good.
That's okay.
Oh.
Dude, I'm so tired. I'm ready to go to bed.
You know,
I'm so tired, man.
Oh, I don't know about this one, so.
Yikes.
how do I set the baton? Uh-oh.
Right.
Well, that's tough.
Oh, damn. Damn,
How
you
far
beat
did I
it? That's
fall?
crazy. No, not that hard.
Pretty.
That's tough, bud.
Baton?
Damn.
Baton. I'll grab
Not
it.
to scare you, bro, but you are not making that
I
shit.
don't know, man. I don't know.
You are not making that.
This ain't it. This ain't it.
I'm not making that.
I think you should go down. I think you should go down.
Let's use it.
Hey, Zeus.
You don't need it.
It'd be pretty
Okay.
cool to see how far you can jump down
Throw it away.
right in the middle, you know?
Yeah, you're right.
I don't remember where we went.
And I kind of already placed the baton. Baton.
You're not making that. You are not making that. You're dead. GG, 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 GG. God damn! Oh, that's so late. He didn't fall in the lava. Go
Aw.
into the lava.
You're going down, you're going down!
GG's. We tried. So many people died. Oh my lord. Oh lord, man. But yeah, I'll probably be hopping off of here. Good job.
Why are you so late? Hello, guys.
Alright. Thank you guys for playing with me. I'm gonna hop off.
Good night.
Good night.
Up. Do the thing. You say your ending collab thing. Come on, do the thing.
All
man.
right.
Wave us all
okay.
goodbye.
Okay.
Zuff, shit your pants.
I don't know about that one, but goodbye everyone. Thank you so much for playing. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you all are open-minded, and I hope we can play again or something. I don't know.
I never want to play with you again.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. Just tell me when you want to play, broski.
open DVD. Had to open DVD without Zone.
No, it's too
Goodbye,
late for me. No,
Kiddy.
it's too late. Thank you guys for playing. Thank you, shit.
It was a lot of fun.
Late up at night for me. I appreciate it.
How about me? Thank you for staying up late, Sally. Thank you for staying up late, Sally.
I thought it was
waking
only
up
2 p.m.,
early.
huh? I thought it was only 2
Thank you
p.m.
for
That
staying
was
up
easy.
early.
Waking up early was easy.
Thank you for staying up early.
Staying up early?
Oh yeah, staying up early. Yeah.
Thank you.
I haven't
Thank
slept
you,
since
Nex,
2 a.m.
For being the cool guy you are. You're so cool, buddy.
You're such a cool person,
Thank you,
Zuff.
Eliza. It's a good first thing. I heard.
Happy
You're so
birthday,
cool.
Zuff. Happy
It's
birthday.
not my birthday.
Merry Christmas, Zuff.
Happy birthday.
Good job, buddy.
It's not.
Happy Halloween, Zuff. Happy
Yeah.
Halloween.
Happy Valentine's Day, Zuff.
Happy New Year.
Mahal.
Happy New Year, Zuff. Happy New Year. Mahal kita.
Mahal kita siyo.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
What about me?
Mahal kita Shelly. You're so cool.
Oh, they don't
Alright,
understand.
bye-bye.
Alright.
Bye bye. Bye,
Bye,
broski.
guys.
Bye, broski. It was nice playing with you, broski.
Good sleep.
You too, broski. It was nice meeting you.
Sleep, broski.
Thank you, broski. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Oh! Alright. That was a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and wrap up here, shall we, Sham? This was a lot of fun. I had a great time with everyone. But sadly, I am sleepy. So I'm going to be wrapping up stream right here. Let's go ahead and get that. Okay. Cool. Alright. But yes, thank you guys so much for coming on, and I really appreciate you guys. Good night, everyone. Good night. Let's go ahead and raid on out of here. Let's go say hi to Lucky. I see that Lucky is live. Let's go say hi. But yes, thank you guys again for coming on in. It really means a lot. You guys are all very amazing and wonderful people. And yes, come join the Discord if you have not joined. And yes, goodbye everybody. See you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's community night. It's gonna be very cool. Tomorrow is our LCG and VTE collab. So yes, come on in, come say hi. We're gonna have a great time. Anyways, good night.